Chapter 3092. When Yuan Zhang's master made his move, Jiang Lan's saber had already arrived in front of Yuan Zhang. Whiz! The saber seemed to be able to tear the void apart as it emitted a dazzling blue light. However, when the saber came into contact with Yuan Zhang's armor, it seemed to have transformed into the Grim Reaper's scythe as it sliced through the armor. At this moment, the talismans that were entwined around the shadow of the armor were directly cut into pieces as if they were made of paper. No! Yuan Zhang, who had been brimming with confidence, cried out in despair as soon as his defenses were destroyed. It was a heart-wrenching cry that was filled with despair. The peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials felt their scalps go numb when they heard it. Spurt! A soft sound rang in the air as Yuan Zhang's body was sliced into two. The dazzling saber had killed Yuan Zhang in just a blink of an eye. Gasp! 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 Gasps rang in the air as the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials turned to look at Jiang Lan as though they had seen a ghost. Barf! Meanwhile, the luxuriously dressed middle-aged man, Yuan Zhang's master, who was attacking the formation that shrouded the huge mountain, was severely injured. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face was as pale as a sheet of paper. His body swayed unsteadily as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Who are you? The luxuriously dressed middle-aged man trembled as he looked down at Jiang Lan with a fearful expression on his pale face. If he still could not tell Jiang Lan was not a simple person, he would have lived in vain for so many years. When Jiang Lan killed his direct disciple, he had cast 4 profundities from the law of water, including the water elemental profundity, the fundamental profundity of the law of water. Jiang Lan. He's not even 100 years old. Just as the middle-aged man in luxurious clothes was looking at Jiang Lan with a solemn expression, the gaze of an old man not far from him that was looking down at Jiang Lan suddenly froze, and he could not help but let out a cry of surprise. Not even 100 years old? Hearing the old man's words, the 500+ experts in the air, including the middle-aged man, all extended their divine senses. Only now did they realize that as long as their divine sense did not contain any offensive power, they could still easily pass through the formation that enveloped the giant peak. When their divine senses landed on Jiang Lan's body, it was not difficult to detect that Jiang Lan was not even 100 years old. As expected, he is not even 100 years old. He's not even 100 years old, but he's already a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who has comprehended 4 profundities from the law of water. No matter how high a celestial's innate talent is, one would need to join a top force in a Devata realm to be able to reach such a level at such a young age, right? This Jiang Lan should be a reincarnated immortal. When the elders brought by the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials looked at Jiang Lan again, they began to discuss among themselves. Many of them were certain Jiang Lan was a reincarnated celestial. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to have such achievements at such a young age. In their opinion, it was possible that Jiang Lan was from a top force in a Devata realm. However, they felt it was less likely that Jiang Lan was a reincarnated celestial. After all, if Jiang Lan was from a top force in a Devata realm, he would be a prodigy of that force. There was no need for him to protect himself in such a manner. The formation that enveloped the giant peak was, without a doubt, Jiang Lan's protection. Even an 8-trigram celestial king was severely injured by the formation. Jiang Lan hid his strength when we sparred. At that time, he only used 2 profundities from the law of water. However, the elders said he has comprehended 4 profundities from the law of water. A peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who was standing on the giant peak looked at Jiang Lan in shock and disbelief. He hid his strength when we sparred. At that time, I was shocked that he managed to comprehend 2 profundities from the law of water even though he's not even 100 years old. It seems like I've underestimated him. A peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who has comprehended 4 profundities from the law of water even though he's not even 100 years old. Before today, I've never heard of anyone who could achieve this at such a young age. It seems like Jiang Lan is really a reincarnated celestial. When the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials looked at Jiang Lan again, their eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. They did not expect Jiang Lan to have such a monstrous innate talent and comprehension ability. Originally, I thought I was already considered a genius for comprehending 3 profundities from the law of metal before the age of 200. But now, in front of Jiang Lan, my little bit of comprehension is not even worth mentioning. A peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who had comprehended 3 profundities from the law of metal said mockingly. Jiang Lan has the most monstrous innate talent and comprehension ability I've ever seen in my life. Since he's able to achieve this at such a young age, he must have been an extraordinary celestial in his past life. Was he a celestial lord in his past life? Or was he a celestial emperor? Celestial emperor? That's impossible. After witnessing Jiang Lan's strength, the group of overarching heavenly supreme celestials on the mountain peak became even more fearful of him. I didn't expect Jiang Lan to have comprehended 4 profundities from the law of water. Duan Lingtian sighed. It's normal. After all, he's the reincarnation of a celestial emperor. He must have comprehended the law of water in his past life as well. Since he has comprehended the law of water in this life, he must be like a fish in water with his memories and experience from his past life. Ling Juan said. Is there anyone else who has broken their promise and brought their seniors here? Jiang Lan said as he looked at the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials, including Duan Lingtian and Ling Juan, with a sinister smile on his face. However, no one responded to his question. What a joke. If anyone dared to speak up at this moment, it would be tantamount to seeking death. Everyone, I can't break the formation on my own. However, if we join forces, we might be able to break it. The middle-aged man in luxurious clothes stood high up in the sky. His gaze swept across the group of people beside him, and his expression was slightly ferocious. Now, my disciple has already been killed. This person definitely doesn't have good intentions for gathering your juniors here. Could it be that you're willing to just watch your juniors fall into a calamity? Although the middle-aged man's disciple was dead, he had no intention of letting the matter rest. He wanted to borrow the strength of the other powerhouses to break the formation and kill Jiang Lan. As soon as the middle-aged man in luxurious robes spoke, the eyes of the 500 powerhouses lit up. Although there were no celestial lords among the 500 powerhouses, all of them were celestial kings. Some of them were even 9 palaces' celestial kings. Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow when he heard the middle-aged man's words. If these powerhouses joined forces to break the formation that enveloped the mountain peak might not be able to withstand their attacks. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian instinctively turned to look at Jiang Lan. It's too late for you to think of this now. I'll take your juniors with me. Almost as soon as Duan Lingtian looked at Jiang Lan glanced at the finely dressed middle-aged man indifferently and smirked coldly. He raised his hand that was not holding the saber and made a series of hand seals in the air. It looked very mysterious and unpredictable. This is bad. Everyone, let's attack together. High up in the sky, when the group of immortal kings saw Jiang Lan's actions, they could tell that Jiang Lan was controlling the array formation. Moreover, from Jiang Lan's words, it was not difficult to guess that he was controlling the teleportation array formation. Instantly, the expressions of the group of experts changed. At the next moment, a 5-colored energy gushed forth from the 500-plus immortal kings, incomparably vast, enveloping the mountain peak, as though it could destroy everything. Boom! 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 Just as the formation that enveloped the mountain peak appeared again, a white light shone from the top of the mountain peak and shrouded all the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials, including Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, the transportation formation at the top of the mountain peak will definitely send us to the place Jiang Lan set up in his past life. Once we're there, we'll have to face all kinds of illusory formations. If you ask Sister Huang for help, it won't be difficult for her to see through those formations. At this moment, Ling Juyan's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. In the next moment, the group of peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials on the mountain peak disappeared as the white light faded away. Only one figure remained on the mountain peak. It was none other than Jiang Lan, who had activated the transportation formation earlier. At this moment, cracks could be seen on the translucent light shield above the mountain peak. It was clear it could not hold on for much longer. Before the formation that enveloped the mountain peak was about to be destroyed, Jiang Lan glanced at the group of celestial kings who had attacked him and said arrogantly, "If it weren't for the fact that the formation I set up in my past life has weakened over the past 100 years, you puny celestial kings wouldn't have been able to destroy it even if you joined forces. However, I still have to thank all of you for nurturing such an outstanding group of juniors. With them sacrificing themselves to the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, I'll have a higher chance of obtaining the heaven sacrificial divine fruit." Ha 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 ha, Jiang Lan's figure gradually faded away as he laughed. Then, just like the group of peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials, Duan Lingtian disappeared from sight as well. As soon as Jiang Lan's figure disappeared, the formation that enveloped the mountain peak was finally destroyed by the joint forces of more than 500 celestial kings. However, even though they'd broken through the formation, the expressions of the group of celestial kings were extremely unsightly. Besides that, their eyes revealed waves of shock and terror. That formation was set up by Jiang Lan in his past life? Moreover, the formation was not maintained even after 100 years? Chapter 3093. It was common knowledge that a formation located in an unsealed space would gradually weaken with the passage of time. This was the case regardless of whether it relied on the celestial origin energy or celestial crystals. The celestial origin energy of a formation set up in the outside world would gradually deplete as time passed. This was because there would be living beings that would trigger the formation and deplete the celestial origin energy contained in the formation. It was the same for a formation set up in the outside world that relied on celestial crystals. For this reason, the group of celestial kings was shocked and they learned that the formation they had destroyed was set up by Jiang Lan in his past life. What did it mean to be 100 years old? A formation set up 100 years ago is still so powerful today. How many celestial crystals would be needed to set it up? Although I'm not an expert in formations, I know a thing or two about formations. The formation we destroyed earlier wasn't set up with celestial crystals at all. Instead, it was set up with materials that could contain celestial origin energy. A formation set up with celestial origin energy without any maintenance even after 100 years. How strong is the person who set up the formation? Even if it's a formation set up by a 10-direction celestial lord with all his might, it's impossible for it to be so powerful after 100 years. In other words, Jiang Lan was most likely a celestial emperor in his past life. After extending their divine senses, they were unable to find any traces of Jiang Lan and their juniors. The group of immortal kings discussed animatedly, and they unanimously came to a conclusion. Jiang Lan was a celestial emperor in his past life. A celestial emperor. To the celestial kings present on the scene, celestial emperors were legendary existences. After all, the strongest celestial lords they had ever encountered were only celestial lords. Moreover, they were not even celestial lords. It makes sense if Jiang Lan was a celestial emperor in his past life. Only a celestial emperor would be able to set up such a formation. Didn't Jiang Lan mention the heaven sacrificial divine fruit earlier? Do you know what the heaven sacrificial divine fruit is? I've never heard of it. What's that? After confirming that Jiang Lan was a celestial emperor in his past life, the group of celestial kings recalled the heaven sacrificial divine fruit that Jiang Lan had mentioned earlier. Moreover, Jiang Lan had gone to great lengths to set up the heaven sacrificial divine fruit for their juniors to be sacrificed. Alas, they knew nothing about the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Naturally, not all of these celestial kings knew about the heaven sacrificial divine fruit or were unaware of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Some who had heard of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit had heard the heaven sacrificial divine fruit earlier had a heaven sacrificial divine fruit was a fruit. Jiang Lan was a celestial emperor in his past life. Their juniors was a celestial realm fruit had their juniors past heaven jiang past heaven past their juniors they were descendants celestial al past were they their juniors they past heaven was a past heaven past their past heaven was a their had past heavens there was their the was were be were they were. The heaven sacrificial divine fruit is a heaven-defying celestial fruit in the Devata realms. An immortal king who knew about the heaven sacrificial divine fruit was the first to regain his senses. When he heard the group of immortal kings asking about the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, he explained with an unsightly expression. He explained, only celestial dukes and below can consume the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Once consumed, one's cultivation base will be raised by an entire realm. Generally speaking, it's best for peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials to consume the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. After all, a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial will become a 10-direction celestial duke who's very close to becoming a one basic celestial king. Upon hearing the celestial king's words, the celestial kings who had never heard of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit were stunned. The heaven sacrificial divine fruit could raise one's cultivation base by one stage. A peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial would become a 10-direction celestial duke after consuming it. Heavens! How can such a heaven-defying celestial fruit exist in this world? If that's true, it's no wonder the heaven sacrificial divine fruit is called a divine fruit. What else could it be if it's not a divine fruit? Although it can only be consumed by celestial dukes and below, it doesn't affect its heaven-defying effects at all. This is my first time hearing of such a heaven-defying treasure. Generally speaking, the more effective a celestial fruit is, the harder it is to bear fruit. I'm afraid it's almost impossible to bear fruit with such a heaven-defying celestial fruit. The group of celestial kings turned to look at the celestial king who knew about the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Their eyes were filled with curiosity, eager to learn more about the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Earlier, all of you heard Jiang Lan say that he wants our juniors to sacrifice the heaven sacrificial divine fruit to the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Facing the curious gazes of the group of immortal kings, the immortal king continued. In order for the heaven sacrificial divine fruit to bear fruit, 10,000 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials will have to be sacrificed. Once 10,000 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials die in front of the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, their bodies and souls will be absorbed by the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. The celestial king's expression was unsightly when he spoke. His direct disciple had also been taken away by Jiang Lan. Based on the current situation, it was almost certain that his direct disciple would die. What? 10,000 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Isn't that a little too much? Isn't the price too high? How can Jiang Lan be so heartless? That's 10,000 lives we're talking about. When they heard the words of that immortal king expert, the group of immortal kings all sucked in a breath of cold air. Their expressions changed drastically as they realized that their juniors would definitely die. At the same time, they couldn't help but curse Jiang Lan for being crazy. Even so, the success rate of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit is only 10%. At this moment, another celestial king who was familiar with the heaven sacrificial divine fruit said in a low voice, in other words, Jiang Lan is willing to sacrifice 10,000 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials for the sake of a mere 10% success rate of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Upon hearing the celestial king's words, the celestial kings present on the scene gasped again. 10% success rate? The deaths of 10,000 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials would still cause the heaven sacrificial divine fruit to bear fruit? Under such circumstances, the success rate of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit was only 10%? Heartless. Heartless. Isn't Jiang Lan afraid of being punished by the heavens? To think that he was a celestial emperor in his past life. How can he be so heartless? I curse him to be killed before he can become a celestial king in this life. It seems like Jiang Lan is a celestial emperor. Generally speaking, those who set up the heaven sacrificial divine fruit are all celestial emperors. Moreover, they set up the heaven sacrificial divine fruit so that they can take a shortcut without any side effects after they reincarnate. Does that mean, my disciple is doomed to die this time? At this moment, the expressions of the celestial kings were as unsightly as they could be. The only person who seemed to be in a better mood was Yuan Zhang's master, an 8-trigram celestial king, who had been killed by Jiang Lan earlier. When his disciple, Yuan Zhang, was killed, he was furious. But now, when he found out that the juniors of the immortal kings present were taken away by Jiang Lan and were destined to die, he couldn't help but feel a little more balanced in his heart. Qi. 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 Immortal message talismans were sent out from the hands of the immortal kings. Without exception, all of them were immortal kings from the Jade Emperor Heaven. They had crushed the communication celestial talismans to inform the leaders of their respective forces about the reincarnated celestial emperor who had set up the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Moreover, the reincarnated celestial emperor had tricked the outstanding disciples of their respective forces into entering the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Gradually, more and more people learned about the heaven sacrificial divine fruit's plot in the Jade Emperor Heaven. Since communication celestial talismans could not be used across Devata realms, the people from the other Devata realms could only spread the news after they had returned to their respective Devata realms. None of the 500 celestial kings bothered to look for their juniors. After all, they knew it was impossible for them to find their juniors. The plot in the heaven sacrificial divine fruits plot had to be a secret realm created by a celestial emperor. Even celestial lords would not be able to find it, let alone them. As the news spread, the Jade Emperor Heaven, the Spirit Overarching Heaven, the Clear Water Heaven, the Azure Profound Heaven, and the Aurora Heaven were shocked by the news of Jiang Lan, a reincarnated celestial emperor, obtaining the heaven sacrificial divine fruit 10% success rate. Will Jiang Lan be able to make the heaven sacrificial divine fruit bear fruit? I don't think so. Generally speaking, those who set up the heaven sacrificial divine fruits plot in the history of the Devata realms are all bold and daring. If Jiang Lan successfully makes the heaven sacrificial divine fruit bear fruit and consumes it, he'll definitely become a peerless figure in the future. Isn't such an action a little too deranged? Only the fittest will survive. This is how cruel heaven and earth are. Many people from the 5 Devata realms were paying attention to Jiang Lan's plot in the heaven sacrificial divine fruits plot. However, they knew they would not know if Jiang Lan would be able to obtain the heaven sacrificial divine fruit in the future. The only thing they were certain of was that those who were tricked by Jiang Lan into sacrificing the heaven sacrificial divine fruit were doomed to die. Chapter 3094. Is this the place where Jiang Lan set up his trap in his previous life? When light returned to his eyes, Duan Lingtian found himself in a cave abode that was not very spacious. The cave abode was surrounded by stone walls. There were no doors or passageways. It was a completely sealed place. Huang Er. With just a thought, Duan Lingtian contacted Huang Er, the artifact soul of the Devata artifact in his body. Earlier, Ling Zhuyun told me you can help me see through the illusory formation. However, as soon as Duan Lingtian's voice resonated in his body, Huang Er did not even have the time to respond. Before Huang Er could respond, the Chaos Divine Earth said in its childish voice, "Lad, why do you need Huang Er's help to see through this illusory formation? I can easily see through it for you." A hint of pride could be heard in the Chaos Divine Earth's voice when it spoke. You have such an ability? Duan Lingtian was slightly taken aback. Of course. While Duan Lingtian was taken aback, the Chaos Divine Earth became even more smug. Its childish voice rose a few octaves. Humph. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to identify the profound divine metal's voice as well. At the same time, Duan Lingtian felt a surge of energy from the profound divine metal in his body. It surged toward his eyes and covered the surface of his eyes. Instantly, a layer of golden light appeared on the surface of Duan Lingtian's eyes. It was as though he had fiery golden eyes. The golden light only lasted for a moment before it merged with Duan Lingtian's eyes. It was as though it had never appeared. In the next instant, Duan Lingtian discovered that the scenery in front of him had changed drastically. He found himself in a huge cave abode. There was a floating island in the middle of the cave abode with a towering tree planted on it. This towering tree was different from an ordinary tree. Its entire body was blood red in color. Not only was its trunk and branches a blood red color, even its leaves were blood red in color. Moreover, there seemed to be many blood-colored lightning-like blood gang entwining around its trunk. At the same time, Duan Lingtian discovered that the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials who were at the peak of the mountain had all appeared. The figures of Ling Juan, Murong Xiao Xiao, and Lin Fei Yang soon entered his sight. Apart from Ling Juyun, who remained motionless and didn't look around, everyone else was looking around as if they couldn't see the people around them. It would appear that each and every one of them has fallen into an individual illusion. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to see this. Before the profound divine metal struck, he had appeared in a cave dwelling that was not very spacious. In that cave, there was no one else besides him. It was obviously an illusion that belonged to him alone. Profound divine metal, why are you trying to ruin my plan? The chaos divine earth's voice sounded slightly exasperated. It was obvious that it was not the profound divine metal. Earlier, it had been feeling smug that Duan Lingtian had seen through the illusory formation. However, before it could do anything, the profound divine metal had taken the initiative to strike first. It's just a small trick. I can't believe you dilly-dally for so long. I can't stand it anymore. Stop it, the profound divine metal said indifferently. Chaos divine earth, it seems like you're not the only one who can see through the illusory formation. Senior profound divine metal can do the same as well. Perhaps, senior chaos divine flame can do the same as well? Duan Lingtian said to the chaos divine earth with a laugh. This time, the chaos divine earth did not respond to Duan Lingtian. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to guess that the chaos divine earth must be feeling frustrated that the profound divine metal had ruined its chance to show off. After spending some time with the 5 divine elements, Duan Lingtian began to have a better understanding of the personalities of the 3 divine elements who had gained sentience. Among them, the chaos divine flame was more mature, like an experienced elder. The profound divine metal, on the other hand, was more mature. It would occasionally toy with the chaos divine earth. As for the chaos divine earth, it was more like a child. Although it was not inferior to the profound divine metal or the chaos divine flame, it was not as mature as the 2 divine elements. Duan Lingtian, don't act rashly. Don't reveal that you've seen through the illusory formation. If someone attacks you, you must retaliate and kill them. Of course, if you have a royal-grade celestial weapon, feel free to use it. Ling Juan's voice transmission rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. However, don't use a celestial weapon that's at the emperor grade or above. Otherwise, Jiang Lan will be wary of you. Once he's wary, it'll be difficult for us to snatch the heaven sacrificial divine fruit from him. Upon hearing Ling Juan's voice transmission, Duan Lingtian knew that Ling Juan must have seen through the illusory formation with the help of his divine weapon's soul. As soon as Ling Juan finished speaking, whoosh! Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he heard the sound of wind whistling in the air. A young man in blue appeared in front of him and attacked him directly. Thunder and lightning raged, interweaving into a thunder net to envelop him. The law of thunder? Based on the blue-clad young man's technique, Duan Lingtian could tell the blue-clad young man had comprehended the law of thunder. Boom! Boom! The profundity from the law of thunder was combined with his celestial origin energy. With the help of a king-grade celestial weapon, the profundity from the law of thunder shot out in a deafening manner. Duan Lingtian carefully looked into the eyes of the blue-clothed young man and noticed that the blue-clothed young man was staring at him with a cold light. It was as if the blue-clothed young man was his prey and would not stop until he killed Duan Lingtian. He has comprehended 2 profundities from the law of thunder? Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes in the face of the young man's ferocious attack. He raised his hand and a ring with 9 water chestnuts appeared in his hand. Then, he cast 2 profundities from the law of fire, the fire elemental profundity and the pillaging profundity. In just one move, Duan Ling Tian's attack overpowered the young man's attack. Although Duan Ling Tian's profundities were on par with the blue-clad young man's, his royal-grade celestial weapon completely overpowered the blue-clad young man's king-grade celestial weapon. In just 2 moves, he had killed the blue-clad young man. No. Before the blue-clothed youth died, he let out a mournful cry. Before he died, his eyes were glued to the 9-pointed ring in Duan Ling Tian's hand. It was clear he had seen how extraordinary Duan Ling Tian's celestial weapon was. The celestial weapon in Duan Ling Tian's hand was the royal-grade celestial weapon, the Mystic Yang 9-water chestnut ring. It was the royal-grade celestial weapon that Brother Pei had given him when he was still in the borderlands of the Southern Heaven Territory. However, Brother Pei had not come to take it back. As soon as Duan Ling Tian killed the young man, a voice rang in the air. Interesting. I think he's the Duan Ling Tian whom I asked Ling Jueyan to pass a message to. He's from the profound nether mansion in the Jade Emperor Heaven's Southern Heaven Territory. A figure sat cross-legged on a towering tree on the floating island in the middle of a huge cave that could accommodate tens of thousands of people. He looked at Duan Ling Tian with a meaningful smile on his face. This person was none other than Jiang Lan. At some point, Jiang Lan had arrived after Duan Ling Tian and the others. Although there were tens of thousands of people in front of Jiang Lan, they would not be able to see him. Similarly, they would not be able to see the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree that he planted in his past life. Swoosh! Swoosh! After the blue-clad young man died, his body rapidly withered. At the same time, a vast amount of blood energy and soul fire surged out of his body toward the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree in the middle of the cave. In the next moment, the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree was like a giant beast with its mouth wide open. It swallowed the blood and soul left behind by the blue-clothed young man in a single gulp, causing the luster on the tree to become even deeper. The blue-clad young man was the first to die among the tens of thousands of people in the cave. After him, a few more people died in succession. They were all people who had only comprehended 2 profundities of laws. They had all died at the hands of people who had comprehended 3 profundities of laws. The people here were all peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Their strength depended on their profundities from a law. After all, 99% of their celestial weapons were king-grade celestial weapons. It was almost impossible for them to possess a royal-grade celestial weapon. For this reason, Jiang Lan was slightly surprised when he saw Duan Ling Tian using a royal-grade celestial weapon. However, that was the extent of his surprise. As a reincarnated celestial emperor, even Jiang Lan had obtained the emperor-grade celestial weapon from his previous life. A mere royal-grade celestial weapon was nothing to him. He did not care about it at all. Ling Jueyan is truly a monster. Jiang Lan's eyes soon landed on a gray-clad young man. The gray-clad young man had just killed his opponent, and his opponent had become nutrients for the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree. He has comprehended 3 profundities from the law of death. Just like Duan Ling Tian and I, he's not even 100 years old. His comprehension ability is heaven-defying. Although Jiang Lan was not even 100 years old, he had comprehended 4 profundities from the law of water. However, he knew this was because he was a reincarnated celestial emperor. On the other hand, Ling Jueyan was not a reincarnated celestial. As a reincarnated celestial emperor, Jiang Lan could tell this was not the case. For this reason, Jiang Lan was shocked by Ling Jueyan's achievements. Even in his past life, he had never seen anyone who was not a reincarnated celestial who was younger than 100 years old. If Ling Jueyan survives until the end, I can consider giving him a heaven sacrificial divine fruit. After all, there will be 2 heaven sacrificial divine fruits, and I only need to consume one of them. However, the prerequisite is that he's willing to let me brand his soul with an enslavement mark so that he'll submit to me. Chapter 3095. In the Devata realms, a celestial could plant an enslavement mark on another celestial's soul as long as the other celestial was willing. Once the enslavement mark was planted, the celestial would have to obey the former. If the celestial dared to disobey, the former could easily turn the celestial into ashes with just a thought. Naturally, if a celestial wanted to plant an enslavement mark on another celestial's soul, the celestial's soul could only be on par with or weaker than the celestial. Currently, Jiang Lan was a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial, and Ling Jueyan was also a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. As long as Ling Jueyan was willing, he could plant an enslavement mark on Ling Jueyan's soul. However, the current Jiang Lan didn't know that. He was a reincarnated celestial emperor while Ling Jueyan was not a reincarnated celestial. However, Ling Jueyan's background was much more prominent than his identity as a reincarnated celestial emperor. It was almost impossible for him to make Ling Jueyan the servant of a reincarnated celestial emperor. Jiang Lan sat cross-legged above the towering tree on the floating island in the middle of the spacious cave abode as he indifferently watched the battles taking place before him. One by one, peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials died. Their blood and souls were absorbed by the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit and turned into nutrients for the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. The tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit was gradually changing during this process. Initially, only the blood-red color on the tree trunk had deepened. However, after a while, more tree trunks grew from the tree trunk with blood-red leaves that looked as though they were dyed in blood. The tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit grew even more luxuriant. The battles in the cave abode were one-on-one battles. This was because Jiang Lan's plan in his past life was to allow those who entered to fight each other one-on-one until only one person was left. Then, in this life, he would kill the last person as a sacrifice to the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. You overestimate yourself. The ring in Duan Ling Tian's hand brought out an expanse of dazzling flames, and the flames swept out and killed a middle-aged man. Then, the middle-aged man's blood, chi and soul were absorbed by the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree. Facing this scene, Duan Ling Tian had long since become numb. That was because it was not only those who were killed by him that would end up like this. Even those who were killed by others would end up like this. However, he was indifferent to everything around him, and there was neither joy nor sorrow. The reason why these people appeared here was none other than because they were driven by their own interests. Although it was sad, it was not pitiful. If it weren't for Huang, and the 5 divine elements, I'm afraid I would have ended up like them, becoming nutrients for the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree. After killing the middle-aged man and waiting for the next opponent, Duan Ling Tian stole a glance at the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. As for Jiang Lan, who was sitting cross-legged above the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree, he had long noticed him. Therefore, he became even more vigilant and did not dare to reveal anything. If Jiang Lan were to find out that he was not bewitched by the illusion array formation, he would definitely be extremely fearful of him. If that was the case, it would be much more difficult for him to obtain the heaven sacrificial divine fruit if it bore fruit. A reincarnated celestial emperor attacking when he was prepared and when he was unprepared were two completely different concepts. Swoosh! As soon as this thought appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind, another figure appeared in front of him. It was a young man dressed in a green robe. He stared at Duan Lingtian with killing intent in his eyes as he attacked. The green-robed young man had comprehended 2 profundities from the law of water. As soon as he made his move, a series of attacks surged toward Duan Lingtian. It was as though he was trying to extinguish the flames rising from Duan Lingtian's body. Buzz! 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 However, although the green-robed young man's attack was swift and fierce, the flame energy from the ring in Duan Ling Tian's hand seemed to be even more powerful. It directly cut open the flowing water, and wherever it came into contact with the flowing water, it even caused the flowing water to evaporate into white mist. No! The green-robed young man cried out in agony as he died in Duan Lingtian's hands. He had not seen Duan Lingtian in action before. Otherwise, he would not have dared to make a move against Duan Lingtian. After all, he knew Duan Lingtian had killed many peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials who had comprehended 2 profundities from a law. Up until now, Duan Lingtian had only used the law of fire's fire elemental profundity and the pillaging profundity. However, with the royal grade celestial weapon, the mystical Yang 9 water chestnut ring, he was able to easily kill his opponents. This was because his opponents were peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials who had only comprehended 2 profundities from a law. He had not encountered any stronger peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials. If he encountered a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who had comprehended 3 profundities from a law, with his current strength, he would only be able to tie with his opponent. Moreover, his opponent only had a king-grade celestial weapon while he was using the royal-grade celestial weapon, the mystical Yang 9 water chestnut ring. It seems like Ling Jueyan is planning to hide his bloodline power and the emperor-grade celestial weapons and divine weapons. Duan Lingtian glanced at Ling Jueyan. He saw Ling Jueyan had only used 3 profundities from the law of death. He did not use any other profundities, including the god of death's scythe profundity. Even so, his opponents did not last long against him. Most of them were instantly killed by him. The law of death is one of the 4 supreme laws. Even peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials who have comprehended 3 profundities from a law other than the 4 supreme laws aren't a match for Ling Jueyan. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. As time passed, the number of peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials in the cave gradually dwindled. Initially, there were more than 10,000 of them. However, after half a day, there were only slightly more than 1,000 of them left. Murong Xiao Zhao's luck is not bad. Up until now, she hasn't encountered anyone who has comprehended 3 profundities from a law. Naturally, the people she has encountered who have comprehended 2 profundities from a law have not even begun to comprehend the 3rd profundity. After killing another peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial, Duan Lingtian discreetly glanced at Murong Xiao Xiao in the distance. He was surprised to see that Murong Xiao Xiao was still alive, albeit in a slightly wretched state. However, her opponent was even more wretched than her. Moreover, he was not as strong as her, so he was killed by her. There's still Lin Fei Yang. Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze to Lin Fei Yang. Up until now, Lin Fei Yang had only displayed 2 profundities from the law of water and 1 profundity from the law of water that he had just comprehended. However, Duan Lingtian had a feeling Lin Fei Yang might not have displayed his full strength. After all, Lin Fei Yang was favored by the 2nd form of the world-cleansing divine water when he was still in his mother's womb. Such a person's comprehension of the law of water was heaven-defying. It was impossible for him to have only comprehended 2 profundities from the law of water. It seems like I'll be able to see Lin Fei Yang's true strength in this battle. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Soon after, Lin Fei Yang's new opponent appeared. It was a middle-aged man dressed in a black robe. Duan Lingtian had noticed this black-clad middle-aged man before this. He knew this black-clad middle-aged man had comprehended 3 profundities from the law of wind and was extremely powerful. His previous opponents had only comprehended 2 profundities from a law, but they were all easily killed by this black-clad middle-aged man. This time, the black-clad middle-aged man's opponent was Lin Fei Yang. If Lin Fei Yang isn't concealing his strength, he'll definitely die in this battle. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. If he dies, the 2nd form of the world-cleansing divine water in his body will become ownerless. At that time, the 2nd form of the world-cleansing divine water that's still in a deep slumber will be exposed to the world. Under such circumstances, I won't be able to retrieve the world-cleansing divine water. After all, if I try to retrieve it, Jiang Lan will definitely discover that I'm not bewitched by the illusory formation. Although Jiang Lan might not recognize the world-cleansing divine water, he's still someone who has comprehended the law of water. Even if he doesn't recognize the world-cleansing divine water, he'll definitely be able to discover its extraordinariness and retrieve it. Duan Lingtian could not help but feel anxious when he thought about this. If it was possible, he would rather obtain the world-cleansing divine water after Lin Fei Yang's death. That way, he would be able to gather all 5 divine elements. That would definitely be a great help to him in the future. Currently, he only had slightly more than 900 years left. He had to take a different path than ordinary people in order to save Kerr and his family and friends from the Divine Offering Land after the spatial tunnel between the Divine Offering Land and the Devata realms reopened. Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyan seemed to have it easy. Meanwhile, Jiang Lan, who was sitting cross-legged above the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, looked at Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyan with a sinister smile on his face. In the next moment, his hands began to move as though he was making a series of complicated hand seals. At the same time, Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyan realized their opponents had not appeared for a long time. At the same time, they instinctively glanced at Jiang Lan and saw what he was doing. Immediately, the two of them vaguely realized that the reason why their opponent had yet to appear was related to Jiang Lan's current actions. Otherwise, why would he be acting so strangely now? Previously, Jiang Lan had been sitting cross-legged quietly, but now, he was making a move. Duan Lingtian, Jiang Lan must have thought we're having it easy, so he wants to give us some tough opponents, Ling Jueyan said to Duan Lingtian through voice transmission. I think so as well. I wonder if he'll assign you to me. Duan Lingtian replied through voice transmission. That's for the best. If he does, we'll act as if we're evenly matched until only one person is left. Naturally, the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit might bear fruit before the last person is left. Even if it doesn't bear fruit, the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit would have been destroyed during the process. Chapter 3096. The cave abode where the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree was located was a mystic realm that Jiang Lan had created when he was still a celestial emperor in his previous life. Although there were many offensive and defensive formations in the cave abode, Jiang Lan was still unable to control them in his current life. The only thing he could control was the illusory formation in the cave abode. For example, he could control the illusory formation to deal with the people he had lured into the cave abode. Initially, Jiang Lan was still forming hand seals in an attempt to control the illusory formation so that Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyan could fight against stronger opponents. However, a sudden fluctuation from the law of water interrupted him, causing him to stop what he was doing. At the same time, he regained control of the illusory formation. Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyan's opponents appeared. However, they were peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials who had only comprehended 2 profundities from a law. Why did Jiang Lan suddenly stop? Ling Jueyan sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. A hint of confusion could be heard in his voice when he saw Jiang Lan had stopped abruptly. His attention has been drawn to Lin Fei Yang. Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze to Lin Fei Yang, who was standing in the distance. Currently, Lin Fei Yang was facing an opponent who had comprehended 3 profundities from the law of wind. Apart from using 2 profundities from the law of water and 1 profundity from the law of water that he had just comprehended, Lin Fei Yang had used another profundity from the law of water. Moreover, Lin Fei Yang had already comprehended this profundity to the rudimentary stage. It was not comparable to the profundity from the law of water that Duan Lingtian had just comprehended. It's just as I thought. Lin Fei Yang has been concealing his strength. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Previously, he had thought Lin Fei Yang had comprehended more than 2 profundities from the law of water. After all, Lin Fei Yang was chosen by the world-cleansing divine water when he was in his mother's womb. Lin Fei Yang has comprehended 3 profundities from the law of water. Moreover, he has even comprehended the 4th profundity of the law of water. Jiang Lan's attention landed on Lin Fei Yang. A glint flashed across his eyes as he continued, apart from Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyan, he's also the 3rd person who's younger than 100 years old. Just like Ling Jueyan, he's not a reincarnated immortal. In my previous life, I've never come into contact with anyone who was not a reincarnated immortal but was able to achieve so much at such a young age. But in this life, I've actually met 2 of them at once. When he thought of this, Jiang Lan couldn't help but sigh. While Jiang Lan was sighing with emotion, Lin Fei Yang had gained the upper hand. After 30 moves, he killed his opponent, a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who had comprehended 3 profundities from the law of wind, and turned his opponent into nourishment for the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree. The peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial killed by Lin Fei Yang was the first peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial to have comprehended 3 profundities from a law. As expected of someone who caught the eye of the second form world cleansing divine water. Duan Lingtian was not surprised when he saw Lin Fei Yang had killed his opponent. However, he could not help but marvel at Lin Fei Yang's heaven-defying comprehension of the law of water. Not only was Lin Fei Yang not even 100 years old, but the world-cleansing divine water in his body was also only in the second form. Once the world-cleansing divine water in his body evolved to the third form, it would be able to help him comprehend the profundities from the law of water. At that time, his comprehension of the law of water would be even more heaven-defying. After Lin Fei Yang killed the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who had comprehended 3 profundities from the law of wind, Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze as though he had sensed something. At this moment, a beautiful figure was at a disadvantage. It was none other than Murong Xiao Xiao. Murong Xiao Xiao was no longer as lucky as before. Her opponent this time was a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who had comprehended 3 profundities from the law of metal. After 3 moves, Murong Xiao Xiao was killed right under Duan Lingtian's nose. The genius disciple of the Murong clan, a grade 7 clan in the southern heaven territory of the spirit overarching heaven, had died in the Jade Emperor heaven. When Murong Xiao Xiao was killed, the soul pearl she had stored in the Murong clan shattered as well, shocking the entire Murong clan. However, no one knew how Murong Xiao Xiao had died, and no one knew where she had gone. It wasn't until news of someone searching for people to sacrifice to the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree in the spirit overarching heaven arrived that the people of the Murong clan could vaguely guess that Murong Xiao Xiao had also been asked to sacrifice to the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree. Naturally, this was all in the future. After Murong Xiao Xiao's death, there were only a little over 500 people left on the scene. At the same time, not only did the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree become more luxuriant, but 2 small flower buds had also appeared at the top of the tree. The flower buds were blood red, and the color was darker than the rest of the tree. They exuded a sinister aura. In order for the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree to bear the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, it had to bear flower buds first. Naturally, the flower buds were only the first step in the process of bearing the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Whether it would bear fruit or not depended on luck. However, based on Jiang Lan's plan in his past life, he was confident that the heaven sacrificial divine fruit would bear fruit at 50%. I'll leave Ling Jueyun and Lin Fei Yang until the end. If either of them is willing to become my slave, not only will I spare their lives, but I'll even reward them with a heaven sacrificial divine fruit after it bears fruit. Retracting his gaze from Lin Fei Yang, Jiang Lan's hands began to dance again. He continued the hand seal that he had yet to complete earlier, taking control of the psychedelic array formation in his hands. In order to leave Ling Jueyun and Lin Fei Yang until the end, Jiang Lan did not want them to encounter each other. Naturally, he had also arranged a powerful opponent for Duan Lingtian. The opponent was a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who had comprehended 3 profundities from the law of earth. The gravitational space profundity. The vibration profundity. The opponent Jiang Lan assigned to Duan Lingtian had cast the law of earth's gravitational space profundity and the law of earth's only offensive profundity, the vibration profundity, in an attempt to kill Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was familiar with these 2 profundities from the law of earth. He knew the principles behind them. Although he had not fully comprehended the gravitational space profundity, he had only scratched the surface. As for the vibration profundity, although he had not even scratched the surface, he had a certain understanding of its characteristics. Swoosh! Swoosh! Duan Lingtian's figure flashed as he transformed into a ball of flames and shot through the air. His speed was not something his opponent could compare to. Although his opponent was not as fast as Duan Tian, he had comprehended the law of Earth's gravitational space profundity. Swoosh. 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 Pillars formed from celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the Earth elemental profundity shot toward Duan Tian and formed a cage that shrouded Duan Tian. Duan Tian's speed was rendered useless. Buzz. 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 After being trapped, Duan Tian hastily used his royal-grade celestial weapon, the Mystic Yang 9 Water Chestnut Ring, in an attempt to break free from the cage. At this moment, Duan Tian suddenly felt a repulsive force pressing down on his body from all directions, causing his attack to weaken slightly. At the same time, the cage began to vibrate as well. The repulsive force from the gravitational space profundity and the attack from the vibration profundity, the strength of his opponent made Duan Tian feel strenuous. It was difficult for him to break out of the cage. If this continues, it'll be difficult for him to defeat me. However, it'll be difficult for me to defeat him as well. It seems like I have to reveal some of my trump cards. With that thought in mind, Duan Tian raised his left hand. A ring appeared on his left hand. This ring was identical to the ring in his right hand. However, the aura it exuded was completely different. Moreover, the color of the ring was different as well. This ring was the Mystic E9 Water Chestnut Ring that corresponded to the Mystic Yang 9 Water Chestnut Ring. The Mystic E9 Water Chestnut Ring was also a royal-grade celestial weapon. Previously, when Duan Tian was free, he had taken out the Mystic Yang 9 Water Chestnut Ring and the Mystic E9 Water Chestnut Ring to study them. He discovered the two rings could be combined perfectly in his hands. Although they were not as powerful as an Emperor-grade celestial weapon, they were stronger than most royal-grade celestial weapons. Where did Duan Tian obtain so many royal-grade celestial weapons? Although Jiang Lan was not interested in royal-grade celestial weapons, he could not help but feel shocked when he saw Duan Tian taking out another royal-grade celestial weapon. Among the 10,000 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials whom he had deceived, Duan Tian was the only one who possessed a royal-grade celestial weapon. Moreover, he had more than one royal-grade celestial weapon. There are two royal-grade celestial weapons that can be combined? In the next moment, Jiang Lan saw Duan Tian joining the two royal-grade celestial weapons together. After that, Duan Tian infused his celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the fire elemental profundity into the two royal-grade celestial weapons. It should be noted that even if one possessed two offensive royal-grade celestial weapons at the same time, they would not be able to combine the power of the two weapons. For this reason, there was no difference between using two offensive royal-grade celestial weapons at the same time and using one offensive royal-grade celestial weapon. However, this was not the case with the two offensive royal-grade celestial weapons in Duan Tian's hands. When the two offensive royal-grade celestial weapons were combined perfectly, the power they unleashed was even stronger than most offensive royal-grade celestial weapons. In fact, it was almost on par with offensive Emperor-grade celestial weapons. What a lucky lad. He actually managed to obtain two royal-grade celestial weapons that can be combined perfectly. Although Duan Tian's strength was on par with Ling Jueyun and Lin Fei Yang, it was still not enough. Chapter 3097. When the mystical Yin 9 Water Chestnut Ring and the mystical Yang 9 Water Chestnut Ring were combined, the Yin and Yang energies merged perfectly. Duan Tian gave a name to the ring that was in this form. It was the Yin Yang 9 Water Chestnut Ring. When the mystical Yin 9 Water Chestnut Ring and the mystical Yang 9 Water Chestnut Ring were put together, each of the chestnuts perfectly fit together. At first glance, the two chestnuts that fit together looked like a single chestnut. For this reason, when the two were combined, the chestnut looked like 9 chestnuts. When Duan Tian sent his celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the fire elemental profundity into the Yin Yang 9 Water Chestnut Ring, green and red flames appeared around the ring at the same time. Break! Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold as the Yin-Yang 9 water chestnut ring shot out. In the next moment, the flames of cyan and red intersecting formed a sharp flaming blade that easily broke through the repulsive force of the gravitational space profundity of the law of Earth and collided with the force of the vibration profundity of the law of Earth. Buzz! 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 The sound of a saber buzzing rang in the air as the flaming saber collided with the vibration profundity. The flaming saber shook violently for a moment. After a while, the vibration profundity could no longer suppress the flaming saber and was defeated by it. After the vibration profundity was defeated, the flaming saber shot out like a furious flaming dragon and shattered the cage around Duan Lingtian. Then, with Duan Lingtian's will, it shot toward the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who had comprehended 3 profundities from the law of Earth. No! The peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who had comprehended 3 profundities from the law of Earth died just like Duan Lingtian's previous opponent. Duan Lingtian's previous opponent was the second person who had comprehended 3 profundities from a law to die. Boom! 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 Bang! 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 Swoosh! 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 After killing the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who had comprehended 3 profundities from the law of Earth, Duan Lingtian could still hear the sounds of people fighting each other. It was clear that hundreds of people were still fighting each other. They were in an independent illusion with only one opponent, and there were only 2 endings for them: either you kill your opponent, or you get killed by your opponent. However, no one wanted to be killed by their opponent, so everyone was struggling with all their might. Duan Lingtian is much stronger than Ling Jueyun and Lin Fei Yang due to the combination of the 2 royal-grade celestial weapons. If Ling Jueyun and Lin Fei Yang fight him, they'll most likely die in his hands. In the distance, Jiang Lan's eyes were trained on Duan Lingtian when he saw Duan Lingtian killing the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who had comprehended 3 profundities from the law of Earth. However, Duan Lingtian is only so strong because of his celestial weapon. Although he's quite talented and has comprehended 2 profundities from the law of fire before the age of 100, he's still no match for Ling Jueyun and Lin Fei Yang. I'll just ignore him for now. I'll deal with him later. He's no threat to me since he's only strong because of his celestial weapon. With this thought in mind, Jiang Lan did not continue to compete with Duan Lingtian. He did not even arrange any opponents for Duan Lingtian. With this, Duan Lingtian was free for the time being. Under Jiang Lan's arrangement, Ling Jueyun and Lin Fei Yang fought 2 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials who had comprehended 3 profundities from a law. After a while, both of them defeated their opponents one by one. Jiang Lan was not surprised that Lin Fei Yang was able to defeat his opponent. However, he was surprised that Ling Jueyun was able to defeat his opponent. That's the first offensive profundity from the law of death, the god of death's scythe profundity. When Ling Jueyun defeated his opponent, Jiang Lan saw the technique that Ling Jueyun had not used earlier. It was the first offensive profundity from the law of death, the god of death's scythe profundity. Although Ling Jueyun had only comprehended a superficial level of the god of death's scythe profundity, he was able to easily kill a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who had comprehended 3 profundities from a law of Earth. In fact, to a certain extent, his strength had already surpassed Lin Fei Yang's. Although Lin Fei Yang had comprehended the same amount of profundities as him, the law he comprehended was one of the 4 supreme laws, the law of death. Moreover, he had also come into contact with the law of death's first offensive law, the death god's scythe. If I had a choice, I'd rather Ling Jueyun allow me to brand his soul with an enslavement mark. Although Lin Fei Yang's innate talent and comprehension ability are not bad, there's still a gap between him and Ling Jueyun. Jiang Lan thought to himself as he looked at Ling Jueyun. At the same time, Jiang Lan turned to look at the remaining peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials. There were more than 300 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials who had comprehended 3 profundities from a law of earth. Similar to Ling Jueyan and Lin Fei Yang, these peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials were older than Ling Jueyan and Lin Fei Yang. All of them were close to 200 years old. The tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit is about to bear fruit. Jiang Lan looked at the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit and saw that the 2 buds on the tree had bloomed into 2 blood-red flowers. Every flower had 9 petals, and they were all suffused with a deep blood-red color, so red that it was almost purple. Upon closer inspection, one could see that there was a blood-red aura surrounding the flowers. The 2 flowers on the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit were surrounded by a dense blood-red mist, and a blood-red sphere was brewing and expanding at the end of the 2 flowers. A few moments later, another dozen peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials were killed. Among the 300 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials, many of them had comprehended 3 profundities from a law and had even comprehended the 4th profundity. These peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials could kill those who had only comprehended 3 profundities from a law but had not comprehended the 4th profundity. Whoosh! 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 After the blood and souls of the dozen peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials were absorbed by the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, the 2 blood-red flowers with 9 petals on the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit began to swell and expand in just a blink of an eye. Whoosh! 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 After the blood-red sphere grew even larger, blood-red lightning bolts could be seen both on the outside and inside of it. They were like small snakes shuttling back and forth between the inside and outside of the sphere. I've finally reached this stage. Jiang Lan's eyes lit up when he saw the changes in the 2 flowers on the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Then, he raised his hands and made another move. A set of seemingly complicated and obscure hand seals appeared at his fingertips. Following Jiang Lan's action, a huge translucent barrier of light suddenly appeared around the floating island where the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit was located. It enveloped the entire floating island and the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Whoosh! In the distance, a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who had comprehended 3 profundities from a law was killed. His blood, chi, and soul flew toward the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit just like the other peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials. However, before the blood and soul of the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial could reach the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, it was blocked by the translucent light shield that shrouded the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit and the floating island. During this time, the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tried to absorb the blood and soul of the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. However, the translucent light shield kept the blood and soul of the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. At this moment, Ling Jueyan's voice transmission rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. Rumor has it that after the embryonic body of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit appears, if one accumulates the blood and soul of a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial to a certain level and allows them to enter the embryonic body of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, the success rate of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit will increase. Naturally, this method hasn't been proven. Perhaps, someone has verified the effectiveness of this method. However, if that person has no intention of disclosing the results, no one will know the effectiveness of this method. In my opinion, Jiang Lan either knows the effectiveness of this method or wants to try it out to see if it can increase the success rate of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. After all, there's no harm in trying it out. It won't affect the overall situation. Ling Jueyan said through voice transmission. Although Ling Jueyan had seen the changes in the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit and Jiang Lan's actions, he did not show it. He only communicated with Duan Lingtian through voice transmission. I see. Duan Lingtian had also seen the changes in the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit and Jiang Lan's actions. He was puzzled as to why Jiang Lan would stop the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit from absorbing more blood and soul. Realization dawned on him when he heard Ling Jueyan's words. As it turned out, Jiang Lan was not stopping the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit from absorbing more blood and soul. Instead, he was trying to increase the success rate of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. The embryonic body of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit you mentioned. Are you referring to the two blood-red spheres? Duan Lingtian asked through voice transmission. He had noticed the two blood-red spheres on the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit earlier, but he did not know what they were. Yes. Chapter 3098. Jiang Lan is trying to use the formation to gather the blood and souls of the dead peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials so they can enter the embryonic form of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit and help it to take form. Ling Jueyin said. Duan Lingtian finally understood what was going on. Then, he looked at the translucent light shield formed by the formation. The translucent light shield was like a wall between the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit and the nutrients it wanted to absorb, preventing the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit from doing so. Due to the suction force from the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, the blood and souls were drawn to the translucent light shield like magnets. It was not difficult to see that once the translucent light shield was removed, the blood and souls would be absorbed by the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. At this moment, the blood and souls of three peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials were drawn to the translucent light shield. In just a short while, another two peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials had died. Their blood, chi, and souls were sucked out by the suction force of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree. In just a blink of an eye, a person appeared in front of Duan Lingtian. After a long period of idleness, he finally had a new opponent. At the same time, both Ling Zhuyun and Lin Fei Yang had an opponent appear in front of them. This was Jiang Lan's intention. As soon as the embryonic form of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit appeared, Jiang Lan was eager to solidify the embryonic form of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, so he quickly arranged opponents for Duan Lingtian, Ling Zhuyun, and Lin Fei Yang. At the same time, the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials who did not have an opponent or who had just died were also given opponents. When Jiang Lan arranged opponents for Duan Lingtian and the others, he purposely took care of Ling Jueyin and Lin Fei Yang. He only arranged opponents for them who had comprehended three profundities from a law but had not comprehended the fourth profundity. Naturally, he did not plan to sacrifice Ling Jueyin and Lin Fei Yang. Back then, when he was looking for someone, he had made a special calculation. In the end, over 100 people would die before they could sacrifice themselves to the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Then, the embryo of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit would enter the fruiting process. With the help of the formation he had set up in his previous life, he could save the lives of Ling Jueyin and Lin Fei Yang, and gather the blood essence and souls of the others. In the end, he could make them flow into the embryo of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit and help it grow into the fruit. Wang. 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 Duan Lingtian's opponent this time was someone who had comprehended three profundities of the laws of wind and was in the process of comprehending the fourth profundity of the laws of wind. It was a middle-aged man in a green robe. The middle-aged man's face was cold. As his body moved, wind blades that filled the sky followed him like a shadow, causing the air to emit an ear-piercing buzzing sound like a swarm of bees. Die. The middle-aged man stared coldly at Duan Lingtian. The 3-foot-long green sword in his hand moved rhythmically like a dragon as it stirred up a strong wind. The wind blade profundity, which was a combination of the two profundities from the laws of wind, and the other profundities from the laws of wind, shot toward Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! 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 The sound of a sword whistling rang in the air. Wang! 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 The sound of wind blades cutting through the air and the sound of a sword whistling rang in the air. It was as though both the sword and the saber were humming at the same time. Those who had comprehended the laws of wind were skilled in speed and offense. Those who had comprehended the laws of earth could not compare to them. Previously, Duan Ling Tian had killed someone who had comprehended 3 profundities from the laws of earth. Although he was skilled and had even comprehended the vibration profundity, the only offensive profundity from the laws of earth, he was far from being comparable to the person who had comprehended 3 profundities from the laws of wind and was in the process of comprehending the 4th profundity from the laws of wind. However, compared to the former, Duan Ling Tian preferred his opponent. The former had used the gravitational space profundity from the laws of earth to imprison him. Although the repulsive force from all directions did not harm him, the pressure on his body made him feel extremely uncomfortable. Although his opponent was stronger than the former, his opponent's attacks were not as strange and cunning as the former's. Good. When Duan Ling Tian saw his opponent's attack was about to reach him, his celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the fire elemental profundity surged out of his body. The plundering profundity stirred as though he was being engulfed in flames. Whoosh! Duan Ling Tian's figure moved like a flame tearing through the sky, leaving behind waves of scorching aura in the air and a flame afterimage behind him. At first glance, it looked like a fiery phoenix was flapping its tail. Wang! 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 All of a sudden, an even more ear-piercing buzzing sound rang out from the flames in the air. In the next moment, Duan Ling Tian's opponent saw a ring suddenly fly out from the ball of flame that was whistling towards him. The ring tore through the sky and brought along waves of fierce aura that caused one's heart to palpitate. Taking a closer look, the ring was surrounded by green and red flames. The green and red flames that shot out from the ring converged together, condensing into a green and red flame saber light that blended together. Duan Ling Tian was fearless in the face of his opponent's fierce attack from the law of wind. He could even kill a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who had comprehended 3 profundities from the law of earth, let alone a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who had comprehended 3 profundities from the law of wind. Although the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who had comprehended 3 profundities from the law of wind had comprehended the 4th profundity from the law of wind, it was only a superficial understanding of the 4th profundity from the law of wind. With his opponent's strength, it would be easy for him to deal with someone who had comprehended 3 profundities from a law but had not comprehended the 4th profundity. However, he was not strong enough to deal with Duan Ling Tian. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian was not surprised by what happened next. After a brief moment of stalemate, Duan Ling Tian managed to forcefully defeat his opponent's attack. It was as though the power of ice and fire had merged into a 2-colored flaming saber. After defeating his opponent's attack, Duan Ling Tian killed his opponent with a single slash. It's just as I thought. Although Duan Ling Tian has only comprehended 2 profundities from the law of fire, with the combination of his 2 royal-grade celestial weapons, even Ling Jueyun and Lin Fei Yang are no match for him. Jiang Lan watched as Duan Ling Tian killed the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who had comprehended 3 profundities from the law of wind and a superficial understanding of the 4th profundity from the law of wind. Jiang Lan was not surprised by this. The peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial that Duan Ling Tian had killed was on par with Ling Jueyun and was not much weaker than him. If Ling Jueyun encountered such an opponent, even if he had a chance of winning, he would have to fight for a few days and nights. It was impossible for him to defeat his opponent as easily as Duan Ling Tian did. After a while, Ling Jueyun and Lin Fei Yang killed their opponents one after another. However, after killing the opponent, a new opponent quickly appeared. That was because Jiang Lan desperately wanted to accumulate enough blood and soul energy to sacrifice to the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit at the critical moment. He wanted to help the embryo of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit on the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit to condense into a heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Duan Ling Tian's opponents appeared one after another. He killed his opponents quickly, but his opponents appeared quickly as well. Initially, there were a few hundred people in the spacious cave abode. However, it did not take long before there were less than 100 people left. Buzz! The Yin Yang 9 water chestnut ring flew out from Duan Ling Tian's hand. The fire and ice energy turned into a saber ray as he killed a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who had comprehended 3 profundities from the law of metal effortlessly. After killing the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial, Duan Lingtian discovered that the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial's blood and soul energy had been absorbed by the tree of life. After the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial died, his blood, energy, and soul energy were absorbed by the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. However, the translucent light shield seemed to be resisting the absorption of the blood and soul energy. It was as though the translucent light shield was under pressure after absorbing so much blood and soul energy. In just a blink of an eye, the blood and soul energy of a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who had been killed by Ling Jueyan was absorbed by the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, causing the translucent light shield to tremble even more violently. It seems like the formation he left behind in his past life can't withstand too much blood and soul energy. Or perhaps, the formation he left behind in his past life can't withstand the suction force from the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Duan Lingtian told Ling Jueyan about his discovery. Ling Jueyan observed for a moment before he agreed with Duan Lingtian. That should be the case. However, if that's the case, I have a feeling that the translucent light shield will be destroyed by the suction force from the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit if a few dozen people die. Ling Jueyan's eyes flashed as he said, at that time, Jiang Lan will make a move and kill the remaining people before the fruit of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit takes shape. After all, he's worried that someone else will take the fruit before him. Both of us should pay more attention to the translucent light shield. Once it's destroyed, we'll have to be on our guard. Ling Jueyan reminded Duan Lingtian. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded. While Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyan were communicating through voice transmission, Jiang Lan discovered the problem they had discovered. It seems like I've underestimated the suction force from the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Once the formation that's blocking the blood and soul energy from the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit is destroyed, the accumulated blood and soul energy will rush toward the fruit of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. At that time, I'm afraid many people will still be alive. Chapter 3099. At this moment, Jiang Lan could not wait to kill the people before him. However, he could not make a move. After all, these people were trapped in the illusory formation. If he made a move, it would affect the illusory formation. At that time, these people would walk out of the illusory formation. Although Jiang Lan was strong, if these people joined forces, it would be difficult for him to deal with them. In fact, he might even be injured. He did not want that to happen. When the formation around the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit collapses, the illusory formation will be affected as well. Those who survive will be able to walk out of the formation. At that time, there shouldn't be many people left alive. At that time, I'll make a move and kill them all. With my strength and the help of my emperor-grade celestial weapon, it won't be difficult for me to kill the remaining people before the heaven sacrificial divine fruit's embryo bears the fruit. Soon after, Jiang Lan made up his mind. After the formation around the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit collapsed, he would make a move and kill the remaining people. At that time, I'll spare the lives of Ling Jueyan and Lin Feiyang. If either of them is willing to be branded with an enslavement mark, I'll let them live and give them a heaven sacrificial divine fruit. With that, they'll be able to break through and become a 10-direction celestial duke. Unknowingly, Jiang Lan's gaze landed on Ling Jueyan and Lin Feiyang. If it was possible, he hoped he could subdue one of them. Naturally, if both of them wanted to submit to him, he would not reject them. However, he would only give the remaining heaven sacrificial divine fruit to Ling Jueyan. Although Ling Jueyan and Lin Feiyang had comprehended 3 profundities from a law and were in the process of comprehending the 4th profundity, one of the 2 profundities from the same law was different. However, Ling Jueyan had comprehended the law of death, one of the 4 supreme laws. The law of water could not be compared to the law of death. In terms of potential, Ling Jueyan was stronger than Lin Feiyang. The battle continued in the cave abode. Explosions rang in the air as more and more figures fell to the ground. All of them were peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials. These people were all geniuses and monsters in the forces they belonged to. This time, the people Jiang Lan recruited were from grade 7 forces in the Devata realms. None of them were from grade 6 forces or above. This was to ensure he had full control of the situation so that no one would be able to destroy the plan he had set up in his past life. Jiang Lan was not afraid of the powerhouses from grade 7 forces. However, if the powerhouses from grade 6 forces or celestial sects, the formations he had set up in his past life, he would not be able to fend them. For this reason, he recruited powerhouses from grade 7 forces. In a grade 7 force, a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who had comprehended 3 profundities of a law before the age of 200 was definitely a rare genius. But now, in this spacious cave dwelling, such existences were killed one by one like paper, and their bodies and Tao vanished. I don't think the formation around the tree of the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit will last much longer. After killing another peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial, Duan Lingtian glanced at the translucent light shield around the tree of the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit and sent a voice transmission to Ling Jueyan. Right now, the translucent light shield that covered the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit tree was shaking violently under the impact of the gathered blood auras and souls. It looked like it could collapse at any moment. Once the translucent light shield collapsed, the blood, qi, and souls would enter the tree of the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit and help the tree to form the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit. Naturally, it was not certain that the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit would bear fruit. There was a possibility that it would fail. If the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit failed, it would shatter and disappear into thin air. This was a sign that the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit had failed to bear fruit. It seems like 5 or 6 more people will die before the formation is destroyed by the energy from the tree of the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit. Ling Jueyan secretly observed the situation before he sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. 5 or 6 more people will die. Duan Lingtian glanced at the people around him and saw that there were only 12 people left, including him, Ling Jueyan, Lin Feiyang, and Jiang Lan. In other words, only 6 or 7 people would survive after the formation around the tree of the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit was destroyed. Did you notice? The opponents you encountered later on were basically all people who had comprehended 3 profundities of a law and were in the process of comprehending the 4th profundity of that law. Ling Jueyan continued to send a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. On the other hand, Lin Feiyang and I only encountered people who had comprehended 3 profundities from a law but had not comprehended the 4th profundity. So what? Duan Lingtian had not noticed this since the beginning. He did not think much of Ling Jueyan's words. He thought it was just luck. I suspect that he deliberately spared Lin Feiyang and my lives. Don't forget that there are 2 heaven sacrificial divine fruits, and he can only consume 1. Ling Jueyan continued to speak through voice transmission. If I were him, seeing 2 people who are less than 100 years old but have comprehended 3 profundities of a law and have even come into contact with the 4th profundity, he would definitely want to recruit them to work for him. Duan Lingtian was enlightened when he heard Ling Jueyan's words. You're saying that he purposely allowed you and Lin Feiyang to encounter people who had comprehended 3 profundities from a law but had not comprehended the 4th profundity? Duan Lingtian continued to ask, his goal is to let you live until the end so that you can work for him? Duan Lingtian agreed with Ling Jueyan's words. After all, even if it was a coincidence, it could not be so coincidental. Earlier, he had encountered more than 10 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials who had comprehended 3 profundities from a law and were in the process of comprehending the 4th profundity. Swoosh! As soon as Duan Lingtian finished sending a voice transmission to Ling Jueyan, a figure appeared in front of him at lightning speed. It was one of the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials who had survived until now. It was a young man dressed in a long yellow robe. Duan Lingtian had noticed this young man and knew he had comprehended 3 profundities from the law of thunder. Most importantly, he had also comprehended the 4th profundity from the law of thunder. It seems like it's not a coincidence, Duan Lingtian knew Ling Jueyan was right when he saw the yellow-clad young man had become his opponent. Buzz. 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 Duan Lingtian had encountered more than 10 opponents who were on par with him earlier. Therefore, it did not take him much effort to kill his opponents. Since Ling Jueyan had intentionally held back, Duan Lingtian's speed of killing his opponents was the fastest among all of them. In the time it took for others to kill one opponent, he had already killed several opponents. After Duan Lingtian killed his opponent, there were no more opponents for the time being since the remaining 10 people were divided into 5 groups. Earlier, when Duan Lingtian was communicating with Ling Jueyan was communicating with Duan Lingtian through voice transmission as he fought with his opponents. Duan Lingtian. Jiang Lan muttered under his breath. He stared coldly at Duan Lingtian as he hovered in the air above the semi-transparent light barrier around the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree. He's the strongest among all of us here. After the formation collapses, I'll kill everyone apart from Ling Jueyan and Lin Feiyang. I'll make him feel despair when he sees me killing with his own eyes. In truth, Jiang Lan did not think much of Duan Lingtian's strength. However, Duan Lingtian's strength was still very displeasing to Jiang Lan. Because of that, he planned to let Duan Lingtian witness him killing the others before he was killed by him in despair. No! With a shrill cry, Ling Jueyan's opponent died in his hands. When he fell, his eyes were wide open as if he could not die in peace. Not long after Ling Jueyan's opponent fell, a young man in a green robe fell as well. At the same time, Lin Feiyang's opponent also fell. The green-clad young man had comprehended 3 profundities from the law of wind and was in the process of comprehending the 4th profundity from the law of wind. His strength was on par with Lin Feiyang. However, in terms of age, he was much older than Lin Feiyang. Boom! Rumble. Under the control of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree, a few strands of blood and souls joined the army attacking the formation around the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree. As a result, the semi-transparent barrier of light trembled even more. In some places of the translucent light barrier, there were even traces of fine cracks that appeared to be crevices. Once the 4 of them fight it out, I'm afraid the formation won't be able to hold on any longer. Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze from the semi-transparent light barrier to the 4 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials who were still fighting. Among the 4 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials, 2 of them had comprehended 3 profundities from the law of wind and were in the process of comprehending the 4th profundity. Their opponents had only comprehended 3 profundities from the law of wind and were not in the process of comprehending the 4th profundity. At this moment, a green-clad figure appeared in front of Duan Lingtian. It was none other than the green-clad young man who had comprehended 3 profundities from the law of wind and was in the process of comprehending the 4th profundity from the law of wind. Although the green-clad young man was strong, there were more than 10 people who were as strong as Duan Lingtian who had died in his hands. Duan Lingtian killed the green-robed young man who was charging at him menacingly with a strong killing intent in just a head-on collision. After Duan Lingtian killed the green-clad young man, the battle between the remaining 4 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials finally ended. 2 strands of blood and 2 souls shot toward the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree. In the next moment, boom! Chapter 3100. Swoosh. 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 The blood, chi, and souls that had gathered together surged into the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit in just a blink of an eye. At this moment, the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit seemed to be devouring all the blood, chi, and souls that had surged into its belly. As soon as the blood, chi, and souls entered the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, they flew toward the embryo of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. The embryo of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit began to tremble violently as soon as the blood, chi, and souls entered it. Blood-red rays of light shot out of the embryo. When it reached a certain height, it began to contract violently. It continued to expand and contract in a continuous cycle, as if it was brewing something. This was a sign that the embryo of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit was about to bear fruit. As for whether it would succeed, they could only wait and see. Humph. Accompanied by a cold snort, Jiang Lan waved his hands and made a set of hand seals, putting away all the illusory array formations in the spacious cave abode. Lin Fei Yang and the other two peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials, apart from Duan Ling Tian and Ling Jueyan, saw a flash before their eyes. The narrow cave abode they were in earlier had disappeared and was replaced by a huge cave abode. Apart from each other, they also saw Duan Ling Tian, Ling Jueyan, and Jiang Lan. Their expressions changed immediately as they looked at Jiang Lan warily. It was as though they were facing a formidable enemy. I have to say, the five of you are quite strong to be able to survive until now. Jiang Lan said calmly as he looked at Duan Ling Tian and the other four peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian and Ling Jueyan finally regained their senses. They realized Jiang Lan had removed the illusory formation in the cave abode. This was obvious from the reactions of Lin Fei Yang and the other two peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials. What do you mean by that? The other two who survived were a young man and a middle-aged man. When the middle-aged man heard Jiang Lan's words, his expression changed drastically as he asked with a trembling voice. Although he had monstrous talent and comprehension ability, and even possessed his current strength before he was even 200 years old, he was still unable to do anything about it. However, in front of Jiang Lan, his pride was like paper, unable to withstand a single blow. Jiang Lan was someone who had comprehended 4 profundities from the law of water before the age of 100. As for him, he had only comprehended 3 profundities of the law of lightning when he was almost 200 years old. Although he had come into contact with the 4th profundity of the law of lightning, he had only scratched the surface. In terms of talent and perception, he couldn't compare to Jiang Lan. Shua. 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 As the middle-aged man spoke, the gazes of Duan Ling Tian, Ling Jueyan, Lin Fei Yang, and the other young man all landed on Jiang Lan at the same time. It was as if they had discussed this beforehand. A hint of suspicion could be seen in the eyes of Lin Fei Yang and the other young man. On the other hand, the gazes of Duan Ling Tian and Ling Jueyan did not change. However, this did not arouse Jiang Lan's suspicion. He thought the two of them were only pretending to be calm on the surface. In truth, they were no less afraid than the others. What else could it mean? Jiang Lan smiled faintly in response to the middle-aged man's question. Among the 10,000 people, only the 5 of you are still alive. As for the others, they're all dead. Their bodies are gone, and their Tao is gone. The smile on Jiang Lan's face remained unchanged when he spoke about the deaths of the 10,000 people. It was as though he was talking about something insignificant. Dead? They're all dead? The expressions of Lin Fei Yang and the other two peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials changed drastically when they heard Jiang Lan's words. They instinctively looked around, trying to find the 6th person who was still alive. Alas, no matter how hard they searched, they could not find anyone who was still alive. Do you think they're dead just because you said so? If they're dead, would there be no traces left behind? Lin Fei Yang took a deep breath and stared at Jiang Lan intently as he asked in a low voice. Didn't I tell you earlier? They had all died, their Tao vanishing, and they had turned into ashes. Don't tell me you don't know what it means to be reduced to ashes? Jiang Lan took a deep look at Lin Fei Yang, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a sinister smile. Reduced to ashes. As soon as Jiang Lan finished speaking, Lin Fei Yang's heart skipped a beat. However, his expression did not change. Do you think they're reduced to ashes just because you said so? Although you're strong, it's impossible for you to kill everyone. Lin Fei Yang said. When did I say that I killed them? Jiang Lan smiled. If I remember correctly, your name is Lin Fei Yang, right? Do you still remember that you killed those people who wanted to kill you in the fantasy realm cave residence? Upon hearing Jiang Lan's words, the expressions of the other two peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials changed again. An ominous feeling rose in their hearts. Jiang Lan looked at Lin Feiyang meaningfully. What if I tell you that the people you killed were actually part of the tens of thousands of people, but I don't know? Would you still doubt what I said just now? No. Impossible. Lin Feiyang's face was pale. I still remember their faces clearly. They weren't among the 10,000 people. Although there were more than 10,000 people who had been tricked by Jiang Lan this time, with Lin Feiyang's memory, he could still remember most of them at a glance. He might not know them, but if he saw them again, he would definitely have an impression of them. The place you were at earlier was constructed using an illusory formation. Do you think the illusory formation wouldn't be able to conceal their faces? The sinister smile on Jiang Lan's face grew even more radiant at this moment. It's not just you. These 4 people have also killed many peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials that I gathered. As Jiang Lan spoke, he shifted his gaze from Lin Feiyang to Duan Lingtian and the other peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials before he finally looked at Duan Lingtian. This is especially true for Duan Lingtian. The number of peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials that died in his hands is no less than the number of peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials that the 4 of you killed. As soon as Jiang Lan finished speaking, Lin Feiyang and the others turned to look at Duan Lingtian. Even Ling Jueyan followed Lin Feiyang and the other 2 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials' gazes and looked at Duan Lingtian. At the same time, he did not forget to send a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. This is the most important moment. Don't expose yourself. As long as he attacks one of us, we'll defend with all our might. The other person will be responsible for launching a sneak attack on him from behind. We'll try our best to kill him while he's unprepared to face any trouble in the future. If we want to kill a reincarnated celestial emperor like him, we must ensure that we're able to kill him in one go. Otherwise, we'll be the ones to die when he catches his breath. Ling Jueyan's tone turned solemn as he spoke. After all, none of those who had become celestial emperors were easy to deal with. I thought the people I killed earlier were illusory figures formed by the illusory formation. I didn't expect them to be the people you tricked into coming here with me. What are you trying to do? Faced with their gazes, Duan Lingtian looked at Jiang Lan and asked with a gloomy expression. Duan Lingtian. Jiang Lan looked at Duan Lingtian and said indifferently, I didn't expect you to possess a royal-grade celestial weapon. Moreover, it's a royal-grade celestial weapon that can be combined perfectly. Its power is comparable to an emperor-grade celestial weapon. Not only are your innate talent and comprehension skills good, but your luck is also much better than ordinary people. Jiang Lan's words had undoubtedly caused Duan Lingtian to become the center of attention. Royal-grade celestial weapon? Moreover, based on Jiang Lan's words, it was a royal-grade celestial weapon that could be combined perfectly, and its power was comparable to an emperor-grade celestial weapon? Lin Feiyang and the others were originally in Duan Lingtian's line of sight. As soon as Jiang Lan finished speaking, their eyes lit up like dazzling stars in the night sky, dazzling and eye-catching. Duan Lingtian. He has a royal-grade celestial weapon. It doesn't seem like a single royal-grade celestial weapon. Based on Jiang Lan's words, he has to have at least 2 royal-grade celestial weapons, right? It was difficult for a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial to not attract attention when he possessed 2 royal-grade celestial weapons. No matter how lucky he is, he's not as lucky as you. It's not easy for a reincarnated celestial to succeed. Duan Lingtian said. Of course. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Jiang Lan raised his head proudly and looked at Duan Lingtian disdainfully. In terms of luck, you can't compare to me. If I were here in my past life, I would have been able to kill you with just a puff of my breath. Jiang Lan is really a reincarnated celestial? This was the first time Jiang Lan had admitted to being a reincarnated celestial. Although Lin Feiyang and the others were mentally prepared, they were still shocked. You can kill me with just a puff of your breath? Duan Ling Tian raised an eyebrow and pretended to be surprised as he asked, "Were you a celestial lord in your past life?" Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's question, Lin Fei Yang and the others turned to look at Jiang Lan again. It was obvious they wanted to hear Jiang Lan's answer to Duan Lingtian's question. Celestial Lord? Jiang Lan's expression was filled with disdain when he heard Duan Lingtian's question. A celestial lord is nothing. In my past life, I was a celestial emperor who was superior to a celestial lord. Celestial emperor. Lin Fei Yang and the other two peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials widened their eyes in shock and disbelief. Although some of them had guessed Jiang Lan was the reincarnation of a celestial emperor when they were at the peak of the huge mountain, they did not dare to believe it. After all, a celestial emperor was too elusive for them. A celestial emperor was a legendary existence that was beyond their reach. However, they were shocked when they heard Jiang Lan's words. Jiang Lan is really the reincarnation of a celestial emperor? In the midst of their shock, they thought of another question. Chapter 3101. Celestial Emperor? Lin Fei Yang looked at Jiang Lan in disbelief as he asked, "Since you're the reincarnation of a celestial emperor, you must be up to something, right?" The reincarnation of a celestial emperor. Lin Fei Yang was shocked by Jiang Lan's identity. He found it hard to believe. The strongest person in his territory was a titled celestial lord. As for celestial emperors, they might have appeared in history, but he had never heard of one before, let alone seen one. Even so, the word celestial emperor still made his heart tremble. When he heard Jiang Lan said he was the reincarnation of a celestial emperor, his scalp went numb, and he felt a chill run up his spine. Celestial emperors were extremely powerful and supreme. Moreover, the person standing before him was a celestial emperor in his past life. After experiencing a series of unforeseen events, Lin Fei Yang didn't doubt Jiang Lan's words. He also knew that there was no need for Jiang Lan to lie. With Jiang Lan's strength, it would not be difficult for him to kill the rest of them. There was no need for him to lie to them. However, Lin Fei Yang could not help but feel curious. As a reincarnation of a celestial emperor, why would Jiang Lan go through so much trouble to gather so many people from so many Devata realms? What was he up to? Lin Fei Yang did not believe Jiang Lan had no ulterior motives at all. Since things have come to this, it's not a big deal to tell you. In response to Lin Fei Yang's question, Jiang Lan said indifferently, "I've gathered all of you here to sacrifice the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree." The heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree. As soon as Jiang Lan finished speaking, Lin Fei Yang and the other two peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials turned to look at the towering tree on the floating island. This was the first time they had seen this blood-red tree, especially the two blood-red spheres on top of the towering tree. They were constantly squeezing and contracting, as if they were brewing something. Heaven sacrificial divine fruit? What's that? He summoned us here to sacrifice the tree. More than 10,000 people have died. What kind of benefits will this tree bring to Jiang Lan? Lin Fei Yang and the other two quickly looked away from the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree and back at Jiang Lan. Their eyes were filled with confusion. At the same time, both Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun's eyes followed Lin Fei Yang and the other two. They didn't reveal any flaws in front of Jiang Lan. Chi. Jiang Lan scoffed and said condescendingly, "It's normal for country bumpkins like you to not know about the heaven sacrificial divine fruit." The heaven sacrificial divine fruit is, Lin Fei Yang and the other two peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials breathing quickened when they heard Jiang Lan's introduction of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. The heaven sacrificial divine fruit could allow a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial to become a 10-direction celestial duke. Moreover, he could directly comprehend the profundities of a law that he had never come into contact with before. Moreover, he had comprehended at least 6 profundities of that kind of law. Was there someone who had comprehended 8 profundities of a law after consuming the heaven sacrificial divine fruit? Hiss. 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 Lin Fei Yang and the other two peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials' eyes widened as they gasped in unison. Although Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyan's reactions were not as exaggerated as Lin Fei Yang and the other two peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials, they were equally shocked. As expected of Ling Jueyan. He's able to remain calm under such circumstances. He's much stronger than Lin Fei Yang. Jiang Lan did not miss the changes in the expressions of Duan Lingtian and the other four peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials. For this reason, he was even more satisfied with Ling Jueyan. I only hope Ling Jueyan is willing to let me brand his soul with an enslavement mark so he'll submit to me. Jiang Lan's heart was filled with anticipation. As for Duan Lingtian, although he appeared calm, Jiang Lan thought Duan Lingtian was just lucky and had experienced many fortuitous encounters in the past. Therefore, he was not as shocked as Lin Fei Yang and the other two peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials. After all, Duan Lingtian was a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who possessed two royal-grade celestial weapons. Moreover, the two royal-grade celestial weapons were not ordinary royal-grade celestial weapons. It's time for me to make my move. Jiang Lan scanned the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit with his divine consciousness and discovered the embryo of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit had entered the final stage of fruiting. Jiang Lan's eyes flashed coldly. In the next moment, his aura surged as blue ripples spread out from his body. It was as though a lake had appeared in the void, and a rock had fallen onto the surface of the lake. This is bad. Lin Fei Yang and the other two peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials' expressions changed drastically when they saw Jiang Lan's aura. Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyan looked at each other with a grim expression on their faces. Was Jiang Lan finally going to make his move? Swoosh! Swoosh! Accompanied by a series of loud sounds that sounded like a flood, Jiang Lan's figure seemed to have turned into a ghost as he flashed through the void. Duan Lingtian and the other four peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial realm cultivators who had been accumulating their celestial origin energies since the moment they saw Jiang Lan, apart from Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyan, Lin Fei Yang and the other two peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial realm cultivators instinctively moved closer to Jiang Lan. In Lin Fei Yang and the other two peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials' opinion, the only way to deal with Jiang Lan was if they joined forces. What are you two doing? If you don't join forces now, are you going to wait for him to defeat you one by one? The middle-aged peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial shouted as he watched Lin Fei Yang and the other peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who looked like a young man join forces with Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyan. Do you think you'll be a match for me if you join forces? As Jiang Lan approached Lin Fei Yang and the other peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial realm cultivators, he suddenly slowed down. He looked at the middle-aged peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial realm cultivators disdainfully before he looked at Duan Lingtian and said indifferently, Duan Lingtian, although the power of your royal-grade celestial weapons is comparable to an emperor-grade celestial weapon, however, they're not emperor-grade celestial weapons. Today, before you die, I'll show you a real emperor-grade celestial weapon. As soon as Jiang Lan finished speaking, he raised his right hand. A bright blue saber ray shot out from his palm. It was even more dazzling than his celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the water elemental profundity. As soon as the bright blue saber ray appeared, it attracted everyone's attention. A moment later, under everyone's watchful eyes, a translucent azure crystal blade appeared in Jiang Lan's hand. The crystal knife was emitting a cold aura. The moment it appeared, a cold aura swept out, causing everyone present to shiver. With Duan Lingtian and the other peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial realm cultivators, they were not afraid of the cold. However, the cold aura from the crystal saber was bone-chilling. That's an emperor-grade celestial weapon? An emperor-grade celestial weapon? Lin Fei Yang and the other peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials narrowed their eyes as soon as they heard Jiang Lan's words. However, when they saw the crystal saber in Jiang Lan's hand that emitted a terrifying aura, coupled with Jiang Lan's words, their hearts sank. Earlier, when they found out Jiang Lan was the reincarnation of a celestial emperor, they were still thinking to themselves. Perhaps, Jiang Lan had not obtained the treasures he left behind in his past life, or perhaps, the treasures he left behind in his past life had been discovered and taken away by someone else. However, now that Jiang Lan had taken out an emperor-grade celestial weapon, they were in complete despair. If Jiang Lan only had a king-grade celestial weapon to rely on, even if he had comprehended 4 profundities from the law of water, the remaining 5 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial weapon might still stand a chance against him. Most importantly, there was another thing. Duan Lingtian had 2 royal-grade celestial weapons. Moreover, the combined power of the 2 royal-grade celestial weapons was comparable to an emperor-grade celestial weapon. However, now that Jiang Lan had taken out an emperor-grade celestial weapon, they no longer had any intention of resisting. Buzz! Jiang Lan attacked with the crystal saber in his hand. A blue saber ray flashed in the air. The peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who looked like a middle-aged man had just regained his senses when he was killed by Jiang Lan. When he died, his eyes were wide open as he fell to the ground, unable to rest in peace. The middle-aged man was also the first person to die here with an intact corpse. At this moment, the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit had stopped absorbing the blood and souls of the fallen peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Clearly, the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit no longer needed any sacrifices. The blood and souls it had absorbed were enough for it to condense the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Naturally, it was up to the heavens whether it would succeed or not. Don't kill me. After the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who looked like a middle-aged man, another peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who looked like a young man kneeled before Jiang Lan. Lord Celestial Emperor, since the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit no longer needs any sacrifices, please spare me. I'm willing to give you all of my wealth as long as you spare my life. The peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial begged as he took off his purely defensive king's skin celestial weapon and placed it in his hand along with his spatial ring. It was clear he wanted to exchange his wealth for his life. Do you think your things won't belong to me if I kill you? Jiang Lan asked with a sinister smile on his face. However, when the young man saw Jiang Lan's smile, it was like the smile of a devil. He shuddered in fear as he kowtowed and begged, Lord Celestial Emperor, please spare my life. Lord Celestial Emperor, please spare my life. Do you think I'll be interested in your meager possessions? Jiang Lan ignored the young man's begging. As soon as he finished speaking, a blue saber ray shot out from the crystal saber in his hand. Buzz! Chapter 3102. Jiang Lan had killed 2 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials who had comprehended 3 profundities from a law and were on the verge of comprehending the 4th profundity. Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyan were not the only ones who were not surprised by this outcome. Even Lin Fei Yang was not surprised by this outcome. Jiang Lan was a reincarnated celestial emperor. He was not even 100 years old, but he had already comprehended 4 profundities from the law of water. Naturally, he was stronger than the 2 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials. When Jiang Lan took out his emperor-grade celestial weapon, Lin Fei Yang knew Jiang Lan did not need to use a second strike to kill him. For this reason, he was not surprised when he saw Jiang Lan easily killing 2 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials. In his opinion, if he had an emperor-grade celestial weapon, he would have been able to kill Jiang Lan even if Jiang Lan was stronger and more experienced than him. An emperor-grade celestial weapon was superior to a royal-grade celestial weapon, let alone a king-grade celestial weapon that was inferior to a royal-grade celestial weapon. On the other hand, he only had a king-grade celestial weapon. What do you think? Do you have the guts to fight me with the 2 royal-grade celestial weapons in your hands? After killing the 2nd peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial, Jiang Lan's first reaction was to look at Duan Lingtian. A disdainful smile could be seen on his face. However, the smile on his face froze when he saw Duan Lingtian. Initially, Jiang Lan thought Duan Lingtian would feel fear and despair when facing him. He thought Duan Lingtian might even kneel and beg for mercy like the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. However, when he looked at Duan Lingtian, he discovered Duan Lingtian was looking at him calmly. There was no hint of joy or sorrow in his eyes. What? Are you going to kill me next? Duan Lingtian asked indifferently as he looked at Jiang Lan. I didn't expect you to still be so stubborn at this moment. Why don't you try begging for mercy like the other guy? Maybe I'll spare your life if I'm in a good mood. Jiang Lan quickly regained his senses. He only thought that Duan Lingtian was forcing himself to hold on. In fact, his heart was definitely filled with fear and despair, but he did not show it. Whoosh! Voila! Almost as soon as Jiang Lan finished speaking, a raging flame rose around Duan Lingtian's body. Not only did it envelop his entire body, but it also burned even more fiercely, as if it could incinerate everything. Jiang Lan's sharp eyes narrowed slightly when he sensed the aura of flames on Duan Lingtian's body. This is the law of fire's burning profundity? You were actually hiding your strength before? Jiang Lan did not expect Duan Lingtian, whom he thought had only comprehended 2 profundities from the law of fire and was lucky enough to obtain 2 royal-grade celestial weapons that could be combined, would hold back when he attacked earlier. Not only had he comprehended the fire elemental profundity and the pillaging profundity, but he had also comprehended the burning profundity. Boom! Rumble. In the next moment, the flames on Duan Lingtian's body exploded, causing dazzling sparks to fly everywhere. Jiang Lan's eyes widened in shock. This is the explosion profundity? Not only has Duan Lingtian comprehended 3 profundities from the law of fire, but he has also comprehended the explosion profundity? Jiang Lan was shocked, completely shocked. He did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so strong. He did not expect Duan Lingtian to be a monstrous genius like Ling Jueyun and Lin Feiyang. He was not even 100 years old, but he had already comprehended 3 profundities from the law of fire. Not only that, but he had also comprehended the 4th profundity, the explosion profundity. Lin Feiyang was also shocked by Duan Lingtian's strength. He did not expect Duan Lingtian to be as strong as him. Moreover, the 2 royal-grade celestial weapons in Duan Lingtian's possession were not taken into consideration. With 2 royal-grade celestial weapons that were comparable to emperor-grade celestial weapons, it would be easy for Duan Lingtian to kill Lin Feiyang. Duan Lingtian, I didn't expect you to have hidden your strength so well. Your innate talent and comprehension skills are not inferior to Ling Jueyun and Lin Feiyang. Jiang Lan, who was about to make a move against Duan Lingtian, was tempted by Duan Lingtian's strength as well. However, even without the celestial weapons, you're still weaker than me. If we include the celestial weapons, you're still weaker than me. Jiang Lan said indifferently. As soon as Jiang Lan finished speaking, he rose into the air and looked down at Duan Lingtian, Ling Jueyun, and Lin Feiyang. I'll give the 3 of you a chance to live. As long as you're willing to let me plant the Wrath brand in your souls, I won't kill you. Not only will I spare your lives, but I'll even give you a chance to obtain the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit. If the 3 of you are willing to submit to me, you'll be able to compete for the other Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit. I'll give the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit to whoever is stronger. Of course, that's only if you don't use your 2 royal-grade celestial weapons, Duan Lingtian. When he spoke up to hear, Jiang Lan subconsciously looked at Duan Lingtian and said in a clear voice. Enslavement brand? Duan Lingtian's expression darkened. Naturally, he knew what the enslavement brand was. Once it was planted, it would never be removed. Unless the person who planted the enslavement brand took the initiative to remove it, no one would be able to remove it. Moreover, once the enslavement brand was planted, the person who planted the enslavement brand would be enslaved forever. Dream on. Lin Feiyang was the first to shout. You want to plant a soul brand in my soul? Impossible. I'd rather die. You're dreaming. Ling Jueyun sneered as well. If I submit to you and become your slave, so what if I obtain the heaven sacrificial divine fruit and become a 10-direction celestial duke? Duan Lingtian sneered as well. It seems like the three of you really have a death wish. Although he had already expected this outcome, when he really faced it, Jiang Lan couldn't help but laugh in anger. In that case, I'll send all of you on your way and monopolize the 2 heaven sacrificial divine fruits. As soon as Jiang Lan finished speaking, a dazzling azure saber ray shot out from the crystal saber in his hand, dyeing the cave abode blue. Kill! Lin Fei Yang's eyes flashed fiercely as he charged toward Jiang Lan like a dragon that had just left its lair. At the same time, Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun made their moves as well. They had a tacit understanding throughout the entire process. At this moment, the three of them knew they had to join forces to deal with Jiang Lan and fight for a slim chance of survival. Ling Jueyun, Lin Fei Yang, I'll kill this Duan Lingtian first. If you regret your decision, remember to tell me in advance so that I won't kill you before you can say anything. Jiang Lan remained calm in the face of the 3 people charging toward him. At the same time, he did not forget to persuade Ling Jueyun and Lin Fei Yang to consider surrendering to him. You should know that once you die, you'll lose everything. As long as you're willing to submit to me, I can guarantee you that once I become a celestial emperor in this life, I'll remove the enslavement mark in your souls. As he spoke, Jiang Lan's words seemed to have made a compromise. Alas, regardless of whether it was Ling Jueyun or Lin Fei Yang, they only responded to Jiang Lan's words by charging forward with ferocious momentum. At this moment, Ling Jueyun's strength was no different from before. He was still holding back. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian raised his hand when he noticed Jiang Lan's gaze on him. In the next moment, a 7-colored light shot out from Duan Lingtian's hand. It was none other than the 7 orifices exquisite sword that had been hidden in his body all this time. As soon as the 7 orifices exquisite sword appeared, its 7-colored light illuminated the entire cave abode, competing with the blue light from the crystal saber in Jiang Lan's hand. At this moment, Jiang Lan, who had easily blocked Ling Jueyun and Lin Fei Yang's attacks, completely ignored them. His eyes were fixed on the 7-colored sword ray in Duan Lingtian's hand. Duan Lingtian, you've truly surprised me. I thought you were lucky to have 2 royal-grade celestial weapons. I didn't expect you to be so lucky. You have an emperor-grade celestial weapon as well. Jiang Lan's eyes shone with greed as he stared at the 7-colored sword ray in Duan Lingtian's hand. Although he was a celestial emperor in his past life, he only had 1 emperor-grade celestial weapon, the saber in his hand. Moreover, he was considered one of the stronger celestial emperors in his past life. His strength was almost on par with a titled celestial emperor. Most celestial emperors did not have emperor-grade celestial weapons. Not only did emperor-grade celestial weapons have high requirements for the celestial weapon craftsman, but it also had high requirements for the materials used to craft them. For this reason, emperor-grade celestial weapons were extremely valuable. Even the armor on Jiang Lan's body was only a purely defensive royal-grade celestial weapon. It was not an emperor-grade celestial weapon at all. However, even if it was a purely defensive emperor-grade celestial weapon, with Jiang Lan's current strength, he could still block Ling Jueyun and Lin Fei Yang's attacks for a short time. An emperor-grade celestial weapon. Lin Fei Yang's eyes shifted to Duan Lingtian when the 7-colored light illuminated the cave abode. An expression of disbelief could be seen on his face. Who exactly was this Duan Lingtian who made him feel a sense of familiarity? Why did he have an emperor-grade celestial weapon? You're the only one allowed to have an emperor-grade celestial weapon, but not me? Duan Lingtian sneered. Duan Lingtian was not surprised that Jiang Lan had mistaken his 7 orifices exquisite sword for an emperor-grade celestial weapon. He had no intention of correcting Jiang Lan. Moreover, with his current strength, the power of the 7 orifices exquisite sword was only comparable to an emperor-grade celestial weapon. I have to admit, Duan Lingtian, you're extremely talented. Even your luck is enviable. However, you're destined to die in my hands today. Your emperor-grade celestial weapon is destined to be mine. Chapter 3103. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes in the face of Jiang Lan's menacing aura. Then, he opened his eyes abruptly. It was as if a flame had burst out from his eyes. Whoosh! Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's body flashed. It was as if he had turned into a ball of fire as he charged toward the menacing Jiang Lan. When the water and fire collided, a series of terrifying explosions reverberated in the air. It was as if the proverb "water and fire are incompatible" was being interpreted. Just as the water and fire powers were in a stalemate, and it was difficult to determine the victor in a short period of time, without any warning, a fragrant scent suddenly spread throughout the cave abode. When they smelled the fragrance, Duan Lingtian and the others instinctively looked in the direction of the fragrance. With just a glance, they saw another fruit tree. On the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, there were 2 blood-red fruits that were the size of an adult's fist. The blood-red fruits were hanging there. Lightning bolts that resembled small blood-red snakes coiled around them. They would occasionally enter and exit the fruit. This is, the fruit of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit's embryo has been successfully formed? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed slightly before he forcefully took a deep breath to forcefully calm his surging emotions. This time, he had come for the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. However, he knew that the success rate of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit was extremely low. Even if he could survive until the end, he might not be able to obtain the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. It all depended on luck. Now that the heaven sacrificial divine fruit had been successfully formed, he was overjoyed. The heaven sacrificial divine fruit. While Duan Lingtian was overjoyed and trying his best to suppress his emotions, Ling Jueyun, Jiang Lan, and Lin Feiyang also discovered that the heaven sacrificial divine fruit had been successfully formed. Immediately, their eyes lit up and their breathing quickened. Their chests heaved up and down like bellows. Ha 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 ha. It's a success. I did it. Jiang Lan laughed heartily. His laughter was filled with unparalleled joy. I won't hold back anymore. I will kill you all and eat the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Jiang Lan glanced at Duan Lingtian and the others coldly. He also extended his divine sense and shrouded Ling Jueyun and Lin Feiyang in case they tried to steal the heaven sacrificial divine fruit while he was fighting Duan Lingtian. If Ling Jueyun and the other 2 went to pick the heaven sacrificial divine fruits, he was confident that he could kill both of them while fighting against Duan Lingtian. Of course, in that case, killing Duan Lingtian would take more time. Your strength isn't bad, and your immortal artifact isn't bad as well. Unfortunately, you haven't completely comprehended the explosion profundity of the fire laws. Otherwise, you would have the ability to fight me. After locking his divine sense on Ling Jueyun and Lin Feiyang, Jiang Lan calmed down and looked at Duan Lingtian again. The crystal saber in his hand shone with a blue saber chi, suppressing Duan Lingtian's sword chi. The sword light that erupted outside the 7-colored sword light was originally aggressive, but after a few rounds, it was suppressed by Jiang Lan's saber light. Die! Suddenly, Jiang Lan let out an explosive shout. After blocking Ling Jueyun and Lin Feiyang's attacks with his purely defensive royal-grade celestial weapon, Jiang Lan took the opportunity to transfer the energy from his purely defensive royal-grade celestial weapon to his emperor-grade celestial weapon. At this moment, the azure saber ray surged and caused Duan Lingtian's sword ray to retreat at an even faster speed. This can't go on. If this goes on, we're all going to die. Upon seeing this, Lin Feiyang's eyes widened in fear and anxiety. He was still recovering after unleashing his full strength. At this moment, he had temporarily forgotten about the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Although the heaven sacrificial divine fruit was good, he had to be alive to enjoy it. The most important thing now was to find a way to escape from Jiang Lan. In the next moment, Lin Feiyang gritted his teeth and launched another attack. He did not even have time to recover his strength. Lin Feiyang's frequent attacks landed on Jiang Lan. Jiang Lan did not have time to channel his energy into his armor and took Lin Feiyang's attack head-on. Even with the protection of his purely defensive royal-grade celestial weapon, Jiang Lan still felt the blood in his body churning. His eyes were bloodshot from anger. "You're courting death." Jiang Lan glared at Duan Lingtian. As he shouted, the saber chi from his crystal saber forced Duan Lingtian's sword chi to retreat. After retreating, Jiang Lan retracted his saber and charged toward Lin Feiyang. Buzz! A saber cry rang in the air. Lin Feiyang, who had lost all his strength, was killed by Jiang Lan with a pair of eyes filled with despair. In his sect, he was a prodigy with a bright future ahead of him. However, because of his greed, he was trapped and killed by Jiang Lan. His body and Dao were destroyed. He was unwilling to accept this. "Do it." As soon as Jiang Lan killed Lin Feiyang, a thunderous voice rang from behind Jiang Lan. It was none other than Ling Juyan's voice. Swoosh! 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 Along with the ear-piercing sound of a sword whistling in the air, a sword with gray lightning swirling around it appeared in Ling Juyan's hand. The whistling of the sword came from the tip of the sword. As soon as the sword appeared, the cave abode that was originally filled with blue and seven-colored light was suddenly tainted with a hint of gray. Whoosh! At the same time, a bloody mist surged out of Ling Juyan's body and merged with his celestial origin energy that was infused with the elemental death element. In an instant, the scythe condensed from Ling Juyan's profundity of the death god's scythe became corporeal. It was as though Ling Juyan had completely comprehended the profundity of the death god's scythe. Before this, although Ling Juyan could barely use the profundity of the death god's scythe, he had only comprehended a superficial level of the profundity of the death god's scythe. The condensed scythe was incomparably weak, and its power was incomparable to a corporeal scythe. However, a corporeal scythe could only be used by someone who had comprehended the profundity of the death god's scythe to a rudimentary level. Ling Juyan also has an emperor-grade celestial weapon. Also, he has only comprehended a superficial level of the profundity of the death god's scythe. Why does it seem like he has completely comprehended it? Jiang Lan's expression changed drastically when he noticed the change in Ling Juyan's strength and the sword that had appeared in his hand. He did not expect this. Duan Lingtian was not the only one who had concealed his strength. Even Ling Juyan had concealed his strength. Boom! Rumble! At the same time, Jiang Lan, who was looking at Ling Juyan, heard a series of thunderous booms behind him. When he instinctively turned around, he discovered that Duan Lingtian's attack had suddenly become much more powerful. The flaming sword beam had completely exploded at this moment, causing him to smell the scent of death. Is this the profundity of explosion? No. This doesn't seem to be the profundity of explosion. Then what is this? Jiang Lan was completely dumbfounded. This was because he noticed Duan Lingtian's current attack had completely suppressed his strongest attack. At this moment, he finally realized something. Even though Duan Lingtian was at a disadvantage when they exchanged blows earlier, he still held back his strength. Damn it! Damn it! Why is this happening? Why is this happening? Jiang Lan's expression changed again and again as he was attacked by Duan Lingtian and Ling Juyan. However, at the same time, he did not remain idle. He channeled his celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the water elemental profundity into the purely defensive royal-grade celestial weapon he was wearing. He wanted to use it to defend himself against Duan Lingtian and Ling Juyan's attacks. Swoosh! The shadow of the armor rose up and protected Jiang Lan within, as if it was airtight. Even so, Jiang Lan did not feel safe at all. An anxious expression appeared on his face as his hands danced in the air. A set of obscure hand seals was formed as he moved his hands. Clearly, Jiang Lan had left a backup plan for him in his previous life. However, Jiang Lan did not feel happy at all. This was because he needed time to complete this backup plan. Currently, he did not have time at all. This was because he did not expect Duan Lingtian and Ling Juyan to be so powerful that they could completely suppress him. He did not even dare to attack. Currently, Ling Juyan's strength was not inferior to his, and Duan Lingtian's strength had surpassed his in all aspects. They've hidden their strength too well. They've hidden their strength too well. At this moment, Jiang Lan was burning with anxiety. At the same time, he was also shocked by the strength displayed by Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyan. Let's end this quickly. Ling Jueyan's expression changed slightly when he saw Jiang Lan activating his defenses and forming hand seals in the air. He shouted to remind Duan Lingtian that he was about to attack. At the same time, he increased his strength and speed. It's too late. Duan Lingtian's entire body was enveloped in flames. The rainbow-colored sword light in his hand swept out. Streaks of sword light condensed from flames rained down on Jiang Lan like a meteor shower. Jiang Lan's illusory armor completely shattered and Ling Jueyan and Duan Lingtian's first wave of attacks arrived. Swoosh! A sword light that was so red that it was almost purple, as if it could annihilate everything, swept out from one side of the void and appeared in front of Jiang Lan's glabella. No, I can't accept this. I can't accept this. Jiang Lan's mournful voice echoed in the spacious cave abode. It was heart-wrenching. When the sword light that was so red that it was almost purple pierced Jiang Lan's glabella and swept out from behind his head, Jiang Lan was completing the last few movements of the set of hand seals. If he was given half a breath's time, he would be able to complete the set of hand seals and activate the defensive array formation in the cave abode, isolating himself and the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit from the surroundings. The defensive array formation that he had left behind in his previous life could not be broken even with Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyan's current strength. With the protection of the defensive array formation, he could easily pluck the two heaven sacrificial divine fruits. If he did not see the fruits of the heaven sacrificial divine fruits, Jiang Lan might feel indignant, but he would definitely not be as indignant as he was now. He had planned for 2 lifetimes and was about to obtain the fruits of the heaven sacrificial divine fruits. However, he had failed at the last moment. While feeling indignant, Jiang Lan also regretted it. Chapter 3104. Jiang Lan regretted his decision as soon as he was about to die. He could have easily obtained the heaven sacrificial divine fruit and left as long as he spared Duan Lingtian, Ling Jueyan, and Lin Fei Yang's lives. However, he had missed the opportunity to obtain the heaven sacrificial divine fruit because he wanted to kill the 3 Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian after they refused to submit to him. Most importantly, he had underestimated the 3 Duan Lingtian and Lin Fei Yang. When Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyan attacked him, he did not have time to activate the defensive formation he had left behind when he was still a celestial emperor in his past life. Spurt. After the sword beam that was so red that it was almost purple passed through Jiang Lan's glabella and came out from the back of Jiang Lan's head, the sound spread throughout the cave abode. The naked eye relied on light, and light was much faster than the speed of sound. After killing Jiang Lan, Duan Lingtian did not retrieve Jiang Lan's emperor-grade celestial weapon and purely defensive royal-grade celestial weapon. He did not even take Jiang Lan's spatial ring. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian appeared in front of Lin Fei Yang's corpse. At this moment, there was a pool of water hovering above Lin Fei Yang's corpse. If one did not look closely, one would not notice it at all. So this is the second form of the world-cleansing divine water? Duan Lingtian asked the 5 divine elements in his body as he stared at the pool of water hovering in front of him that was almost transparent. Apart from the fact that the pool of water was hovering in the air, it was no different from ordinary water. At the very least, Duan Lingtian could not tell the difference. However, when Duan Lingtian extended his divine consciousness toward the pool of water, he discovered a mysterious energy was preventing his divine consciousness from entering the pool of water. That's right. This is the second form of the world-cleansing divine water. However, it's still in a deep slumber. It only left the host's body after the host died. Duan Lingtian nodded. Brat, what are you waiting for? Why aren't you taking it? Now, it's in an unconscious state. Any life form that touches it can take it for themselves. The chaos divine earth's childish voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. Of course, if it's not satisfied with you as its host after it wakes up, it can leave, of course, with the wise and mighty me here. As long as I open my mouth and persuade it to stay, it will definitely not leave. The Chaos Divine Earth's tone was slightly smug as it spoke. Duan Lingtian did not have the time to care about the Chaos Divine Earth's arrogance. He raised his hand and grabbed at the puddle of water in front of him. The moment his hand touched the water, he felt a cold sensation. At the same time, he could clearly see the water flowing down his hand and into his body, finally hiding in a corner of his body. When will it wake up? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. It depends on how exhausted it is. However, with us in your body, it'll definitely wake up faster than it did when it was in Lin Fei Yang's body, the Chaos Divine Earth said. The Primal Chaos Divine Flame said, we're both divine element spirits. Although we're not of the same kind, our auras can still provide some help to each other. Duan Lingtian suddenly recalled something. Senior Chaos Divine Flame, I remember you were able to help me refine pills when you were in your second form. The profound divine metal was able to protect my soul when it was in its second form as well. Although the world-cleansing divine water is only in its second form, will it be able to help me in some way? A hint of anticipation could be seen in Duan Lingtian's eyes as he asked this question. Of course, the Chaos Divine Earth said. The world-cleansing divine water has already acknowledged you as its master. Although it's unconscious, it'll still make a move if you're in danger, the Primal Chaos Divine Flame said. In its second form, the world-cleansing divine water will form a layer of defense around your body when you're in danger. It'll help you offset some of the impact. Naturally, the defense it provides is not as good as the defense provided by the Chaos Divine Earth in its second form. As soon as the Chaos Divine Flame finished speaking, the Chaos Divine Earth's smug voice rang in the air. Of course. My forte is defense. Who among the 5 divine elements can compare to me in terms of defense? Defense? That includes soul defense? As soon as the Chaos Divine Earth finished speaking, the profound divine metal's voice rang in the air. The Chaos Divine Earth fell silent immediately. Its forte was material defense. As for soul defense, the profound divine metal was the best among the 5 divine elements. After a brief silence, the Chaos Divine Flame continued to say, apart from that, if you want to inscribe celestial talismans, with the help of the world-cleansing divine water, the success rate of inscribing high-difficulty celestial talismans will increase exponentially. Upon hearing the Chaos Divine Flame's words, Duan Lingtian learned about the benefits of the world-cleansing divine water in its second form. Did you just absorb the world-cleansing divine water from the 5 divine elements? A voice rang in the air, causing Duan Lingtian to regain his senses. At this moment, he discovered Ling Jueyan was standing in front of him. You recognize the world-cleansing divine water? Duan Lingtian was slightly taken aback. Of course. Ling Jueyan nodded. Then, he continued to say, Duan Lingtian, it's meaningless for you to absorb the world-cleansing divine water. The 5 divine elements won't choose a descendant of a supreme powerhouse as their host unless they're unconscious. Even if you absorb the world-cleansing divine water and make it recognize you as its host, it'll leave you when it realizes you're a descendant of a supreme powerhouse. Ling Jueyan said. Why? Duan Lingtian was puzzled. This was the first time he had heard of this. In fact, he had never heard of this from the 5 divine elements before this. That's because the bloodline energy of the descendants of the supreme powerhouses clashed with the 5 divine elements. The bloodline energy will constantly absorb the energy of the 5 divine elements. Since the 5 divine elements reside in the bodies of the descendants of the supreme powerhouses, even if they evolve into their next form, they'll revert back to their previous form due to the bloodline energy absorbing their energy. As Ling Jueyan spoke, he handed a blood-red fruit to Duan Lingtian. The blood-red fruit was none other than the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit that was hanging on the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit tree. There's such a thing? Duan Lingtian was shocked and he heard Ling Jueyan's words. He took the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit from Ling Jueyan. How strange. As a descendant of a supreme powerhouse, you should know about this since you know about the 5 divine elements like the world-cleansing divine water. It's common knowledge for the descendants of supreme powerhouses like us. Ling Jueyun raised an eyebrow before he said to Duan Ling Tian, "Let's talk after we leave this place. I'm in a hurry to pluck the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit because I'm worried something might happen. Apart from that, I've also kept Jiang Lan's immortal weapon and spatial ring," Ling Jueyun said. As soon as Ling Jueyun finished speaking, before Duan Ling Tian had a chance to respond, a violent earthquake shook the entire cave. It felt as though the ground was quaking and the mountains were swaying. At the same time, clear spatial cracks appeared in the void. The spatial cracks raged and spread, almost covering every corner of the cave. "Let's go," Ling Jueyun called out to Duan Ling Tian before he took the lead and flew toward one of the spatial tiers. It was clear he wanted to leave this place through the spatial tiers. This was the mystic realm left behind by Jiang Lan when he was still a celestial emperor in his past life. It was the little world that Jiang Lan had created in his past life. Now that the little world had been destroyed, they could leave through the spatial tiers. When Duan Ling Tian caught up to Ling Jueyun and entered the spatial tiers, he could clearly see what was happening. The floating island in the middle of the cave abode had been torn apart and was being sucked into the spatial tiers. As for the tree of the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit, it mysteriously exploded during this process, turning into dust that scattered in every corner of the small world. If the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit was still on the tree of the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit, it would have been destroyed along with the tree of the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit. Once a little world created by a celestial emperor was destroyed, every spatial tear that appeared in the little world was an exit that led to a place near the little world. If one exited through the same spatial tear, one would be able to reach the same place. For example, Duan Ling Tian and Ling Jueyun had exited through the same spatial tear and appeared in a mountain range together. So this is Jiang Lan's trump card? Duan Ling Tian's pupils constricted slightly. He felt that Jiang Lan was like a ghost that wouldn't go away. Even if he was dead, he was still looking for trouble for them. Earlier, if Ling Jueyun had not plucked the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit first, he and Ling Jueyun would have failed just like Jiang Lan. Jiang Lan is really something. When the little world he created in his past life was destroyed, the killing formation that enveloped the tree of the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit was activated and destroyed the tree of the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit. With his current strength, he won't be able to activate the killing formation. However, with the power from the destruction of the little world, he'll be able to activate the killing formation. Ling Jueyun had a grim expression on his face. He was glad that he had plucked the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit in time. If he had gone to talk to Duan Ling Tian about the world-cleansing divine water before plucking the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit, the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit would have been destroyed along with it. Is it a coincidence that the little world he created in his past life was destroyed at that time? Duan Ling Tian asked. He felt that it was too much of a coincidence that the little world Jiang Lan created in his past life was destroyed not long after Jiang Lan's death. Of course not. Ling Jueyun shook his head and said, Jiang Lan must have used the formation to connect his soul pearl to the little world. Chapter 3105. Duan Ling Tian's eyes flickered as he muttered to himself, "You can say that he's not confident enough, or you can say that he's just in case. Otherwise, I'm afraid the tree would have been destroyed along with the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit." A glint flashed in Duan Ling Tian's eyes as he said to Ling Jueyun, "Fortunately, you managed to pluck the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit in time. Otherwise, the tree would have been destroyed along with the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit." A hint of fear could be seen on Duan Ling Tian's face when he finished speaking. He had almost missed the opportunity to obtain the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit. "I'm just worried that a long night might bring trouble. No matter what, both of us are the winners this time." A rare smile appeared on Ling Jueyun's face. It was a radiant smile. "Now, both of you should find a place to consume the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit and digest its efficacy," Ling Jueyun suggested. All right. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Then, he and Ling Juyun found a secluded valley nearby and opened up a cave for them to digest the medicinal efficacy of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. After consuming the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, I'll be able to break through and become a 10-direction celestial duke within a month? When Duan Ling Tian thought about the heaven-defying medicinal efficacy of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, his emotions surged as he sat cross-legged in his newly opened cave. Most importantly, not only will the heaven sacrificial divine fruit improve my cultivation base, but it'll also help me comprehend a new law. At the very least, I'll be able to comprehend 6 profundities from that law. If I'm lucky, I might even be able to comprehend 7 or 8 profundities from that law. I wonder what kind of law I'll be able to comprehend after consuming the heaven sacrificial divine fruit and becoming a 10-direction celestial duke. Due to his curiosity, Duan Ling Tian calmed down slightly. At the same time, he brought the heaven sacrificial divine fruit out. The heaven sacrificial divine fruit appeared in Duan Ling Tian's hand. It was blood-red as though it was dyed in blood. Blood-red bolts of lightning flashed around the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, weaving through the fruit in a dazzling manner. The heaven sacrificial divine fruit lay in Duan Ling Tian's hand like a work of art. Duan Ling Tian could not bring himself to eat it. However, due to the temptation of becoming a 10-direction celestial duke and the unknown law he was about to comprehend, Duan Ling Tian swallowed the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Soon after, only a small seed was left in Duan Ling Tian's hand. It was the seed of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Duan Ling Tian's S to Duan Ling Tian was not surprised. Duan Ling Tian's heart's as Duan celestial red heart's heart. Duan Ling Tian did not even look at the seed before he put it away. Then, he shifted his attention to the medicinal efficacy of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit that was coursing through his body. After the medicinal efficacy of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit flowed through his body, Duan Ling Tian felt a sense of exhilaration. It was as though he had turned into a willow that swayed freely in the air. This was the first time he felt this way. Duan Ling Tian did not have to consume the medicinal efficacy of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. In other words, Duan Ling Tian did not have to worry about anything. When the time came, his body would absorb the medicinal efficacy of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian could only wait. While waiting, Duan Ling Tian asked the Chaos Divine Flame curiously, "Senior Chaos Divine Flame, I heard from Ling Jueyan that it's impossible for the 5 divine elements to reside in the bodies of the descendants of the supreme powerhouses?" "Yes," the Chaos Divine Flame replied. Then, it said something similar to what Ling Jueyan had said. "For example, if I reside in the bodies of the descendants of the supreme powerhouses, if I can't absorb the other Chaos Divine Flames within a certain period of time, I might revert to my second form due to the power of the bloodline in his body. If this continues, I'll revert to my first form. In the end, I'll be completely absorbed by the bloodline power of the descendants of the supreme powerhouses and cease to exist." To the 5 divine elements, the bloodline power of the descendants of the supreme powerhouses is our nemesis. Of course, the bloodline power can only restrain us if we reside in the bodies of the descendants of the supreme powerhouses. If our host fights with the descendants of the supreme powerhouses, we have nothing to fear even if we encounter the bloodline power. It's just like when you sparred with Ling Jueyan previously. Even if he used the bloodline power, you could still defeat him with just one move. The Chaos Divine Flame finished its sentence unhurriedly. After listening to the Chaos Divine Flame's words, realization dawned on Duan Ling Tian. He smiled faintly as he muttered to himself, "It seems like Ling Jueyan really thinks that I'm a descendant of the supreme powerhouses like him." Duan Ling Tian still remembered that Ling Jueyan had approached him not long after he had obtained the world-cleansing divine water. He had even said that it was meaningless for him to obtain the world-cleansing divine water. If Ling Jueyan knew that he was not a descendant of the supreme powerhouses, he would not have said that. In fact, he might even be envious of him. "Senior, does this mean that those who rely on the 5 divine elements to become supreme powerhouses can't possibly be the descendants of other supreme powerhouses?" Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Previously, he had heard from the chaotic divine flame that one of the ways to become a divine spirit that was above the immortals was to obtain the final form of the 5 divine elements. Naturally, as long as one possessed the final form of the 5 divine elements, one would be able to become a supreme powerhouse. This was the main way to become a supreme powerhouse. That's right. The chaos divine flame replied. For this reason, in the long history of heaven and earth, there are very few descendants of supreme powerhouses who can become supreme powerhouses. After all, relying on the final form of the 5 divine elements to become a supreme powerhouse is the main way to become a supreme powerhouse in this world. It's also the easiest way to become a supreme powerhouse. Naturally, it's only a small number, but it doesn't mean that there are no such cases. This is because in history, there have been descendants of supreme powerhouses who have comprehended one of the 4 supreme laws to the extreme. After that, they managed to master it and were rewarded by the heaven and earth law. They were reborn and became supreme powerhouses. However, such cases are extremely rare, the chaos divine flame said. Duan Lingtian nodded. Duan Lingtian had to admit that the chaos divine flame's words had broadened his horizons. At the same time, when the chaos divine flame mentioned supreme powerhouses again, Duan Lingtian felt that he was as insignificant as a speck of dust compared to a supreme powerhouse. Supreme powerhouses. I wonder if I, Duan Lingtian, will have the chance to become a supreme powerhouse in my lifetime. Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian clenched his fists tightly. A hint of anticipation could be seen in his eyes. However, this anticipation had only appeared for a short while before it dimmed again. Then, Duan Lingtian laughed self-deprecatingly. I'm really daydreaming, right now. I haven't even rescued Kerr, Little Fei, and the others, and I'm already dreaming of becoming a supreme powerhouse. What a joke. After laughing at himself, Duan Lingtian began to feel depressed again. I wonder how Kerr, Little Fei, and the others are doing. Also, father, mother, Si Ling, Niantian, and the others. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian closed his eyes and tried his best to calm himself down. However, based on his rapidly swelling chest, it was obvious that he was having a hard time controlling his emotions. After a day and a night, Duan Lingtian finally opened his eyes when the 5 elemental qi surged out from his body. At the same time, the emotions that had been stirring for a day and a night were gone in just a blink of an eye. There was no other reason other than this. He had made a breakthrough. This is a celestial duke. Duan Lingtian's eyes shone brightly like the stars in the night sky when he sensed the changes in his celestial origin energy. His face was flushed with excitement. When Duan Lingtian broke through and became a celestial duke, Ling Jueyan, who was in the cave next door, opened his eyes in surprise. After Duan Lingtian, Ling Jueyan had also made a breakthrough and became a celestial duke. Rewind to a day and a night ago. Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyan found a secluded valley and opened up their cave abodes to absorb the heaven sacrificial divine fruits effects. Soon after, 2 uninvited guests appeared in the area they were in. Leng Yi, based on the current situation, Duan Lingtian must have come to the Jade Emperor Heaven to meet the reincarnated Celestial Emperor. In my opinion, he's most likely dead in the place where the reincarnated Celestial Emperor set up the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. One of the 2 people who had just landed on the peak of a steep mountain said to the other person. Let's search for another 10 days to half a month. If we still can't find him, we'll return. The other person said. If Duan Lingtian was here, he would have recognized the person who had just spoken. This person was none other than Leng Yi, the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang whom he had met outside the Simplicity Celestial Sex Estate. Leng Yi was a 9 Palaces Celestial King from the Blood Skull Gang. He was much stronger than the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect. Previously, Duan Lingtian was able to escape from Leng Ye's clutches thanks to the Wind Shadow Escape Talisman given to him by the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect. However, Duan Lingtian was unaware that the Blood Skull Gang had sent him to the Blood Skull Gang. Not only had the Blood Skull Gang targeted him when he left the Spirit Overarching Heaven through the transporting formation in the Spirit Overarching Heaven, but they had also found out where he had left the Spirit Overarching Heaven. In the Jade Emperor Heaven, Yen Mountain Mansion in the Equal Heaven Territory. If that brat really died in the place where the reincarnated Celestial Emperor set up the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit, he would have gotten away with it. Ling Yi said coldly. Previously, a peak overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial had escaped from under his nose. No matter what the reason was, he still felt humiliated. For this reason, if he encountered that brat again, he would definitely kill that brat. Swoosh. 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 Leng Yi and the other assassin from the Blood Skull Gang used their divine consciousness to search the area where Jiang Lan had set up the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit in his past life. Chapter 3106. Leng Yi extended his divine consciousness and shrouded the entire canyon. At first, he thought this was just another routine investigation. However, when his divine sense enveloped the canyon and he discovered the two auras in the canyon, his eyes suddenly lit up. One of the auras belonged to the person he was looking for, Duan Lingtian. Found him. Although Leng Yi usually had a cold expression on his face, a bright smile could be seen on his face at this moment. The bright smile only lasted for a moment before it turned into a sneer. I didn't expect him to still be alive. However, it's good that he's alive. I can kill him with my own hands. Leng Yi muttered to himself. As soon as he finished speaking, without waiting for the other Blood Skull assassin beside him to reply, he swooped down like an eagle. In just a blink of an eye, he had entered the canyon. At the same time, he shrouded the entire canyon with his divine consciousness, not missing a single corner. He was certain Duan Lingtian would not be able to escape under his watch unless he had a celestial talisman like the Wind Shadow Escape Talisman. However, a Wind Shadow Escape Talisman like the one Duan Lingtian had used previously was extremely precious even to Leng Yi. He did not believe Duan Lingtian would have a second Wind Shadow Escape Talisman like that. Duan Lingtian. Leng Yi stood high up in the air in the canyon. His gaze fell on one of the two immortals' caves that were next to each other on one side of the canyon. Do you want to come out on your own, or do you want me to go in and look for you? Leng Yi asked Duan Lingtian mockingly. It was as though he was a cat toying with a mouse. This voice, when Leng Ye's voice entered the cave, Duan Lingtian realized someone was here. Based on the voice, it was not difficult to tell that the person did not have good intentions. Moreover, Duan Lingtian felt that the person's voice was somewhat familiar. After a while, a thought flashed in Duan Lingtian's mind as he recalled where and when he had heard the same voice. Horror dawned on his face immediately. This person. He's the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang who attacked me outside the Simplicity Celestial Sex Estate. A 9 Palaces Immortal King assassin. After realizing who it was, Duan Lingtian's expression changed. If it was not for the Wind Shadow Escape Talisman given to him by Sun Liangpeng, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, he would not have been able to escape from Leng Yi. Why would a Blood Skull assassin be here? How did he know I was here? Duan Lingtian didn't think it was a coincidence that the Blood Skull Gang had bumped into him here. After all, this wasn't the Spirit Overarching Heaven, but the Jade Emperor Heaven. The Blood Skull Gang was an assassin from the Spirit Overarching Heaven's Southern Heaven territory, so there was no way they would show up here for no reason. Furthermore, even if there was something going on, it was impossible for him to coincidentally appear here. In that case, there was only one possibility. The other party had come for him. Perhaps they were already targeting me before I left the Spirit Overarching Heaven. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. However, even if I was targeted, Ling Jueyun and I were transported to the Jade Emperor Heaven's Equal Heaven territory. Even if the Blood Skull Gang wanted to kill me, it's impossible for them to know I'm here, right? Duan Lingtian was puzzled. Duan Lingtian, who's that? Do you have an enemy here? Upon hearing Ling Jueyun's voice transmission, Duan Lingtian could only smile bitterly. Even if I wanted to have an enemy here, I'd have to find the time to go out and cause trouble. The person isn't from here. He's from the spirit overarching heaven's southern heaven territory. Duan Ling Tian replied through voice transmission. Someone from the spirit overarching heaven's southern heaven territory? He chased you all the way here? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's voice transmission, Ling Juyan's eyes widened slightly. What kind of enmity do you have with him? Why did he chase you all the way here? Moreover, even if you're targeted in Axe Mountain City before you leave the spirit overarching heaven, they'll still need the profound Nether Mansion's permission to find out where you've gone through the transporting formation in Axe Mountain City. Ling Juyan's tone turned solemn as he continued to say, ordinary people wouldn't be able to obtain the profound Nether Mansion's permission to spy on the transporting formation set up by the profound Nether Mansion. Who is he? Ling Juyan asked again. He's an assassin from the Blood Skull Gang. Duan Ling Tian smiled bitterly. The Blood Skull Gang? Is it the Blood Skull Gang, one of the top assassin organizations in the Southern Heaven Territory? Ling Juyan was surprised. He did not expect Duan Ling Tian would be targeted by the Blood Skull Gang. How did they target you? Did someone issue a mission to kill you? Based on what I know, it's not easy to issue a mission to them. Before Ling Juyan could finish speaking, Duan Ling Tian interrupted him. We'll talk about this later. The most important thing now is to find a way to leave this place. The assassin is a 9 Palaces Celestial King. Duan Ling Tian said. A 9 Palaces Celestial King? The Blood Skull Gang sent a 9 Palaces Celestial King to kill you? Ling Juyan was confused. He could not figure out why they would send a 9 Palaces Celestial King to kill a peak overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial. After a while, Ling Juyan and Duan Ling Tian left the cave abode together and flew up into the air side by side. He's Duan Ling Tian? At this moment, the other assassin from the Blood Skull Gang had followed Leng Yi and appeared next to him. He instantly shifted his gaze to Duan Ling Tian. Before coming here, the assassin was familiar with Duan Ling Tian's appearance. Therefore, he recognized Duan Ling Tian with just a glance. Yes, it's him. Leng Yi nodded. Then, he looked at Duan Ling Tian and sneered. Duan Ling Tian, you managed to escape under my nose with the Wind Shadow Escape Talisman given to you by Sun Liangpeng, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect. Let's see how you're going to escape this time. I'm curious. How did you find out I'm here? Duan Ling Tian asked curiously as he looked at Leng Yi. Since you're about to die, there's no harm in telling you this. The vice leader of the Blood Skull Gang has found out through his connections in the profound Nether Mansion that you've teleported to Yen Mountain Mansion in the Jade Emperor Heaven's Equal Heaven territory. Yen Mountain Mansion is huge. However, we heard that a reincarnated celestial emperor had set up a trap to lure people here to sacrifice the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit tree. He had lured peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials from 5 Devata realms here. The spirit overarching heaven is one of the 5 Devata realms. For this reason, it wasn't difficult for us to guess you were lured here by the reincarnated celestial emperor as well. Although the reincarnated celestial emperor had used a transporting formation to send you away, we were certain you weren't far away. For this reason, we began to search the area for you. Initially, we didn't have much hope in finding a needle in a haystack. However, we didn't expect to find you here today. It seems like even the heavens don't want you to live, Duan Ling Tian. It was clear Leng Yi was certain Duan Ling Tian was going to die soon. Otherwise, he would not have said so much. If he had met Duan Ling Tian for the first time, he would not have said so much. The reason he had said so much today was due to the humiliation he felt from Duan Ling Tian's escape. This time, he was not in a hurry to kill Duan Ling Tian. He wanted to wait for Duan Ling Tian's despair to reach a certain level before he killed Duan Ling Tian. Only then would he be able to vent his anger. I see. Duan Ling Tian finally understood Leng Ye's words. Then, he shifted his gaze to the other assassin from the Blood Skull Gang who was standing next to Leng Yi. I'm curious. Is your companion a 9 Palaces Celestial King like you? You're pretty smart to have guessed my cultivation base. Duan Lingtian, although this is our first time meeting, I've heard a lot about you. The assassin standing next to Lang Yi said with a scoff. 9 Palaces Celestial Kings, Ling Jueyan, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian, was shocked when he heard the assassin's words. At this moment, he was even more curious. Why would the Blood Skull Gang send such a powerful assassin to kill Duan Lingtian? He was certain there must be a reason behind this. Otherwise, the Blood Skull Gang would not waste their resources like this. To be able to make a name for myself in the Blood Skull Gang and have 9 Palaces Celestial Kings traverse the Devata realms just to kill me. I, Duan Lingtian, won't die in vain. Duan Lingtian said with a sigh when he heard the words of the assassin standing next to Lang Yi. However, as soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, a faint smile appeared on his face as he said, however, I'm afraid both of you will have wasted your time. HM. Duan Lingtian's words came out of the blue, causing Lang Yi and the assassin standing next to him to be taken aback. Both of them were stunned by Duan Lingtian's words. Swoosh. A celestial talisman appeared in Ling Jueyan's hand. Then, a flame enveloped Ling Jueyan at lightning speed. In just a blink of an eye, Ling Jueyan was engulfed in flames. Boom! A powerful aura surged out of Ling Jueyan's body, causing the expressions of Lang Yi and the assassin standing next to him to change drastically. Based on the powerful aura, it was not difficult for them to tell that the celestial talisman Ling Jueyan had crushed was not an ordinary celestial talisman. Swoosh! Swoosh! Lang Ye's energy surged. However, just as he was about to make a move, Ling Jueyan's flames had already shrouded Duan Lingtian. Then, Ling Jueyan disappeared before Lang Ye's eyes. The celestial talisman that Ling Jueyan had crushed was a life-saving celestial talisman. It was not inferior to the Wind Shadow Escape talisman that Duan Lingtian had used previously. Therefore, it was impossible for Lang Yi to catch up to Ling Jueyan. Chapter 3107. Ah! The moment the other Blood Skull Gang assassin finished complaining, Lang Yi, who had just regained his senses, suddenly let out a furious roar filled with jealousy and indignation. The rolling power in his body swept out in all directions. With his body as the center, a violent explosion occurred. Boom! 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 As Lang Yi vented his strength to his heart's content, rumbling sounds resounded incessantly in the surroundings of the gorge. Rubble swirled in the air as smoke and dust soared into the sky, and it went out of control. As a 9 Palaces Celestial King, even if he did not intentionally unleash his energy, it was still a force to be reckoned with. Initially, Lang Yi had thought Duan Lingtian would not have a celestial talisman like the Wind Shadow Escape talisman. He was certain Duan Lingtian would die in his hands. For this reason, Lang Yi was not in a hurry to kill Duan Lingtian. He wanted to wait for a moment before he made a move on Duan Lingtian. However, he did not expect Duan Lingtian would be able to kill Duan Lingtian. Lang Yi was certain the person with Duan Lingtian would have a celestial talisman that was comparable to the Wind Shadow Escape talisman. That person would be able to bring Duan Lingtian out of Lang Ye's sight and easily shake off his divine consciousness. Lang Yi regretted his decision. He regretted not killing Duan Lingtian as soon as he saw Duan Lingtian. Just as his companion had said, if he had killed Duan Lingtian as soon as he saw Duan Lingtian, the person with Duan Lingtian might not have been able to bring Duan Lingtian away in time. Let's return. Now that we've alerted him, it'll be difficult to find him again. The Blood Skull Gang's assassin said. As soon as he finished speaking, he added, "Don't worry, I won't tell the organization about what happened today. I'll tell them we didn't manage to find Duan Lingtian. However, I hope you won't let your guard down after this incident. Duan Lingtian is only a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial, and yet, he managed to survive until now. It's obvious he's not an ordinary person." Lang Yi nodded. "Thank you." When Lang Yi heard the Blood Skull Gang's words, he quickly thanked the Blood Skull Gang's assassin after he had calmed down. He knew very well that this was not the case. If news of what happened today were to spread to the organization would not let him off easily. It was all due to his carelessness that Duan Lingtian managed to escape. Meanwhile, with the strength granted to him by the celestial talisman, Ling Jueyun brought Duan Lingtian away from the valley where they had entered closed-door cultivation and appeared in a forest. Thank you. Duan Lingtian thanked Ling. If it were not for Ling Jueyun, Duan Lingtian would have died in the valley. After all, without a celestial talisman like the Wind Shadow Escape Talisman, he would not have been able to escape from the Blood Skull Gang. Be nice to Sister Huang. A pained expression appeared on Ling Jueyun's face as he said this. He didn't have many of those escaping immortal talismans like the one he used just now. Every time he used one, he would have one less. Back then, when he left his family and the world of divine remains, he didn't manage to take anything with him. The things that he took away originally belonged to him. For this reason, he did not have many things with him. After all, his clan had been annihilated without any warning. He only managed to escape because his cultivation base was low and he had the help of Huang, the soul of a divine artifact. Don't worry. Duan Lingtian nodded. She's now the soul of my divine artifact. Naturally, I won't mistreat her. Let's leave this area as soon as possible. If the 2 Nine Palaces celestial kings from the Blood Skull Gang continue to search for us, we'll be discovered sooner or later. As soon as Ling Jueyun finished speaking, he and Duan Lingtian left the forest in the opposite direction of the valley. You still haven't told me why the Blood Skull Gang would send 2 Nine Palaces celestial kings to kill you. Moreover, 2 of them are 9 Palaces celestial kings. Ling Jueyun could not figure it out. Duan Lingtian was only a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Even if his innate talent and comprehension skills were high, there was no need for them to send 2 powerful assassins to kill him. The Blood Skull Gang sent 2 assassins to kill me, but I killed them. Duan Lingtian replied. What? Ling Jueyun's eyes widened when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Why you killed 2 assassins from the Blood Skull Gang? Ling Jueyun thought he had misheard Duan Lingtian. Based on what he knew, the weakest assassin from the Blood Skull Gang was a 1 basic celestial king. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Based on what I know, the weakest assassin from the Blood Skull Gang is a 1 basic celestial king, right? How did you kill them? Ling Jueyun asked. I used a consumable royal-grade celestial weapon. Duan Lingtian did not hide the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon from Ling Jueyun since he knew Ling Jueyun might not be interested in the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon. Moreover, even if Ling Jueyun was interested in the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon, he would not compete with him. After all, Huang, whom Ling Jueyun respected a lot, was the sword soul of his 7 orifices exquisite sword. Putting everything else aside, Ling Jueyun would not go against him because of this. Although my comprehension of the profundities from the law is mediocre, the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon grants me celestial origin energy and soul energy that's comparable to a 1 basic celestial lord. Ordinary celestial kings are no match for me. Duan Lingtian continued to explain. You have a consumable royal-grade celestial weapon? Ling Jueyun was shocked. His doubts disappeared immediately. If Duan Lingtian really had a consumable royal-grade celestial weapon, it would not be difficult for him to kill ordinary celestial kings. Naturally, even if Duan Lingtian used the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon to temporarily boost his celestial origin energy and soul energy to the level of a 1 basic celestial king, he would not be a match for the 2 Nine Palaces celestial kings from the Blood Skull Gang. This was because the difference in the number of profundities they had comprehended was too great. Most of the 9 Palaces celestial kings in the spirit overarching heaven's southern heaven territory had comprehended 6 or 7 profundities of a law. Some of them had even comprehended 8 profundities of a law. It was not impossible for 9 Palaces celestial kings to comprehend 9 profundities of a law. However, there were no such 9 palaces celestial kings in the southern heaven territory. There were quite a few of such existences in the larger regions of the southern heaven territory. Ling Jueyan. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian suddenly thought of a question. His eyes flashed as he asked, after consuming the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, not only will I become a 10-direction celestial duke within a month, but I'll also comprehend many profundities of a law. Is it possible for me to comprehend the 4 supreme laws? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up, and a hint of anticipation could be seen on his face. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the first thought that appeared in Ling Jueyan's mind was that Duan Lingtian was too greedy. His second thought was that he was looking forward to it. If it was possible, Duan Lingtian hoped that he would be able to comprehend 3 of the 4 supreme laws. After all, the heaven sacrificial divine fruit would allow him to comprehend many profundities of a law. Naturally, he knew the law of death was the law of death. Duan Lingtian had already comprehended the law of death. Even if the heaven sacrificial divine fruit allowed him to comprehend one of the 4 supreme laws, it was impossible for him to comprehend the law of death. I've only heard that those who consume the heaven sacrificial divine fruit will be able to comprehend many profundities of a law. However, I don't know what kind of law they've comprehended. I've never heard that those who consume the heaven sacrificial divine fruit won't be able to comprehend one of the 4 supreme laws with the help of the fruit. Ling Jueyan replied honestly. Does this mean it's possible? Duan Lingtian was looking forward to it. Even if it's possible, it's unlikely that we'll be able to comprehend one of the 4 supreme laws. Ling Jueyan smiled wryly. Why? Duan Lingtian frowned. For example, I comprehended the law of death through my clan's bloodline. Unlike ordinary people who comprehend the law of death and the law of life, my bloodline makes it impossible for me to comprehend the law of life. For this reason, it's impossible for me to comprehend the law of life with the help of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Apart from that, we've come into contact with the law of time in the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Although we haven't comprehended the law of time's fundamental profundity, it's still impossible for us to comprehend the law of time. Unless the heaven sacrificial divine fruit helps me comprehend the law of space, it's impossible for me to comprehend one of the 4 supreme laws with the help of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. One side is the laws of space, the other side is the laws of 5 elements, and even the laws of wind, lightning, ice, and so on derived from the laws of 5 elements. The chances of comprehending the laws of space are too low. Ling Jueyan said. That's me. Compared to me, the probability of you comprehending one of the 4 supreme laws is much higher. Ling Jueyan looked at Duan Lingtian and continued to say, You've only comprehended the law of time. You've only come into contact with the law of time so far. If you didn't come into contact with the law of life when you obtained the main branch of the divine tree of life, you might have been able to comprehend the law of life, the law of death, or the law of space with the help of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. It was clear Ling Jueyan had taken all the factors into consideration. You recognize the divine tree of life? Duan Lingtian was surprised. If he was not mistaken, Ling Jueyan was present when he bid for the main branch from the divine tree of life. However, he was with the people from the supporting Fall nation while Ling Jueyan was with the people from the East Ming nation. I'm from a realm of God, so it's only natural for me to recognize the divine tree of life. Ling Jueyan said, When you bid for the divine tree of life, I knew you must have recognized it. However, at that time, I didn't know you're a descendant of a supreme powerhouse as well. Now that I know you're a descendant of a supreme powerhouse, it's not surprising for you to recognize the divine tree of life. Since you recognized the divine tree of life that day, why did you just watch me bid for it? Didn't you want it? Chapter 3108. Ling Jueyan shook his head when he heard Duan Lingtian's question. Not to mention that it's just one of the main branches of the divine tree of life. Even if it's the real divine tree of life, it's useless to me. The divine tree of life can help one comprehend the laws of life, and it also has some other uses, but because it contains the laws of life, it's destined to be impossible for me to use. Due to my clan's inherited bloodline, it's impossible for me to comprehend the law of life. Moreover, the divine tree of life that contains the law of life will reject me. Ling Jueyun's words clearly hinted at something else. I do want the divine tree of life. However, it's impossible for me to use it. I see. Duan Ling Tian was enlightened when he heard Ling Jueyun's words. However, he could not help but ask, you could have told the people from the East Ming nation that the divine tree of life is a treasure. If the East Ming nation obtains the divine tree of life, they won't mistreat you. Even if I told them about the divine tree of life, I'm afraid they wouldn't understand. Moreover, they might expose my origin. Ling Jueyun shook his head. A hint of disdain could be seen on his face as he said, as for what you said, they won't mistreat me. What do you think they'll give me? Duan Ling Tian smiled bitterly. He recalled Ling Jueyun was from a powerful clan in the Divine Offering Land. How could he lack something that a grade 8 celestial kingdom like the East Ming nation could possibly provide? Swoosh. Swoosh. Duan Ling Tian and Ling Jueyun traveled at full speed. 5 days later, they arrived at a city controlled by the Yen Mountain Mansion. It was similar to Pu Shan City, which was controlled by the profound Nether Mansion before they left the spirit overarching heaven. This city was called Tianji City. After entering Tianji City, Duan Ling Tian and Ling Jueyun stayed in the best courtyard in an inn owned by the Yen Mountain Mansion. Even if the 2 Nine Palaces celestial kings from the Blood Skull Gang were here, they would not be able to do anything to them. Unless the 2 killers wanted to die, they wouldn't attack them here. There are so many memory immortal talismans. Duan Ling Tian and Ling Jueyun stayed in different rooms in the same courtyard. As soon as Duan Ling Tian entered the room, he noticed many memory immortal talismans on the counter. Of course, one could tell with a single glance that these memory immortal talismans were merely memory immortal talismans that could be used indefinitely. A line of words was carved on the counter where the memory immortal talismans were placed. It was a memory immortal talisman that recorded the major events of the past few years in the Jade Emperor Heaven. That works too. This. What's the difference between this and the newspapers on Earth? Duan Ling Tian shook his head with a smile. He didn't expect Swallow Mountain Prefecture's subordinate taverns to be so considerate, even providing at the newspaper memory immortal talisman. Duan Ling Tian waited patiently for the efficacy of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit to fully assimilate into his body. During his journey to Tianji City, he had already become a 5-element celestial duke. It took him 8 days to break through from a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial to a 5-element celestial duke. Moreover, the further he progressed, the slower it became. Previously, it had only taken him a day and a night to break through from a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial to a 1 basic celestial duke. However, it took him another 2 days and a night to break through from a 1 basic celestial duke to a 2-form celestial duke. It took him longer and longer to break through from a 2-form celestial duke to a 3-talent celestial duke, then to a 4-phenomenon celestial duke, and finally to a 5-element celestial duke. Naturally, it only took him longer to break through compared to the time it took him to break through earlier. In any case, Duan Ling Tian would be able to break through and become a 10-direction celestial duke within a month after consuming the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. However, up until now, he had not comprehended any profundities from the law that the heaven sacrificial divine fruit granted him. Duan Ling Tian was not in a hurry since he knew he would be able to comprehend the profundities in 20 days at most. In the next 20 days, I won't be able to cultivate in peace and comprehend the profundities from the law of fire. In that case, I might as well look through these memory celestial talismans to learn more about the major events in the Jade Emperor Heaven. I might have heard of some of the major events recorded in these memory celestial talismans. After all, the Heavenly Emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven is the Jade Emperor from Earth's myths and legends. The Jade Emperor was the leader of the Celestials in Earth's myths and legends. With this thought in mind, Duan Ling Tian eagerly picked up a memory celestial talisman and extended his divine consciousness to read the information recorded in it. The third son of the Bright Void Celestial Lord from the Bright Void territory has become a Celestial Duke before the age of 100. Moreover, he has comprehended the fourth profundity from the law of space when he created his little world. The Memory Celestial Talisman described how the third son of the titled Celestial Lord from the Bright Void territory had recently become a one basic Celestial Duke. Based on this Memory Celestial Talisman, it was not difficult to learn that the third son of the Bright Void Celestial Lord had comprehended three profundities from the law of space before he became a Celestial Duke. After he became a Celestial Duke and created his little world, he had comprehended the fourth profundity from the law of space. A one basic Celestial Duke before the age of 100 who has comprehended four profundities from the law of space. The third son of the Bright Void Celestial Lord is known as the number one prodigy in the Bright Void territory in the past 10,000 years. Duan Ling Tian shook his head with a smile on his face when he read this part of the Memory Celestial Talisman. In the Devata realms, Ling Ju-yun and I can be considered as rare geniuses in 10,000 years. Not only that, but Ling Jueyun and I will break through and become 10 Direction Celestial Dukes in another 20 days. A 10 Direction Celestial Duke who has comprehended three profundities from a law and is in the process of comprehending the fourth profundity from a law before the age of 100. In any Devata realm, there might not even be one such person in 100,000 years, right? Or should I say, even in a million years, there might not be a single person like us who will appear in a month? Although Duan Ling Tian's words were laced with a hint of mockery, he was still shocked by the Bright Void Celestial Lord's third son's comprehension ability. Naturally, he was only shocked by the third son of the Bright Void Celestial Duke. He has comprehended three profundities from the law of space before he became a Celestial Duke. It doesn't matter if the third son of the Bright Void Celestial Lord has a high comprehension ability or a fortuitous encounter, he's not simple at all. The law of space was one of the four supreme laws. Not only was it mysterious, but it was also very difficult to comprehend. The reason why Ling Ju-yun was able to comprehend one of the four supreme laws, the law of death, at such a young age was because his family's bloodline could help him comprehend the law of death. Moreover, who was Ling Jueyun? He was a disciple of a powerful clan in the Divine Offering Land. Moreover, he was a descendant of a supreme powerhouse. The third son of the Bright Void Celestial Lord was merely the son of a ruler of a territory in the Jade Emperor Heaven. In terms of background, he was inferior to Ling Jueyun. The Bright Void Celestial Lord was only an ordinary titled Celestial Lord. There were many territories like the Bright Void territory in the Devata realms, and there were many titled Celestial Lords like the Bright Void Celestial Lord. Based on this, it was clear the third son of the Bright Void Celestial Lord was extraordinary. However, based on Ling Jueyun's age and cultivation base, it's likely he didn't have the time to enjoy the cultivation resources of his clan. For this reason, his current achievements aren't comparable to those of his peers from other powerful clans in the Divine Offering Land. Duan Ling Tian had thought about this as well. Even if someone below the age of 100 was from a powerful clan in the Divine Offering Land, it was impossible for him to enjoy the cultivation resources of his clan to be comparable to Ling Jueyun. After all, the Divine Offering Land was a realm of gods that was superior to the Devata realms. Even the top forces in the Devata realms could not compare to the powerful clans in the Divine Offering Land. Let's look at something else. Duan Ling Tian put down the Memory Celestial Talisman that recorded the monstrous achievements of the third son of the Bright Void Celestial Lord from the Bright Void territory and picked up another Memory Celestial Talisman. As soon as he sent his divine consciousness into it, information appeared. Duan Ling Tian's eyes widened in surprise when he saw the information. Yang Jian, the three-eyed Celestial Emperor, a subordinate of the Heavenly Emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven, has challenged Sun Wukong, the Heaven's equal Celestial Emperor, for the 98th time. Sun Wukong, the Heaven's equal Celestial Emperor, managed to severely injure Yang Jian with just 3 strikes. In the past, Sun Wukong, the Heaven's equal Celestial Emperor, was able to defeat Yang Jian after exchanging 100 strikes. Sun Wukong, the Heaven's equal Celestial Emperor, seems to have reached the threshold of godhood. The Memory Celestial Talisman Duan Ling Tian picked up contained this information. The two familiar names in it caused his mind to wander. Yang Jian? The three-eyed celestial emperor? Sun Wukong? The heavens equal celestial emperor? If I'm not mistaken, Yang Jian and Sun Wukong should be the true Lord Erlang, the great sage, heavens equal, Sun Wukong. The Jade Emperor is the heavenly emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven. According to the legends on Earth, Yang Jian is the Jade Emperor's nephew. Therefore, it's not surprising that he's a titled celestial emperor under the Jade Emperor's command. Sun Wukong is known as the Great Sage, Heavens Equal. The Heavens Equal Celestial Emperor, Heavens Equal, should be the same person as Sun Wukong. Based on the information recorded in the Memory Celestial Talisman, it seems like Sun Wukong has reached the threshold of godhood. Godhood. Duan Lingtian, naturally, knew that godhood represented the strongest force in the Devata realm. Chapter 3109. Sun Wukong has reached the threshold of becoming a god. In other words, he's a 10-direction celestial emperor now. As for Yang Jian, since he dares to challenge Sun Wukong so many times, he must be a 10-direction celestial emperor as well. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to figure this out based on the information in the Memory Celestial Talisman. Originally, after knowing that most of the characters in Earth's myths and legends really existed, he was very much looking forward to seeing them with his own eyes in the future. If he could drink and chat with them, he would definitely drink with them until they were drunk. However, after learning about Sun Wukong and Yang Jian's strength, Duan Lingtian realized that he was not a match for them. Even Sun Wukong and Yang Jian's disciples would not want to talk to him, let alone Sun Wukong and Yang Jian who were at the peak of the Devata realms. If I want to talk to them as equals, I need to be at least as strong as them. I'm still too weak. Duan Lingtian sighed as he put down the Memory Celestial Talisman in his hand. Regarding this point, he was still aware of his own limitations. After putting down the Memory Celestial Talisman, Duan Lingtian picked up another Memory Celestial Talisman. These Memory Celestial Talismans recorded all sorts of strange and interesting events. However, to Duan Lingtian, they were merely for fun. He would not waste time after reading them. After reading these Memory Celestial Talismans, Duan Lingtian gained a better understanding of the vastness of the Devata realms. It was much more vast than he had imagined. For example, the Yin Mountain Mansions equal Heaven Territory and the Profound Nether Mansions Southern Heaven Territory were just small territories in the Jade Emperor Heaven and the Spirit Overarching Heaven. These territories were ruled by titled celestial lords. Generally, there was only one titled celestial lord in these territories. I'm too weak. I'm too weak now. Even though I managed to break through and become a 10-direction celestial duke with the help of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, I'm still too weak. Above a 10-direction celestial duke was a celestial lord. Celestial lords were divided into 10 stages. Apart from that, they were also divided into ordinary celestial lords and titled celestial lords. Above the immortal emperor was the immortal emperor. Celestial emperors were divided into ordinary celestial emperors and titled celestial emperors. Even titled celestial emperors had differences in strength. Powerful titled celestial emperors were like Sun Wukong, Yang Jian, and the heavenly emperors of Devata realms. If Sun Wukong is really close to becoming a god and managed to injure Yang Jian with just 3 strikes, I'm afraid he's as strong as a heavenly emperor in a Devata realm. I wonder if his personality is as wild and unruly as the legends on Earth say. If he is, will he challenge the Jade Emperor to become the new heavenly emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven? Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian became a little curious, and at the same time, a little expectant. If Sun Wukong really challenged the Jade Emperor and succeeded, the news would definitely spread throughout the Jade Emperor Heaven. Such a big matter would definitely spread to the Spirit Overarching Heaven in the future. Therefore, even if he returned to the Spirit Overarching Heaven, he would definitely receive news. Currently, my cultivation base is improving, but the profundities of the laws have yet to appear. Although Duan Lingtian was not worried about the profundities of the laws, as the days passed, he could not help but feel anxious. To calm himself down, Duan Lingtian shifted his attention to the little worlds that could be created by celestial dukes and above. However, although celestial dukes and above could create little worlds, there were still differences. For example, the little worlds created by celestial dukes could only be carried around. To be more precise, they could only create a little world in their bodies. The little world was similar to a spatial ring that could store things. Unlike a spatial ring that could not store living things, a little world could store living things. On the other hand, a little world created by a celestial king could be stored in a fixed location. Similar to the little world created by a celestial king from the blissful sect when Duan Lingtian first arrived in the Devata realms, it was similar to a secret realm. That was how he met Murongbing. A little world created by a celestial lord was, naturally, stronger than a little world created by a celestial king. For example, the southern heaven ancient realm that Duan Lingtian had entered previously was a little world created by a southern heaven celestial lord in the southern heaven territory. However, after the little world was created by a southern heaven celestial lord, the successive southern heaven celestial lords would maintain it so that it would not collapse or disappear due to excessive consumption. Little worlds created by celestial kings and celestial lords could exist as secret realms. It was fine if no one entered the secret realms. However, if someone entered the secret realms would collapse and disappear. I've seen the method to create a little world in the Simplicity Celestial sect. Let's try to create a little world now. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian tried to create a little world in his body based on the method he had seen before. Creating a little world required the celestial origin energy of a celestial duke and the soul energy of a celestial duke. Moreover, after the little world was created, the celestial origin energy and soul energy would have to be nourished for a period of time before the space inside the little world would stabilize. Otherwise, Duan Lingtian would be able to create a little world that was comparable to a one basic celestial duke's celestial origin energy and soul energy if he used the consumable royal grade celestial weapon. After all, the celestial origin energy and soul energy would have to be nourished for a period of time. For this reason, it was impossible to create a little world in a short period of time. Swoosh! Swoosh! Duan Lingtian mobilized the celestial origin energy in his body and gathered it together before it began to condense. If he wanted to create a little world, he would have to gather his celestial origin energy and condense it with the help of his soul energy. Once the celestial origin energy reached its limit, it would explode and create a little world. If you want to create a little world, I suggest you create it near your heart. The profound divine metal's voice rang in the air while Duan Lingtian was busy condensing his celestial origin energy to prepare for the little world. Near my heart? Duan Lingtian was taken aback. Why? There might be a surprise. The profound divine metal replied. A surprise? Duan Lingtian was still puzzled. However, the profound divine metal had no intention of answering his question. Even the Chaos Divine Flame and the Chaos Divine Earth remained silent. It was fine if the Chaos Divine Flame did not say anything, but the Chaos Divine Earth's silence surprised Duan Lingtian. Chaos Divine Earth, aren't you going to tell me what the surprise is? The chances are low. It'll be a surprise if it works. If it doesn't work, there's no point in talking about it now. The Chaos Divine Earth's childish voice rang in the air. However, it kept Duan Lingtian in suspense. This made Duan Lingtian even more puzzled. There's still a chance. Don't forget that this brat has 99 heavenly veins. Moreover, the main branch of the divine tree of life has already acknowledged him as its master. The Chaos Divine Flame said. It's less than 30%. The profound divine metal said again. Clearly, it was telling Duan Lingtian that the chances of success were less than 30%. This made Duan Lingtian even more puzzled. However, the 5 divine elements did not say anything else. Although Duan Lingtian was puzzled, he did not ask any questions. He continued to focus on gathering his celestial origin energy. This was because he knew that he would be able to find the answers to all his questions after he opened up the small world. Naturally, he would still follow the profound divine metal's advice and create a little world near his heart. Time continued to pass. An hour passed. 2 hours passed. 1 day passed. 2 days passed. 3 days passed. With the help of his soul energy, Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy was finally condensed to its peak. I've finally reached the final stage. According to the records of celestial dukes opening up little worlds, I should pour all my soul energy into the extremely condensed celestial origin energy, use it to open up a little world, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. During the process of creating a little world, I can't slack off on using my soul energy. I'll have to use my celestial origin energy to create a little world. Of course, the small world that is constructed is cold and empty at first, just like the space inside a storage ring. If you want to make it colorful, you'll have to move soil in and plant flowers and trees in. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian controlled his soul energy and pierced it into the celestial origin energy that had been condensed to its peak. For Duan Lingtian, who had studied little worlds created by celestial dukes, this was not difficult at all. Swoosh. 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 Duan Lingtian's soul energy was like the hand of the god of creation. It manipulated the condensed celestial origin energy to create a little world in his body. First, he had to outline the rough trajectory of the little world. Next, he had to fill out the trajectory so that the little world would gradually take shape. At this moment, whoosh! A sound that sounded like some kind of energy was released suddenly rang in Duan Lingtian's body. To be more precise, it came from his heart. In the next moment, just as Duan Lingtian was using his soul energy to fill out the trajectory of the little world, a sudden change occurred. The main branch of the divine tree of life that had been rooted in Duan Lingtian's heart suddenly shone brightly. In the end, it left Duan Lingtian's heart and flew toward the little world that Duan Lingtian was still creating. In just a few moments, it seemed to have transformed into a force that could absorb all rivers into the sea before it merged with Duan Lingtian's little world. At the same time, Duan Lingtian discovered that the 99 heavenly veins in his body had become boiling hot. The heaven and earth spirit energy was surging in from the outside and transforming into celestial origin energy that flowed through all the heavenly veins in his body toward his heart. To be more precise, it was gathering in the little world that he was creating. This. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. Chapter 31:10. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's soul energy stopped moving in a timely manner. However, even though his soul power had stopped moving, the small world in Duan Lingtian's body continued to outline and construct at an even faster speed than before. The celestial origin energy from the 99 heavenly veins in Duan Lingtian's body continued to form the little world in his body. It was as though they were being controlled by something, helping Duan Lingtian to quickly form the little world. Is that the main branch of the tree of life? At the same time, Duan Lingtian saw the main branch of the divine tree of life was rooted in the center of his small world that had yet to fully form, like the roots of an old tree. Below the main branch of the divine tree of life, there was a patch of soil, and the soil was emitting a green light. Under the cover of the green light, a grassy lawn appeared at the right time. Furthermore, there were flowers of various colors appearing on the grassy lawn. It was like 100 flowers competing with each other. It was gorgeous and dazzling. This is what's going on. Immediately after, Duan Lingtian saw that as the divine tree of life continued to emit waves of faint light, this light quickly enveloped the entire small world that had yet to take shape. At the same time, the celestial origin energy from the 99 heavenly veins in Duan Lingtian's body surged into the little world. It was as though the little world was suddenly filled with flesh and blood. Numerous small mountains seemed to rise out of thin air. There was water in the mountains, green grass like a cushion, and some lush flowers and trees appeared at the right time. As time passed, the small mountain formed a beautiful valley. The water on the small mountain gathered together to form a waterfall. The waterfall splashed down, causing a crystal-clear lake to appear in the valley. In the lake, pebbles of various colors were faintly discernible. The next moment, Duan Lingtian saw something else. On the grassland in the valley, numerous tiny figures appeared one after another, and they were actually some birds and beasts. They flew and swam happily in the valley, and it seemed to form a beautiful picture that caused Duan Lingtian to be completely stunned. However, these birds and beasts only circled around the main branch of the divine tree of life at the center of the valley. It seems that all of this has something to do with the main branch of the divine tree of life. Now, it wasn't difficult for Duan Lingtian to see that the changes in his small world were related to the changes in the main branch of the tree of life. He actually succeeded. The chaos divine earth exclaimed in its childish voice. Its voice was filled with surprise. Soon after, Duan Lingtian discovered that the chaos divine earth had left its original location and was heading straight for his little world. Now, the construction of the small world was nearing its end. As soon as the chaos divine earth entered the lesser world, it took on a human form. It looked like a little boy who was about 3 years old. Although its facial features had yet to fully develop, its chubby face made it look adorable. Although the chaos divine earth had taken on a human form, its silhouette was extremely illusory. It was like a cloud of fog that could be easily blown away. Not bad. Not bad. The little world is filled with the life energy of the divine tree of life. I can take on a human form. The little boy nodded in satisfaction as he looked at the main branch of the divine tree of life that had taken root in the ground. Swoosh. Swoosh. After the little boy appeared in the valley, 2 other figures appeared as well. Just a moment ago, Duan Lingtian discovered that the profound divine metal and chaos divine flame had entered his little world. The profound divine metal had taken on the form of a middle-aged man dressed in a long golden robe. The middle-aged man had a dignified appearance and a dignified appearance. On the other hand, the chaos divine flame had taken on the form of an old man dressed in a long red robe. He was tall and had a flame mark between his eyebrows. However, whether it was the little boy, the middle-aged man dressed in a golden robe, or the old man dressed in a red robe, their silhouettes were somewhat illusory. What's going on? At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally could not suppress the confusion in his heart and asked the 3 of them. Hee. Lad, you're quite lucky. The divine tree of life has acknowledged you as soon as you've created your little world. The little boy in the chaos divine earth chuckled as he said, you should know that the chances of this happening aren't high. Even if you have 99 heavenly veins, the chances of this happening are less than 30%. What's the use of this? Duan Lingtian asked bluntly. What he wanted to know the most was what benefits would he gain from such a situation. Of course it's useful. The little boy replied in a childish voice. The main branch of the divine tree of life has taken root in your little world. Not only will it reduce the obstacles on your path to becoming a supreme powerhouse, but it'll also help you subtly comprehend the law of life. In the past, even with the help of the main branch of the divine tree of life, you still had to rely on yourself to comprehend the law of life. However, now that the main branch of the divine tree of life has taken root in your little world, even if you don't actively comprehend the law of life, you'll still be influenced by your little world. As long as you have enough time, you'll be able to passively comprehend all the profundities from the law of life. In fact, you'll even be able to comprehend all the profundities from the law of life to the mastery stage. Of course, that'll take a very, very long time. You can also take the initiative to comprehend the law of life. That way, the speed at which you comprehend the profundities from the law of life won't be slower than the speed at which you comprehend the profundities from the law of the 5 elements with our help. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard the little boy's words. He did not expect that the divine tree of life taking root in his little world would bring such benefits to him. Lad, you should take advantage of the fact that the divine tree of life is helping you to construct your little world. Who knows, you might even be able to comprehend the law of space. The golden-clad middle-aged man, the profound divine metal, said to Duan Lingtian, the law of space is one of the 4 supreme laws. If you want to comprehend it, you must first open this door. Now is the best time for you to open this door. You won't always have such a good opportunity to open the door to the law of space. A hint of urgency could be heard in the profound divine metal's voice as he spoke. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat when he heard the profound divine metal's words. At the same time, he discovered he did not have to worry about the little world anymore. The main branch of the divine tree of life was guiding the celestial origin energy from his 99 heavenly veins to construct his little world at an extremely fast speed. The law of space. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He extended his divine consciousness and touched the little world that had yet to take shape. It was as though he was trying to comprehend something from it. The little world was taking shape at an extremely fast speed. When Duan Lingtian's divine consciousness touched the little world, he could vaguely sense something. This was related to the law of space. Naturally, Duan Lingtian would need time to comprehend this since he had never come into contact with the law of space before this. Without realizing it, Duan Lingtian was so immersed in the little world that he did not even realize it had taken half an hour for the little world to take shape. Currently, he was still immersed in the little world that had yet to take shape. Duan Lingtian was trying his best to grasp the profundity of the law of space. However, the profundity of the law of space was like a loach that he could not grasp at all. A large amount of mysterious and obscure information suddenly appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind and rushed into his mind. Duan Lingtian was dazzled by the influx of information. It took him a while to regain his senses. At the same time, Duan Lingtian had an unusually clear feeling that this information was closely related to the medicinal efficacy of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit that was still in his body. This was because the moment the mysterious and obscure information rushed into his mind, the medicinal efficacy of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit in his body began to boil as though it had been injected with chicken blood. At that moment, he only felt a burning sensation all over his body, and his scalp went numb like a flash in the pan. What's going on? After a while, Duan Lingtian felt as though there was something in his mind. He opened his eyes and moved his hands slightly. He seemed to have a strange feeling about the void around him. This feeling was like the feeling of control. It was as if he could control the surrounding void. Could it be? Suddenly, a thought popped into Duan Lingtian's mind. This thought made his eyes light up. At this moment, if someone were to look into Duan Lingtian's eyes, they would definitely discover that Duan Lingtian's eyes were now as bright as the stars in the night sky. They were so dazzling that they could blind a normal person. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. At the same time, he began to digest the information that he had originally thought was mysterious and obscure. At this moment, Duan Lingtian realized that the information that he had thought was mysterious and obscure was something that he had been born with. This information further proved to him that his previous guess was right. As expected, Duan Lingtian clenched his fists in excitement. His entire body began to tremble, and the frequency of his trembling increased until it was uncontrollable. It was not difficult to see that Duan Lingtian was so excited that he was on the verge of insanity. If someone else was here, they would definitely be frightened by him. The law of space. The law that the heaven sacrificial divine fruit helped me comprehend is actually the law of space. The reason why Duan Lingtian was so excited was because Chapter 31:11. Before the appearance of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, Duan Lingtian had been hoping he would be able to comprehend one of the 4 supreme laws. According to Ling Jueyan, since he had encountered the law of time in the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm in the profound nether mansion, it was impossible for him to comprehend the law of time with the help of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. However, he had a chance to comprehend the other 3 supreme laws, the law of space, the law of life, and the law of death. Even then, Duan Lingtian did not have high hopes. After all, the supreme laws were much harder to comprehend compared to ordinary laws. Although the heaven sacrificial divine fruit was heaven-defying, it might not be able to help him comprehend the supreme laws. Today, he had created his first little world. Initially, everything was going according to plan. However, the main branch from the divine tree of life that had acknowledged him as its master had suddenly interfered. Since the main branch from the divine tree of life had helped him complete his little world, he did not have to interfere with the creation of his little world. While Duan Ling Tian was still in shock and at a loss, the profound divine metal suddenly asked him to use his divine consciousness to observe the process of the divine tree of life completing his little world. Perhaps, he might be able to comprehend the law of space. With the profound divine metal's reminder, Duan Ling Tian focused on observing the process of the divine tree of life completing his little world. At this moment, a lot of information appeared in his mind. At first, he found it difficult to comprehend. However, after a while, he felt familiar with the information as though he was born with it. After reading the information, Duan Ling Tian was certain he had comprehended the laws of space. This information was related to many profundities of the law of space. Clearly, the heaven sacrificial divine fruit had helped him comprehend the various profundities of the law of space. After all, the information had appeared in his mind. The heaven sacrificial divine fruit resonated with the information. The law of space. Duan Ling Tian tried his best to suppress his excitement as he studied the law of space that had appeared in his mind. The law of space that the heaven sacrificial divine fruit helped me comprehend is 6 profundities. After confirming that he had comprehended 6 profundities of the law of space, Duan Ling Tian's heart, which had finally calmed down with great difficulty, was once again stirred up. He couldn't calm down for a long time. Although he had learned that the heaven sacrificial divine fruit could help one comprehend at least 6 profundities of a law, and some had even comprehended up to 8 profundities of a law after consuming the fruit, Duan Ling Tian was shocked. Comprehending 6 profundities of a particular law was considered to be relatively ineffective. However, Duan Ling Tian was not disappointed that the heaven sacrificial divine fruit had only helped him comprehend 6 profundities of the law of space. Although he had only comprehended 6 profundities, they were not ordinary profundities. This was the profound meaning of the laws of space. Spatial laws were one of the 4 supreme laws. The difficulty of comprehending them was far more difficult than ordinary laws. Ordinary laws could be comprehended through celestial methods and divine abilities, but the 4 supreme laws such as the space law could not be comprehended through celestial methods and divine abilities. For this reason, it was much more difficult to comprehend the 4 supreme laws compared to ordinary laws. Duan Ling Tian was very satisfied that he had comprehended 6 profundities of the law of space in just one day. He was even slightly overjoyed with this result. This could be seen from the excitement in Duan Ling Tian's heart that took a long time to calm down. The heaven sacrificial divine fruit helped me comprehend 6 profundities of the law of space. After about 15 minutes, Duan Ling Tian finally calmed down and shifted his attention to the 6 profundities of the law of space that he had comprehended with the help of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. The 6 profundities include the space elemental profundity, the fundamental profundity of the law of space. Apart from the space elemental profundity, there are 5 other profundities. They are the confinement profundity, the distortion profundity, the teleportation profundity, the cross-dimensional profundity, and the territory profundity. The confinement profundity is mainly an auxiliary profundity. The distortion profundity and the cross-dimensional profundity are mainly offensive profundities. The teleportation profundity is mainly a speed profundity. The territory profundity is mainly a defense profundity. The heaven sacrificial divine fruit helped Duan Ling Tian comprehend the law of space's profundities. However, to Duan Ling Tian, it was as though he had comprehended the profundities on his own. Not only was he familiar with the profundities, but he also knew the characteristics of the profundities. Moreover, he could even use them as though they were part of his body. The confinement profundity. With just a thought, Duan Ling Tian's celestial origin energy surged out of his body. It merged with the space elemental profundity before it turned into a gray energy that spread out in the air. In the next moment, this is it. Duanling Tian's gaze passed through the window that he had just pushed open and locked onto a black beetle that was gnawing on a tree bark in the courtyard. With just a thought, the air around the black beetle began to tremble. At the same time, the black beetle flapped its wings in an attempt to leave the tree. However, as soon as it flew up, it seemed to have bumped into something and bounced back. It could not leave the tree at all. After that, no matter which direction it went, it couldn't get more than a foot away from the branch. With the tree as the center, the area within a 1-foot radius seemed to be confined by something. It was impossible for the black beetle to leave. Duanling Tian had used the confinement profundity from the law of space to confine the 1-foot radius around the tree. The black beetle was trapped in the space and could not leave the area. It was like a trapped beast. Withdraw. Duanling Tian narrowed his eyes. The 1-foot radius around the black beetle began to shrink at an extremely fast speed. After a while, the black beetle was squeezed into a ball before it exploded into a bloody mist. The bloody mist was accompanied by debris. It was clear that the black beetle's carapace, bones, and flesh were crushed. Not only can the confinement profundity from the law of space trap people, but it can also injure and kill people. Although Duanling Tian had a certain understanding of the law of space when he was in the Simplicity Celestial sect, the confinement profundity, most of the information recorded in the Memory Celestial Talisman was only theoretical. Now that he had personally used the confinement profundity to kill the black beetle, Duanling Tian gained a deeper understanding of how terrifying the confinement profundity was. The distortion profundity, after regaining his senses, Duanling Tian shifted his gaze to the tree branch where the black beetle had been. With just a thought, he activated the distortion profundity from the law of space, causing the space around the tree branch to distort. In the next moment, the tree branch swayed violently before it was reduced to dust. It was as though it had just experienced a terrifying storm. The cross-dimensional/profundity. With just a thought in Duanling Tian's mind, a tiny spatial tear suddenly appeared in the sky. As soon as the spatial tear appeared, a blade flew out of it. It was as though it was an attack from another dimension as it traversed space and arrived here. Buzz! As the saber swept past, not only was the tree branch cut in half, but the part of the tree that was cut in half was also damaged as though it had been corroded by something. The cross-dimensional/profundity is not only powerful, but it also contains a powerful corrosive energy that corrodes everything. If a person is hit by the cross-dimensional/profundity, not only will the place where the cross-dimensional/profundity be severed, but the corrosive energy will also enter the person's internal organs and corrode them. Duanling Tian inhaled sharply. The cross-dimensional/profundity was one of the most peculiar profundities in the law of space. It was as though it was an attack from another dimension. It was impossible to guard against it. At the same time, it had a terrifying corrosive effect. The teleportation profundity. When Duanling Tian shifted his attention to the law of space's teleportation profundity, he raised his hand and closed all the windows in the room. For a moment, the room seemed like a sealed space. In the next moment, swoosh! Duanling Tian's celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the space elemental profundity surged out of his body and shrouded him. After a few moments, he disappeared from the room. When he reappeared, he was already in the courtyard outside the room. The teleportation profundity allows me to move through space. I can move from one place to another even if there are obstacles in the way. Just like earlier, I didn't encounter any obstacles when I disappeared from the room and reappeared here. I directly disappeared from there and teleported here through space, Qin Wentian said. However, it seems like the maximum distance I can teleport to is 100 meters. A distance of 100 meters was considered far for an ordinary person. Even if it was 100 meters, it would take at least 10 seconds. However, to the current Duanling Tian, although the distance of 100 meters could not be said to be within reach, it was still a distance that could be traversed with just a thought. The attack that he consolidated could traverse 100 meters in just a blink of an eye. The teleportation profundity from the law of space. When it's at the rudimentary stage, I can teleport 100 meters away. When it's at the initial stage, I can teleport 10,000 meters away. When it's at the mastery stage, I can even teleport 1 million meters away. That's 2,000 miles away. I can teleport 1 million meters away in just an instant. Duan Lingtian inhaled sharply when he thought about this. He could only imagine how terrifying the teleportation profundity was when it was at the mastery stage. However, even though I've comprehended the teleportation profundity to the rudimentary stage, it's still much stronger than the speed profundity that's at the rudimentary stage. After all, it's a technique that allows me to teleport without any obstacles. When he was in a battle, he could instantly appear behind his opponent like a ghost. Even if his opponent reacted in time, he would have already made a move. Chapter 31:12. Bang! Duan Lingtian, who was standing in the courtyard outside his room, suddenly stomped his foot on the ground. With a soft thud, he rose into the air and hovered in the air. The territory profundity. With that thought in mind, Duan Lingtian cast the territory profundity, one of the 6 profundities from the law of space. His celestial origin energy that had been boosted by the space elemental profundity swirled around him. In just a blink of an eye, the space territory was formed. In the space territory, tiny cracks in space could be seen everywhere. It was as though the energy from another dimension had emerged from the cracks in space. It looked like gray lightning bolts that surrounded Duan Lingtian. Although the space territory was a defensive profundity from the law of space, it was not lacking in offensive profundities. It was just that it was more focused on defense. When I use my territory power Upanishad, if someone fights me at close range, he has to defend against both my attacks and the attacks generated by the territory power Upanishad. Otherwise, he will be attacked by the space energy inside the territory power Upanishad. In the space territory, Duan Lingtian spread his arms and merged with the space energy in the space territory. He could clearly feel the sharp aura of the space energy in the space territory. It was as though as soon as something invaded the space territory, it would immediately attack. However, at this moment, the sharp space energy wrapped around Duan Lingtian's body like a warm embrace. It gave Duan Lingtian the feeling of being in his mother's embrace when he was a child. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and took a deep breath. When he opened his eyes again, he saw a fly flying in the air. He raised his hand at lightning speed and an invisible energy swept out. It wrapped around the fly and brought it into the space territory around him. As soon as the fly entered the space territory, Duan Lingtian removed the energy that enveloped the fly. Qi. 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 After the little fly entered Duan Lingtian's space domain and lost the protection of Duan Lingtian's power, it was directly cut into countless pieces by the space domain, turning into fine powder that slowly fell to the ground. Based on my understanding of the laws of space's domain profundities, when one reaches the entry level of the domain profundities, they can extend their domain profundities to a distance of 10 meters. In the small success realm, it could reach a range of 100 meters. When it reaches the realm of great accomplishment, it can reach a distance of 1,000 meters. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian tried to release his domain mysteries, but he found that he couldn't release his domain mysteries beyond 10 meters. It was just as he had expected. After a short moment, Duan Lingtian restrained the raging celestial origin energy on the surface of his body, and he descended from the sky. When he landed on the ground, it was difficult to conceal the pleasantly surprised expression on his face. The law of space had 6 profound meanings. In just a blink of an eye, he had comprehended all of them. Even if the heaven sacrificial divine fruit had helped him comprehend 9 profundities from an ordinary law, he might not have been as happy as he was now. After all, the law of space was one of the 4 supreme laws, and the profundities it contained were notoriously difficult to comprehend. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian seemed to have noticed something. A flash of inspiration appeared in his mind as a piece of information flashed past. His eyes widened as he muttered to himself, "This is the law of space's transportation profundity?" At this moment, Duan Lingtian discovered another thing that surprised him. It was the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Apart from helping him comprehend 6 profundities from the law of space, the heaven sacrificial divine fruit had also helped him comprehend the 7th profundity from the law of space. The 7th profundity was none other than the transportation profundity. Generally speaking, transportation could only be achieved through a transporting formation. However, those who had comprehended the law of space's transportation profundity could also use it. Naturally, even if he had comprehended the law of space's transportation profundity to the mastery stage, the distance he could travel was limited. It was impossible for it to be comparable to large-scale transporting formations that required a large amount of celestial origin energy and rare materials. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian had only comprehended the law of space's transportation profundity. It would take him a lot of time and effort to comprehend it to the mastery stage. However, even so, it did not affect Duan Ling Tian's surprise. Comprehending the law of space's profundity meant one had opened the door to the profundity. It was only a matter of time before one comprehended it to the mastery stage. Time continued to pass by quietly. In just a blink of an eye, a month had passed since Duan Ling Tian and Ling Jueyan had consumed the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. In a remote valley outside Tianji City, 2 figures could be seen moving around like ghosts. One of them shone with golden light all over his body, as if a god had descended to earth. Around his body, streaks of golden sword light whizzed out. As for the other person, his exposed body suddenly disappeared into thin air in the face of his opponent's ferocious attack. When he reappeared, he was behind his opponent again. I can't help it. Unless I'm slightly stronger, I won't be able to keep up with your speed. The person whose body was covered in golden light retracted, revealing a gray figure. It was a young man in gray robes. He looked at the purple-clad young man who had reappeared a few dozen meters away and sighed. With this technique, you'll be invincible even against those who are stronger than you as long as they don't specialize in speed. A hint of helplessness could be heard in the gray-clad young man's voice when he spoke. These 2 figures were none other than Duan Ling Tian and Ling Jueyan, who had checked out of Tianji City early in the morning. Currently, Duan Ling Tian and Ling Jueyan had successfully become 10 directions celestial dukes with the help of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Moreover, they were 10 directions celestial dukes who were very close to becoming celestial kings. Naturally, the heaven sacrificial divine fruit was not as simple as it seemed. Apart from helping Duan Ling Tian and Ling Jueyan break through and become 10 directions celestial dukes, the heaven sacrificial divine fruit had also helped them comprehend many profundities from a law they had never encountered before. For example, Duan Ling Tian had comprehended 6 profundities from the law of space and was in the process of comprehending the 7th profundity from the law of space. As for Ling Jueyan, he had comprehended 8 profundities from the law of metal. He only needed to comprehend the last profundity from the law of metal before he completely comprehended all the profundities from the law of metal. Ling Jueyan, who had comprehended 8 profundities from the law of metal, was shocked Duan Ling Tian had comprehended one of the 4 supreme laws of space. However, when he found out Duan Ling Tian had only comprehended 6 profundities from the law of space, he was delighted and challenged Duan Ling Tian. For this reason, both of them had left Tianji City and came here to duel. During their previous duel, Ling Jueyan had lost to Duan Ling Tian. Although he did not hold a grudge against Duan Ling Tian, he did not want to miss the opportunity to defeat Duan Ling Tian. For this reason, they had engaged in a duel earlier. During this duel, Duan Ling Tian did not rely on the 5 divine elements. Instead, he relied on the 6 profundities from the law of space that he had just comprehended to defeat Ling Jueyan. Since Ling Jueyan had comprehended 8 profundities from the law of metal, Duan Ling Tian was unable to face Ling Jueyan head-on. However, with the teleportation profundity, no matter how Ling Jueyan attacked, he could not touch Duan Ling Tian at all. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian's comprehension of the law of space was far inferior to Ling Jueyan's comprehension of the law of metal. For this reason, although Duan Ling Tian was able to teleport behind Ling Jueyan many times and attack Ling Jueyan from the back, he was still blocked by Ling Jueyan. For this reason, both of them could not do anything to each other. After a while, Ling Jueyan finally stopped since he knew it was meaningless to continue. Moreover, if he continued, his celestial origin energy would be depleted before Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy. Although their cultivation bases were the same, Duan Lingtian had used more profundities from the law of space. Therefore, his celestial origin energy was depleted much faster than Duan Lingtian. If this continued, he would be the one to lose in the end. For this reason, Ling Jueyan took the initiative to stop the duel. Do you really plan to stay in the Jade Emperor Heaven and not return? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Ling Jueyan. After all, he had discussed this with Ling Jueyan before they left Tianji City for the Jade Emperor Heaven. He planned to return to the Southern Heaven Territory and the Simplicity Celestial Sect in the Spirit Overarching Heaven. On the other hand, Ling Jueyan planned to stay in the Jade Emperor Heaven. Yes. Ling Jueyan nodded. The Cloud Platform Celestial Sect isn't as good to me as the Simplicity Celestial Sect is to you. Moreover, it doesn't make much difference to me whether I stay in the Jade Emperor Heaven or the Spirit Overarching Heaven. For this reason, I don't plan to return to the Spirit Overarching Heaven. Initially, Duan Lingtian found it difficult to understand why Duan Lingtian insisted on returning to the Simplicity Celestial Sect in the Spirit Overarching Heaven. However, when he heard Duan Lingtian said he owed the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect a favor, he finally understood. If it were not for the Wind Shadow Escape Talisman given to him by the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, Duan Lingtian would not have been able to leave the Simplicity Celestial Sect's estate alive and obtain the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit. Duan Lingtian truly owed him a great favor. Actually, you can return with me. In the future, when we join the Profound Nether Mansion, we'll be able to look out for each other. Duan Lingtian tried to persuade Duan Lingtian. I don't want to return to the Jade Emperor Heaven because the Cloud Platform Celestial Sect didn't do much for me. I'll be able to repay them in the future. However, the main reason is because of you. Ling Jueyan said. Me? Duan Lingtian was taken aback. Yes. Ling Jueyan nodded. Then, he said proudly, I know we'll be able to look out for each other if I return to the Spirit Overarching Heaven with you. However, I don't want to be relieved. I want to grow stronger under pressure. I don't want to delay the enmity of my clan for too long. A hint of determination could be heard in Ling Jueyan's voice when he spoke. Chapter 31:13. Please tell Sister Huang that she doesn't have to worry about me. I'm no longer the same as before. Even without her help, I'll still be able to make a name for myself in the Devata realm. Ling Jueyan said to Duan Lingtian before he left. Currently, Huang had not fully merged with Duan Lingtian's prominent celestial weapon, the Seven Orifices Exquisite Sword. For this reason, she was still in Duan Lingtian's body and was unaware of what was happening outside. However, when Duan Lingtian was talking to the 5 divine elements in his body, Huang had interjected. For this reason, she was happy for Ling Jueyan when she learned that Ling Jueyan had obtained the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit. He's grown up, Huang sighed after listening to Duan Lingtian's words. She did not say anything else and fell silent again. However, Duan Lingtian could hear the worry in Huang Er's voice. With his current strength, it won't be difficult for him to grow up safely as long as he doesn't take risks recklessly. Duan Lingtian comforted Huang Er. Based on her words, it was clear she was in a better mood. It's time for me to return to the Spirit Overarching Heaven. After Ling Jueyan's figure disappeared from sight, Duan Lingtian turned around and returned to Tianji City. He planned to use the transporting formation in Tianji City to return to the Profound Nether Mansion in the Southern Heaven Territory of the Spirit Overarching Heaven. After all, Sun Liangpeng, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, was the reason he was able to obtain the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit. Previously, if it were not for the Wind Shadow Escape Talisman that Sun Liangpeng had given him, he would not have been able to escape from the 9 Palaces Celestial King from the Blood Skull Gang unless he used his consumable royal-grade celestial weapon. Moreover, even if he used his consumable royal-grade celestial weapon to kill the Blood Skull Gang's assassin, he would still have to pay a price. A 9 Palaces immortal king assassin had comprehended far more profound laws than him. He was definitely not someone easy to deal with. For this reason, when the two 9 Palaces celestial kings from the Blood Skull Gang attacked him a month ago, he did consider using the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon as a last resort. However, even if he used the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon, he might not be able to escape unscathed. After all, unlike when he left the Simplicity Celestial Sect's estate, he was facing two 9 Palaces celestial kings. Fortunately, Ling Jueyun had a life-saving celestial talisman with him. Otherwise, he would have had to rely on the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon to fight the two assassins from the Blood Skull Gang. The sect leader didn't waste the Wind Shadow escape talisman he gave me. Now that I'm a 10-direction celestial duke, I should be able to enter the profound nether mansion, right? On the way back to Tianji City, Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat, and his eyes flickered. A 10-direction celestial duke who was not even 100 years old would not have to go through the profound nether mansion's recruitment process. Previously, although he was not even 100 years old, he was already a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial and had comprehended 2 profundities from the law of fire, making him one of the rare geniuses in the profound nether mansion. Although there were not many people in the profound nether mansion who had such achievements, there were still a few. Moreover, in the history of the profound nether mansion, the southern heaven territory, and the spirit overarching heaven, there were many people who were outstanding in the beginning but ended up mediocre and mediocre in the end. Therefore, for a force like the profound nether mansion, a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who had comprehended 2 profundities from a law before the age of 100 was not worthy of the profound nether mansion. For this reason, Duan Lingtian had to stay in the Simplicity Celestial Sect and wait for the right time to enter the profound nether mansion. However, after Duan Lingtian consumed the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, not only had he become a 10-direction celestial duke, but he had also comprehended 6 profundities from the law of space. Most importantly, Duan Lingtian was not even 100 years old yet. It could be said that Duan Lingtian's achievements at such a young age were unprecedented in the history of the Southern Heaven Territory. Even if Duan Lingtian had consumed the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, Duan Lingtian's current achievements were enough to attract the attention of the profound nether mansion. In the Devata realms, fortuitous encounters were also a part of one's strength. In the Southern Heaven Territory of the Spirit Overarching Heaven, the two 9 Palaces celestial kings from the Blood Skull Gang had returned empty-handed. However, since they did not mention anything about meeting Duan Lingtian, the Blood Skull Gang was certain that Duan Lingtian was dead. After all, the reincarnated celestial emperor had sacrificed Duan Lingtian to the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. For this reason, the Blood Skull Gang decided to put Duan Lingtian's mission on hold. Usually, if a mission was put on hold, it would mean the mission was over. However, since the target's body was not found, the mission could only be put on hold. Under such circumstances, if the target did not show up, the mission would be put on hold. However, if the target showed up in front of everyone, and the Blood Skull Gang confirmed that the target was still alive, they would restart the mission and wouldn't give up until the target was dead. The mission can't be put on hold. Even if Duan Lingtian doesn't return to the Jade Emperor Heaven, the mission can't be put on hold. Leng Yi, the 9 Palaces celestial king from the Blood Skull Gang, who had just returned to the Spirit Overarching Heaven, said with a grim expression on his face when he learned that the mission to kill Duan Lingtian had been put on hold. Naturally, I won't reveal that I've met Duan Lingtian. After all, Zhou Jun and I didn't manage to find Duan Lingtian. Leng Yi and the other 9 Palaces celestial king had lied about not being able to find Duan Lingtian. Based on this, the Blood Skull Gang concluded that Duan Lingtian must have been killed. The Blood Skull Gang concluded that Duan Lingtian must have been sacrificed to the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. In fact, Leng Yi and the other 9 Palaces celestial king could also say that Duan Lingtian had used another Wind Shadow escape talisman, or that someone close to Duan Lingtian had used an escape celestial talisman that was on par with the Wind Shadow escape talisman. However, if they said that, they would have to explain the situation in detail. In order to simplify the mission, they would have to lie about not being able to find Duan Lingtian. However, now that Leng Yi learned that the mission to kill Duan Lingtian had been put on hold, he could no longer sit still. Duan Lingtian, a mere peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial, had escaped from him, a 9 palaces celestial king, twice. Leng Yi was greatly humiliated. He could not wait to tear Duan Lingtian into pieces. Even if Duan Lingtian had not returned to the spirit overarching heaven, Leng Yi did not want the mission to be put on hold. After all, if the mission was put on hold, he would have to do it himself if he wanted to kill Duan Lingtian in the future. It would be like looking for a needle in a haystack if he went to the Jade Emperor Heaven to look for Duan Lingtian. However, if the mission to kill Duan Lingtian continued, even if Duan Lingtian was in the Jade Emperor Heaven, the Blood Skull Gang would still use their intelligence network in the Jade Emperor Heaven to search for Duan Lingtian. I should ask Wang Qianzhan. Leng Yi suddenly remembered Wang Qianzhan, the Grand Elder of the Simplicity Celestial Sect. He still had Wang Qianzhan's soul pearl so he could contact Wang Qianzhan. Naturally, Leng Yi was unaware that Wang Qianzhan was the Grand Elder of the Simplicity Celestial Sect. After Duan Lingtian escaped from him using the Wind Shadow Escape Talisman, Wang Qianzhan had left the Simplicity Celestial Sect and was no longer the Grand Elder of the Simplicity Celestial Sect. After leaving the Simplicity Celestial Sect, Wang Qianzhan did not have a good time. His former enemies were afraid of the Simplicity Celestial Sect. However, when they found out he had left the Simplicity Celestial Sect, they immediately sought revenge on him. Lord. When he received Lang Ye's message, Wang Qianzhan was hiding in a swamp. Even so, he did not dare to neglect Lang Ye's message. Based on what I know, Duan Lingtian is a disciple of the Simplicity Celestial Sect. His soul pearl should be somewhere in the Simplicity Celestial Sect. Can you check if his soul pearl has shattered? Is he dead? Lang Ye's tone was condescending, causing Wang Qianzhan's originally depressed mood to become even more depressed. Lord. What do you mean? Duan Lingtian might be dead? Wang Qianzhan's eyes lit up immediately. A bright smile appeared on his gloomy face. Initially, he still harbored resentment toward Leng Yi. After all, he had openly colluded with Leng Yi to deal with Duan Lingtian. That was why he was expelled from the Simplicity Celestial Sect by Sun Liangpeng. However, at that time, Duan Lingtian was still alive. For this reason, he harbored resentment toward Leng Yi. Now that he heard Duan Lingtian might be dead, his resentment toward Leng Yi disappeared. Yes. Leng Yi replied. He briefly explained where Duan Lingtian had gone after leaving the Simplicity Celestial Sect's estate and how the reincarnated Celestial Emperor had plotted against the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit. We couldn't find Duan Lingtian in the area where Duan Lingtian had stayed in the Yan Huang Heaven. For this reason, we believe he's dead and was tricked by the reincarnated Celestial Emperor into sacrificing the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit Tree. Duan Lingtian was tricked by the reincarnated Celestial Emperor into sacrificing the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit Tree? As the Grand Elder of the Simplicity Celestial Sect who had lived longer than Sun Liangpeng, Wang Qianzhan had heard about the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit. For this reason, he laughed heartily when he learned Duan Lingtian had been tricked into sacrificing the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit Tree. The person who plotted against the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit Tree was no ordinary person. Leng Yi had said the person who plotted against the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit Tree was a reincarnated Celestial Emperor. For this reason, Wang Qianzhan did not think Duan Lingtian would survive. Lord Leng Yi, I think you're overthinking things. If Duan Lingtian was tricked by the reincarnated Celestial Emperor into sacrificing the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit Tree, there's no doubt he's dead. Wang Qianzhan laughed heartily before he replied to Leng Yi. I want to confirm whether he's dead or alive through his soul pearl. Chapter 31:14. If Leng Yi had not met Duan Lingtian in the Flame Emperor Heaven, he would have thought that Duan Lingtian was dead as well. Now that he knew Duan Lingtian was still alive, he asked Wang Qianzhan to investigate because he wanted to find a way to inform the organization behind him that Duanling Tian was still alive so that the organization could reactivate the mission that had been put on hold. My lord. Wang Qianzhan smiled bitterly as he replied, you might not know this, but after Duanling Tian escaped from the Simplicity Celestial Sect's estate, I was expelled by Sun Liangpeng, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect. When I was still the Grand Elder of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, it wasn't difficult for me to investigate Duanling Tian's soul pearl. However, there's nothing I can do now. Wang Qianzhan replied. Humph. Upon hearing Wang Qianzhan's words, Leng Yi scoffed. Even if you're no longer the Grand Elder of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, don't tell me you didn't have one or two trusted aides. It shouldn't be difficult for you to ask them to investigate Duanling Tian's soul pearl for you, right? My lord, I, Wang Qianzhan, have offended many people in the past. Ever since I was expelled from the Simplicity Celestial Sect, I've been running from place to place. When I was still the Grand Elder of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, my trusted aides were still willing to listen to my orders. Now that I'm in such dire straits, it's impossible for them to listen to me, let alone help me. Wang Qianzhan said self-deprecatingly. If you do this well, I'll recommend you to become an assassin in the Blood Skull Gang. Leng Yi replied. Wang Qianzhan's eyes widened in shock as soon as he heard Leng Yi's words. An expression of joy appeared on his face as he asked, my lord, why you're telling the truth? Let's get this done first. Leng Yi said. Don't worry, my lord. I'll definitely get this done. Wang Qianzhan said confidently. Although most of what he said to Leng Yi was true, it was not difficult for Leng Yi to find out if the soul pearl that Duanling Tian had placed in the Simplicity Celestial Sect's estate was broken. As long as Leng Yi was willing to pay a price, someone would help him. Third Elder. Wang Qianzhan contacted the Third Elder of the Simplicity Celestial Sect through the soul pearl of the Third Elder of the Simplicity Celestial Sect. However, when the Third Elder received Wang Qianzhan's message, the Third Elder of the Simplicity Celestial Sect asked in confusion, Grand Elder? I'm no longer the First Elder. Third Elder, I'll get straight to the point. I'm looking for you because I need your help. Of course, this favor is nothing to you, but I won't let you do it for free. Upon hearing Wang Qianzhan's words, the eyes of the Third Elder of the Simplicity Celestial Sect lit up. Grand Elder, are you sure this is all? You're willing to pay such a high price for such a small matter? Such a huge price? Wang Qianzhan did not reply to the Third Elder of the Simplicity Celestial Sect. Was the price too high? Perhaps it was quite high. However, compared to the opportunity to become an assassin of the Blood Skull Gang, it was not worth mentioning. After waiting for about an hour, the Third Elder of the Simplicity Celestial Sect sent another message to Wang Qianzhan. A frown appeared on Wang Qianzhan's face as his expression darkened. Third Elder. Are you sure Duanling Tian's soul pearl is still intact? Yes. The Third Elder of the Simplicity Celestial Sect nodded. I personally went to see it and confirmed it several times. The soul pearl is indeed Duanling Tian's. All right. Wang Qianzhan took a deep breath before his expression softened slightly. Third Elder, you can go and retrieve the soul pearl now. I placed it in. As soon as Wang Qianzhan finished speaking, he had paid the price for asking about Duanling Tian's soul pearl. Previously, when he was still in the Simplicity Celestial Sect's estate, he had hidden a treasure somewhere in the sect's estate. Since he did not have the opportunity to retrieve the treasure, he did not feel bad about giving it away. I didn't expect Duanling Tian would survive after being tricked by a reincarnated celestial emperor into sacrificing himself to the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree. Wang Qianzhan's eyes flashed. He found this hard to accept. Perhaps, the reincarnated celestial emperor didn't sacrifice Duanling Tian. Perhaps, Duanling Tian will die soon. After a while, Wang Qianzhan contacted Leng Yi, an assassin from the Blood Skull Gang. Lord, I've confirmed that Duanling Tian's soul pearl is intact. He's still alive. Very good. Leng Yi nodded before he asked Wang Qianzhan to use the transportation formation in the Blood Skull Gang's estate. He would personally recommend Wang Qianzhan to join the Blood Skull Gang. Wang Qianzhan did as he was told. Leng Yi did not lie to Wang Qianzhan. He had indeed recommended Wang Qianzhan to join the Blood Skull Gang. At the same time, he wanted Wang Qianzhan to testify that Duan Lingtian was still alive. To Leng Yi, Wang Qianzhan was only useful because he could testify that Duan Lingtian was still alive. With this, the mission to assassinate Duan Lingtian that had been put on hold for a while was reactivated. What? The mission to assassinate Duan Lingtian, the disciple of the Simplicity Celestial sect in the profound Nether Mansion's territory, has been reactivated? Chen Li, the son of Chen Yuanshan, the vice leader of the Blood Skull Gang, who had accepted the mission to assassinate Duan Lingtian, received a message from his father. Wasn't Duan Lingtian tricked by a reincarnated celestial emperor into sacrificing himself to the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree? How's it possible that he's still alive? Chen Li found it hard to believe. As it turns out, he's still alive. Chen Yuanshan said in a deep voice, however, we can't be sure if the reincarnated celestial emperor hasn't sacrificed Duan Lingtian yet. If that's the case, it won't be long before Duan Lingtian dies. That must be the case. Even if the reincarnated celestial emperor's strength is mediocre, 10 Duan Lingtian won't be a match for him. Chen Li said. Naturally, there's another possibility. Duan Lingtian managed to escape the reincarnated celestial emperor's control and wasn't sacrificed. Qin Yuanshan continued to speculate. Just as Chen Li was in a bad mood because of his father's message, a voice suddenly rang out. In the southern heaven territory of the spirit overarching heaven, a travel-worn figure appeared at the transporting formation outside a city in the profound Nether Mansion's territory. What is this place? The travel-weary figure was none other than Duan Lingtian, who had teleported to the profound Nether Mansion in the southern heaven territory of the spirit overarching heaven through a transporting formation in Tianji City in the Yan Huang Heaven's equal heaven territory. Red Mountain City? After asking around, Duan Lingtian learned the name of the city behind him. Based on this, he was certain he was in the profound Nether Mansion. Previously, when he was in the Simplicity Celestial sect, he had seen a map of the profound Nether Mansion's territory. He remembered Red Mountain City was located south of the Simplicity Celestial sect. It was quite a distance away from the Simplicity Celestial sect. However, with his current speed, it would not take long for him to reach the Simplicity Celestial sect. A few days later, Duan Lingtian arrived at the Simplicity Celestial sect's estate. It hasn't been long since I left, but it feels like a lifetime has passed, Duan Lingtian sighed as he stood outside the Simplicity Celestial sect's estate. Then, he flew into the Simplicity Celestial sect's estate. As soon as he entered, he was stopped by someone. True disciple. When they saw the command token that Duan Lingtian produced, the few patrolling disciples bowed to Duan Lingtian in unison. After Duan Lingtian nodded indifferently and left, they looked at Duan Lingtian's figure that disappeared into the distance and whispered in discussion. Since when did the Simplicity Celestial sect have a new true disciple? You've just come out of closed-door cultivation a few days ago. I'm afraid you're unaware that the position of the last true disciple in the Simplicity Celestial sect has been given to someone by the sect leader. That person's name is Duan Lingtian, and he just joined the sect not long ago. If I'm not mistaken, that purple-clad young man is Duan Lingtian. Isn't Duan Lingtian a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial? I didn't see him using any profundities from a law, but I'm afraid only those with celestial origin energy above a celestial duke can do that, right? Is it possible that he's a one basic celestial duke? A one basic celestial duke who's not even 100 years old? Duan Lingtian was, naturally, unaware of the discussions among the patrolling disciples. As soon as he returned to the Simplicity Celestial sect's estate, the first thing he did was look for Sun Liangpeng, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect. As soon as Duan Lingtian entered the Simplicity Celestial sect's estate, Sun Liangpeng was already waiting for Duan Lingtian in his residence. Sect leader. Since Sun Liangpeng had informed the patrolling disciples, no one stopped Duan Lingtian from entering the estate. As soon as Duan Lingtian entered the estate, he saw Sun Liangpeng, who had been waiting for him in the front yard. How was it? Sun Liangpeng's eyes lit up when he saw Duan Lingtian. Some time ago, his friends in the profound nether mansion had informed him that there was a reincarnated celestial emperor in the Yen Huang heaven plotting against the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Before Duan Lingtian left, he had also heard about the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. For this reason, it was not difficult for him to connect the dots. Whoosh! As though in response to Sun Liangpeng's words, Duan Lingtian removed the profound divine metal's concealment on his soul. His soul energy that contained the aura of his cultivation base was revealed to Sun Liangpeng. Sun Liangpeng's eyes widened in shock when he sensed the aura of Duan Lingtian's soul energy. This was because the aura of Duan Lingtian's soul energy was that of a 10-direction celestial duke. Why you obtained the heaven sacrificial divine fruit? Chapter 31:15. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded in response, causing Sun Liangpeng's face to turn completely red. His eyes shone brightly, and his chest rose and fell like a bellows. It took him a long time to calm down. Sect leader. Sun Liangpeng was still in a daze after learning that Duan Lingtian had obtained the heaven sacrificial divine fruit when Duan Lingtian asked, "Under what circumstances would the assassins from the Blood Skull Gang be able to track me down?" What? Sun Liangpeng was shocked when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. You're saying the assassins from the Blood Skull Gang went to the Jade Emperor Heaven to kill you? That's right. Duan Lingtian nodded. Not only did they find me in the Jade Emperor Heaven, but they also found me in the Yen Mountain Mansion in the Jade Emperor Heaven's equal heaven territory. Duan Lingtian did not forget that the two assassins from the Blood Skull Gang were able to locate him in the Jade Emperor Heaven. For this reason, Duan Lingtian wanted to know how the two assassins from the Blood Skull Gang managed to locate him even though they were in a Devata realm. It was as though they knew he had left the spirit overarching heaven and had gone to the Yen Mountain Mansion in the Yen Huang Heaven's equal heaven territory. If that's the case, the Blood Skull Gang must have sent a formation grandmaster to investigate the transporting formation you used, Sun Liangpeng said solemnly. Sun Liangpeng said solemnly, if you want to investigate the transporting formation, you'll need the permission of a vice mansion master of the profound nether mansion. Naturally, the mansion master has the authority to do so as well. However, it's impossible for them to grant such authority to just anyone, let alone the assassins from the Blood Skull Gang. For this reason, I'm guessing one of the vice mansion masters must have given the Blood Skull Gang a pass. As he spoke, Sun Liangpeng's tone was filled with certainty. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes when he heard Sun Liangpeng's words. His eyes flashed coldly as he said, Sect leader, you're saying one of the vice mansion masters of the profound nether mansion allowed the Blood Skull Gang to cross the Jade Emperor Heaven to kill me? Yes. Sun Liangpeng nodded. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed coldly as he asked in a deep voice, Sect leader, how many vice mansion masters are there in the profound nether mansion? 3. Sun Liangpeng replied to Duan Lingtian, however, I don't think the 3 vice mansion masters would allow the Blood Skull Gang to kill a disciple of the Simplicity Celestial sect like you. After all, once this matter is leaked, Lord Mansion Master will never let them off. For this reason, I think the vice mansion master of the Blood Skull Gang is unaware of the truth. He doesn't know the Blood Skull Gang's target is you, a disciple of the Simplicity Celestial sect. As the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect, Sun Liangpeng knew the profound nether mansion very well since the Simplicity Celestial sect was under the profound nether mansion. In fact, I suspect that even the vice sect master himself didn't know that the Blood Skull Assassin organization was the one he was helping. He's worried the vice mansion master won't let him off easily if something happens to him. Sun Liangpeng continued to speculate. It doesn't matter if the vice mansion master is aware of it or not, he's still the one who allowed the Blood Skull Gang to kill me. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed coldly. If it weren't for Ling Jueyan, he would have been killed by the two Blood Skull Gang assassins. What's the cultivation base of the two Blood Skull Gang assassins? Sun Liangpeng asked. The assassin from before and the other assassin is a 9 Palaces Celestial King. Duan Lingtian replied. What? Sun Liangpeng's expression changed drastically. He remembered the assassin from before was a 9 Palaces Celestial King. Apart from that assassin, there was another 9 Palaces Celestial King who went to the Jade Emperor Heaven to kill Duan Lingtian? 2 9 Palaces Celestial Kings? Sun Liangpeng's scalp turned numb when he thought about it. 2 9 Palaces Celestial Kings from the Blood Skull Gang would be able to kill Sun Liangpeng in just a blink of an eye. After a moment of shock, Sun Liangpeng looked at Duan Lingtian and asked solemnly, Duan Lingtian, how did you escape from 2 9 Palaces Celestial Kings? He really couldn't wrap his head around how Duan Lingtian managed to escape from under the noses of those two assassins. Is it possible that Duan Lingtian's consumable royal-grade celestial weapon can still be used? Sun Liangpeng thought to himself. If that's the case, with the help of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit that Duan Lingtian has comprehended, it's possible for him to escape from the 2 9 Palaces Celestial Kings and even kill them. My friend used an escape celestial talisman that's comparable to the Wind Shadow escape talisman to help me escape. Duan Lingtian replied. Your friend? Sun Liangpeng was stunned. He's Ling Jueyan. He ranked first in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm and joined the Cloud Platform Celestial Sect. Duan Lingtian said, there are 2 heaven sacrificial divine fruits. I consumed one of them. The other one was used by him. Ling Jueyan? Sun Liangpeng was slightly surprised. Did you join forces with him and snatch the heaven sacrificial divine fruit from the reincarnated Celestial Emperor? Something like that. Duan Lingtian nodded. I didn't expect the Cloud Platform Celestial Sect to be so lucky, Sun Liangpeng sighed emotionally. Ling Jueyan will definitely shine once he joins the profound Nether Mansion. At that time, the old bald donkey from the Cloud Platform Celestial Sect will definitely be rewarded by Lord Mansion Master. However, although Sun Liangpeng was sighing, he did not reveal the slightest bit of envy. After all, while the Cloud Platform Celestial Sect had Ling Jueyan, the Simplicity Celestial Sect also had Duan Lingtian. Ling Jueyan didn't return to the Spirit Overarching Heaven with me. He plans to stay in the Jade Emperor Heaven. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Ha ha ha, upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Sun Liangpeng burst out laughing. It seems like the old bald donkey from the Cloud Platform Celestial Sect failed to keep Ling Jueyan. After laughing for a while, Sun Liangpeng finally stopped laughing. He looked at Duan Lingtian solemnly and said, Thank you, Duan Lingtian. Sun Liangpeng knew very well that Duan Lingtian did not return. In fact, Duan Lingtian did not have to return to the Spirit Overarching Heaven. However, since Duan Lingtian had returned to the Profound Nether Mansion, there was no doubt Duan Lingtian was ready to join the Profound Nether Mansion. Once Duan Lingtian joined the Profound Nether Mansion, the Mansion Master of the Profound Nether Mansion would definitely reward Sun Liangpeng for recommending Duan Lingtian to join the Profound Nether Mansion. There's no need to thank me, Sect Leader. If it weren't for your Wind Shadow escape talisman, I wouldn't have been able to escape from the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang. That's how I managed to obtain the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit. Duan Lingtian shook his head when he heard Sun Liangpeng's words. Moreover, compared to the Jade Emperor Heaven, I've spent some time in the Spirit Overarching Heaven, so I'm more familiar with the Spirit Overarching Heaven. It's best for me to join the Profound Nether Mansion. Without waiting for Sun Liangpeng's reply, Duan Lingtian asked, Sect Leader, I want to join the Profound Nether Mansion as soon as possible. Is there a way? With your current strength, isn't it easy for you to join the Profound Nether Mansion? As Sun Liangpeng spoke, he took out a communication celestial talisman and crushed it. After a while, Sun Liangpeng regained his senses. He looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a smile, Duan Lingtian, I've already informed my senior uncle. He'll be here to bring you to the profound nether mansion in 3 days. Sect leader's senior uncle? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. Could it be one of the 10 inspectors of the profound nether mansion? Ever since Duan Lingtian had arrived in the Simplicity Celestial sect, he had heard many people mention that one of the 10 inspectors of the profound nether mansion was a senior from the Simplicity Celestial sect. It seemed like the senior from the Simplicity Celestial sect was Sun Liang Peng's senior uncle. It was precisely because of this that Duan Lingtian asked this question. That's right. Sun Liang Peng replied with a smile. Then, he said with a smile, Senior uncle is very interested in you after learning that you've become a 10-direction celestial duke even though you're not even 100 years old. Moreover, senior uncle said you'll definitely pass the test set by the profound nether mansion's Imperial Tutor Pavilion. With your innate talent and comprehension skills, you'll be able to join the profound nether mansion and become the Imperial Tutor of the profound nether mansion. Imperial Tutor Pavilion? Imperial Tutor? Duan Lingtian was puzzled. He had never heard of the profound nether mansion having an Imperial Tutor Pavilion or Imperial Tutor. The Imperial Tutor Pavilion is a very special pavilion in the profound nether mansion. There hasn't been a new Imperial Tutor in the profound nether mansion for the past 30,000 years. For this reason, the Imperial Tutor Pavilion's reputation has weakened over time. In fact, many people in the profound nether mansion don't even know about its existence. Sun Liang Peng's eyes shone brightly as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, once I bring you to the Imperial Tutor Pavilion, I'm sure you'll be able to pass the test set by the profound nether mansion's Imperial Tutor Pavilion and become the first Imperial Tutor in the past 30,000 years. There hasn't been a new Imperial Tutor in the Imperial Tutor Pavilion for the past 30,000 years? Duan Lingtian asked curiously, Sect leader, is it difficult to become the Imperial Tutor of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion? Of course, it's difficult. Sun Liang Peng replied. A hint of reverence could be seen in his eyes as he continued to say, the last Imperial Tutor in the Imperial Tutor Pavilion was 30,000 years ago. At that time, the Imperial Tutor had become a 9 palaces celestial duke when he was almost 200 years old. Moreover, he had comprehended 5 profundities from the law of wind. The reverence in Sun Liang Peng's eyes intensified when he reached the end of his sentence. A 9 palaces celestial duke who's not even 200 years old who has comprehended 5 profundities from the law of wind? Duan Lingtian's eyes widened slightly. Naturally, he knew how difficult it was to become a 9 palaces celestial duke and comprehend 5 profundities from the law of wind before the age of 200. Chapter 31:16. Sect leader, where's that person now? Duan Lingtian asked curiously as he looked at Sun Liang Peng. In his opinion, since that person had such a high cultivation base 30,000 years ago, he would not be a simple person if he was still in the Southern Heaven territory. After all, that person was a 9 palaces celestial duke who had comprehended 5 profundities from the law of wind 30,000 years ago. He's dead. Sun Liang Peng said with a sigh. Back then, his innate talent and comprehension ability were extraordinary, and he shocked everyone in the profound nether mansion for a period of time. After that, he went to the clan above the profound nether mansion and further displayed his innate talent and comprehension ability. After that, when he broke through and became a 6-combo celestial king, a prodigy from another clan who was older than him and slightly weaker than him dared to lay his hands on his wife. In a fit of anger, he challenged that prodigy to a battle to the death. In the end, he died in the hands of that prodigy. Otherwise, with his innate talent and comprehension skills, his achievements would definitely be on par with the prodigy who killed him. A hint of regret could be heard in Sun Liang Peng's voice when he spoke. He's dead? Upon hearing Sun Liang Peng's words, Duan Lingtian felt sorry for the Imperial Tutor of the profound nether mansion from 30,000 years ago. If the Imperial Tutor was still alive, he would definitely be a celestial lord at the top of the pyramid in the Southern Heaven territory. If the Imperial Tutor had held back for a while before making a move on that prodigy, he might have been able to kill that prodigy, right? Duan Lingtian's eyes glinted. Although Duan Lingtian said this, he knew very well that not many people would be able to hold themselves back. That's only natural. After all, his innate talent and comprehension skills are superior to that prodigy. Sun Liangpeng said confidently. That person. Is he still alive? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. Yes. Sun Liangpeng nodded. Then, he smiled wryly. Not only is he alive, but he's also the patriarch of his clan. Although the patriarch of the 10 major clans in the Southern Heaven territory isn't the strongest, he's still a celestial lord at the very least. That person is much stronger than most of the patriarchs of the 10 major clans. It's said that he's close to becoming a titled celestial lord. Sun Liangpeng said. That person already has such achievements today? Duan Lingtian said with a sigh, if the imperial tutor of the profound nether mansion is still alive, he would have become a titled celestial lord by now, right? Sun Liangpeng nodded. If his innate talent and comprehension skills had remained stable, he would have become a titled celestial lord or even a celestial emperor by now. If he's still alive, he shouldn't be any weaker than the current ruler of the Southern Heaven territory, the Southern Heaven celestial lord. It's a pity that the heavens were jealous of his talent and caused him to die at such a young age. It's said that when his wife was tainted, she was already pregnant with his child. Later, after he died, his pregnant wife mysteriously disappeared. Many people said that the genius of that clan killed her in order to eliminate the root of the problem. I even heard that his wife was a staunch person, but because she cared about the child in her womb, she didn't choose to commit suicide before that clan's genius touched her. A hint of anger could be heard in Sun Liangpeng's voice when he spoke. Upon hearing Sun Liangpeng's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed coldly. Not only did he humiliate someone's wife, but he even killed his pregnant wife after killing the imperial tutor. It was not an exaggeration to call someone like that a beast. Back then, due to that incident, the people from the profound nether mansion didn't get to see the imperial tutor rise to the top in the Southern Heaven territory. Duan Lingtian, your innate talent and comprehension skills aren't inferior to the imperial tutor. Coupled with your fortuitous encounters, your future achievements won't be inferior to the imperial tutor. Sun Liangpeng looked at Duan Lingtian as he said, with your current age and achievements, it's only a matter of time before you become the new imperial tutor of the profound nether mansion. Duan Lingtian, before you go to the profound nether mansion, I'll give you a piece of advice. At this point, Sun Liangpeng's originally calm expression turned incomparably solemn. Back then, that imperial tutor died midway and caused his future to be destroyed. You already know about this. I hope that you won't do something you aren't confident in the future. As the saying goes, where there's life, there's hope. As long as one is alive, there's hope. However, once one dies, there's no hope at all. Sun Liangpeng's words were clear. He did not want Duan Lingtian to follow the footsteps of the imperial tutor of the profound nether mansion. In Sun Liangpeng's opinion, if the imperial tutor of the profound nether mansion had been more forgiving, not only would he have gotten his revenge, but he would also have become a titled celestial lord. Sect leader, I think the former imperial tutor of the profound nether mansion is a sentimental person. If you were in his shoes, would you be able to tolerate such a thing if you were in his shoes? Duan Lingtian looked at Sun Liangpeng meaningfully before he said, there are some things that can't be endured. However, there are also some things that can be endured. Sun Liangpeng was at a loss for words. After all, if he were the imperial tutor of the profound nether mansion, he might not have been able to endure the same thing. The greatest enmity in the world was the murder of one's father and the murder of one's wife. Naturally, I, Duan Lingtian, wouldn't allow such a thing to happen to me. Although I admire the imperial tutor of the profound nether mansion for being a sentimental person, I have to admit that he wasn't a good husband. He didn't even protect his wife well. Furthermore, his wife is pregnant with his child. Duan Lingtian said, it's one thing if he died before his wife was raped. However, I have to say he's responsible for her death as well. In Duan Lingtian's opinion, a man who could not even protect his woman was not worthy of being called a man. You can't say that. Who would have thought he would do something to his wife? Sun Liangpeng disagreed with Duan Lingtian's words. Upon hearing Sun Liangpeng's words, Duan Lingtian only smiled faintly. He did not argue with Sun Liangpeng. After all, he still believed that if the imperial tutor of the profound nether mansion had protected his wife well, nothing would have happened to her. Even if the imperial tutor of the profound nether mansion had to cultivate and could not take care of his wife, could he not rely on his innate talent and comprehension skills to ask the elders who valued him to take care of his wife? When Sun Liangpeng saw Duan Lingtian had no intention of continuing the topic, he changed the topic and asked, Duan Lingtian, apart from the heaven sacrificial divine fruit's ability to greatly improve one's cultivation base, it seems like it can also help one comprehend profundities from a law that one has never encountered before. I wonder what kind of law you've comprehended. How many profundities have you comprehended? Sun Liangpeng asked curiously as he looked at Duan Lingtian. The law of space. Before Duan Lingtian could finish speaking, Sun Liangpeng's eyes widened in shock. He instinctively interrupted Duan Lingtian. Yuv comprehended the law of space. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. How many profundities? Sun Liangpeng asked again. Not many. Just 6. Duan Lingtian replied. 6. That's not many. Sun Liangpeng glared at Duan Lingtian. He almost beat Duan Lingtian up. It's not many, right? I heard that those who consumed the heaven sacrificial divine fruit would be able to comprehend at least 6 profundities from a law. I'm the one who comprehended the least profundities among those who consumed the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Duan Lingtian spread his hands and said, let's not talk about others. Take my friend, Ling Jueyan, who stayed in the Jade Emperor Heaven, for example. He comprehended 8 profundities from the law of metal after consuming the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. You said it's the law of metal. Sun Liangpeng shook his head and said, the law of metal is only an ordinary law. It can't be compared to the law of space. The law of space is one of the 4 supreme laws, and it's widely acknowledged that the 4 supreme laws are difficult to comprehend. As far as I know, those who consumed the heaven sacrificial divine fruit and comprehended 6 profundities from a law only comprehended ordinary laws. I've never heard of anyone comprehending any of the 4 supreme laws after consuming the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. A hint of jealousy could be seen in Sun Liangpeng's eyes when he looked at Duan Lingtian. Even Sun Liangpeng had not comprehended the law of space. Apart from that, he had not comprehended any of the other 3 supreme laws as well. After chatting with Sun Liangpeng for a while, Duan Lingtian decided to return to his residence as a true disciple of the Simplicity Celestial sect. However, Sun Liangpeng asked him to stay. Since it's only 3 days, why don't you stay here? You can have a good chat with me during these 3 days as well. I'm very interested in your trip to the Jade Emperor Heaven to obtain the heaven sacrificial divine fruit from a reincarnated celestial emperor. Duan Lingtian found it hard to refuse Sun Liangpeng's kindness. Therefore, he stayed at Sun Liangpeng's place for 3 days. In these 3 days, he told Sun Liangpeng everything that had happened in the Yanhuang sky. Of course, he kept some things from Sun Liangpeng, such as not mentioning the 5 divine elemental spirits or the immortal treasures. Although Sun Liangpeng mentioned emperor-grade celestial weapons and royal-grade celestial weapons, he did not have any of them. It seems like the reincarnated celestial emperor didn't manage to retrieve the item he left behind in his past life. Or perhaps, the item he left behind in his past life was not hidden well enough and was taken away by someone else. Sun Liangpeng had once made such a guess in front of Duan Lingtian, and Duan Lingtian had tacitly agreed with his guess. Of course, he knew in his heart Sun Liangpeng might not fully believe his words. However, as long as Sun Liangpeng was not certain if he possessed a royal-grade celestial weapon or an emperor-grade celestial weapon, he would not be able to do anything to him. Chapter 31:17. 3 days later, a travel-worn figure arrived at the Simplicity Celestial Sect's estate. The figure belonged to an old man with a medium build. He had white hair and a ruddy complexion. Without alerting any of the patrolling elders or disciples of the Simplicity Celestial sect, he arrived at the residence of Sun Liangpeng, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect. Little Peng Peng. The old man hovered in the air above the residence as he greeted the person below. Little Peng Peng? Duan Ling Tian, who was chatting with Sun Liangpeng, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect, did not notice the old man's arrival. It was only when the old man's voice rang in his ears that he noticed the old man's presence. Upon seeing the old man, Duan Ling Tian could tell the old man was Sun Liangpeng's senior uncle. Sun Liangpeng was also one of the 10 inspectors of the profound nether mansion. Upon hearing the old man's voice, Duan Ling Tian instinctively turned to look at Sun Liangpeng. His gaze changed slightly. Little Peng Peng? The sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect was being addressed in such a manner? When Sun Liangpeng heard the old man's voice, he felt slightly embarrassed. When he saw Duan Ling Tian's strange gaze, he could not help but blush even though he was already quite old. Senior uncle, can't you change the way you address me? I'm the leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect. You're ruining my image by calling me that. Sun Liangpeng smiled wryly as he stood up to greet the old man. Brat, I've been calling you that since you were still running around naked. What's wrong? Are you all grown up now? The old man grumbled as he descended from the air. He sat down on the stone bench beside Sun Liangpeng without any trace of politeness. He picked up the wine jug on the table and poured it directly into his mouth. He was not polite at all, as if he had returned to his own home. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian rose to his feet while the old man remained seated and Sun Liangpeng remained standing. However, as soon as Duan Ling Tian stood up, he felt an invisible force surging out of the old man's body and shrouding him, forcing him to sit back down. You're Duan Ling Tian, right? Don't learn from little Peng Peng. In front of me, there are not so many rules. You don't have to be so restrained, just do as you please. Senior. Duan Ling Tian smiled awkwardly. At the same time, he also saw the old man's amiability. Duan Ling Tian, this is my senior uncle, Qi Tian Ming. He's also a former supreme elder of the Simplicity Celestial sect. You can call him Elder Qi. At this time, Sun Liangpeng also sat down. After glancing at Duan Ling Tian, he looked at the old man and introduced him. Elder Qi. Duan Ling Tian greeted the old man again, and at the same time, his heart was moved. Based on the old man's aura, Duan Ling Tian could tell the old man's cultivation base was higher than the 9 Palaces Celestial Kings from the Blood Skull Gang. Duan Ling Tian was certain the old man was stronger than the 9 Palaces Celestial Kings from the Blood Skull Gang. After all, he had used his consumable royal-grade celestial weapon to temporarily possess the celestial origin energy and soul of a one basic celestial lord for a short period of time. After consuming his celestial origin energy, his cultivation base and soul had regressed to the level of a 10 Directions Celestial King, a 9 Palaces Celestial King, and an 8 Trigram Celestial King. It was not difficult for him to discern the difference in aura between a 10 Directions Celestial King and a 9 Palaces Celestial King. Sect leader, Elder Qi is a 10 Directions Celestial King? Duan Ling Tian asked Sun Liangpeng through a voice transmission. It's no secret that the 10 inspectors of the profound nether mansion are all 10 Directions Celestial Kings. Who did you hear this from? You don't seem to believe it. Sun Liangpeng replied through voice transmission. The 10 inspectors of the profound nether mansion were all 10 Directions Celestial Kings? Duan Ling Tian's heart skipped a beat. Although Duan Ling Tian was aware of the existence of the profound nether mansion's 10 inspectors, he did not know they were all 10 Directions Celestial Kings. After all, each of them was stronger than any of the leaders of the 3 sects and 2 clans, but he did not know they were all 10 Directions Celestial Kings. Does this mean Bihai Ming Feng, the 3rd sect leader of the Coupling Celestial sect, is also a 10 Directions Celestial King? In fact, before Qi Tian Ming, Duan Ling Tian had met another inspector of the profound nether mansion, Bihai Ming Feng, the third sect leader of the coupling celestial sect. He had met Bihai Ming Feng in the southern heaven ancient realm. Bihai Ming Feng seemed to be Huang Jialong's idol. Jialong joined the coupling celestial sect. I wonder how he's doing now. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat when he thought about Huang Jialong. Huang Jialong was one of the few friends he had made after he had ascended to the spirit overarching heaven. After spending some time with Huang Jialong, he had begun to treat Huang Jialong as an important friend. After all, he did not have many friends whom he valued as much as Huang Jialong. I should visit him in the coupling celestial sect when I'm in the profound nether mansion. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Senior uncle, I'm afraid the profound nether mansion will be shocked when you bring Duan Lingtian back, right? Sun Liangpeng asked with a smile on his face. Qi Tianming did not respond to Sun Liangpeng. Instead, he looked at Duan Lingtian and asked with narrowed eyes, Duan Lingtian, I heard from Little Peng that you've comprehended the law of space after consuming the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Moreover, you've comprehended 6 profundities from the law of space? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Can you show it to me? Qi Tianming asked again. How do you want to show it to me? Duan Lingtian knew the old man was trying to test him. After all, up until now, the old man's understanding of him was based on Sun Liangpeng's description. If Qi Tianming wanted to bring him to the Imperial Tudor Pavilion, it would definitely alarm many people in the profound nether mansion. If his performance was mediocre and he failed to become the Imperial Tutor of the profound nether mansion, Qi Tianming would definitely embarrass Qi Tianming. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to understand Qi Tianming's intentions. Let's do it right here. Attack me with all your might and show me your profundity from the law of space. Qi Tianming said. As soon as Qi Tianming finished speaking, a majestic aura surged out of Qi Tianming's body. In the next moment, whoosh, 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 whoosh. Rays of blue light shot out of Qi Tianming's body and shrouded the stone table, the stone bench, the floor, the lawn, and the entire mansion. In just a blink of an eye, the entire mansion was covered in a layer of blue. The law of water. Qi Tianming muttered to himself. Moreover, there are at least 7 or 8 profundities contained in them. Duan Lingtian inhaled sharply when he saw Qi Tianming's profundity. Then, he no longer said anything and activated his 99 heavenly veins. His celestial origin energy surged out of his body and merged with the space elemental profundity. In the next moment, territory, confinement, distortion, cross-dimensional slash. Duan Lingtian cast the 4 profundities from the law of space in just a blink of an eye. Qi Tianming, Sun Liangpeng, and Qi Tianming's profundities spread in all directions. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The space energy was extremely powerful. Fortunately, Qi Tianming had made a move to protect his surroundings. Otherwise, Duan Lingtian's attack would have been enough to destroy the entire mansion. Moreover, it would have been reduced to rubble. This is the law of space's territory profundity, the confinement profundity, the distortion profundity, and the cross-dimensional slash profundity. Although Duan Lingtian's attack was powerful, it did not pose any threat to Qi Tianming. Qi Tianming casually blocked Qi Tianming's attack and began to recite the profundities from the law of space that Duan Lingtian had cast. As for the space elemental profundity, Qi Tianming did not mention it. Naturally, there was no need for him to mention it. The space elemental profundity was one of the basic profundities from the law of space. If one wanted to cast other profundities from the law of space, even if it was just the tip of the iceberg, one had to comprehend the space elemental profundity first. Meanwhile, Sun Liangpeng was also defending himself against Duan Lingtian's attack. When Duan Lingtian attacked Qi Tianming, a portion of his attack landed on Sun Liangpeng, who was sitting next to Qi Tianming. However, with his strength, he was able to easily block Duan Lingtian's attack. Moreover, it was only a small portion of Duan Ling Tian's attack. Whoosh! Suddenly, Qi Tianming's eyes narrowed as he stared at Duan Ling Tian. Then, he raised his hand and swung it toward Duan Ling Tian. In the next moment, a water dragon seemed to have appeared out of thin air and swept toward Duan Ling Tian as it whistled. As the water dragon flew out, it grew larger and larger. In the end, when it was close to Duan Ling Tian, it opened its mouth that was as big as a basin as though it could swallow Duan Ling Tian in one gulp. Whoosh! Just as the water dragon was about to bite Duan Ling Tian disappeared like a ghost. This is, Sun Liangpeng's eyes narrowed. When Duan Ling Tian disappeared, he could not see Duan Ling Tian's movements at all. It was as though Duan Ling Tian's speed was so fast that he could not see him with his naked eyes. In the next moment, Sun Liangpeng discovered Duan Ling Tian standing behind Qi Tianming. Teleportation profundity. At the same time, Qi Tianming's low voice rang in Sun Liangpeng's ears. So it's the law of space's teleportation profundity. No wonder I couldn't see Duan Ling Tian's movements. The teleportation profundity allows one to move through space without leaving a trace. Sun Liangpeng knew this very well. Even a celestial emperor would not be able to see Duan Ling Tian's movements, let alone a celestial king. This was because Duan Ling Tian had teleported to another place without leaving a trace. Old Qi, is that enough? Duan Ling Tian asked as he looked at Qi Tianming. Duan Ling Tian teleported again and disappeared behind Qi Tianming. Qi Tianming's attack had missed after Duan Ling Tian teleported away. Chapter 31:18. Amazing. Amazing. The old man sighed emotionally when he heard Duan Ling Tian's question. Then, he said, that's more than enough. With your strength, it'll be easy for you to become the first imperial tutor in the profound Nether Mansion's imperial tutor pavilion in the past 30,000 years. In fact, based on the strength you've displayed earlier, you'll definitely be able to defeat everyone in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm and occupy a spot on the scoreboard. When the old man reached the end of his sentence, his eyes lit up as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. The middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm? The scoreboard? Upon hearing this, Duan Ling Tian felt a sense of familiarity. Before he came to the Simplicity Celestial Sect, he had entered the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm and ranked second on the scoreboard, second only to Ling Jueyan. Naturally, the reason he was ranked second was because he had intentionally given Ling Jueyan some of his points back when they were in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Otherwise, he would have been ranked first in the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Old Qi, the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm is similar to the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, apart from the 10 direction celestial dukes, right? You mentioned there's a scoreboard in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, right? Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. When Duan Ling Tian first learned about the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, he had heard that it was divided into the upper, middle, and lower realms. Those who entered the lower realm were peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Those who entered the middle realm were 10 direction celestial dukes. Those who entered the upper realm were 10 direction celestial kings. Similar? Qi Tianming shook his head. There's a huge difference. If you want to know more, I'll explain it to you on our way back to the profound Nether Mansion. All right. Duan Ling Tian nodded. The moment Duan Ling Tian nodded, Qi Tianming stood up and looked at Sun Liangpeng. Little Peng Peng, I'll take Duan Ling Tian away first. You, just wait for the prefecture master's reward. As he spoke, a smile appeared on Qi Tianming's face. After all, Sun Liangpeng was his junior nephew. He had watched Sun Liangpeng grow up since Sun Liangpeng was a child. Therefore, he was happy that Sun Liangpeng was rewarded by the mansion master of the profound Nether Mansion. Martial uncle, aren't you going to stay for a few days? Sun Liangpeng said reluctantly, thinking back. I haven't listened to your teachings for a long time. Since when are you willing to listen to my teachings? Qi Tianming raised his eyebrows and rolled his eyes like a kid. Whoosh! In the next moment, he brought along the Duan Ling Tian and disappeared from Sun Liangpeng's sight like a gust of wind. For a moment, only the embarrassed Sun Liangpeng was left in the huge courtyard. On the other side, as a 10-direction celestial king, Qi Tianming's speed was extremely fast. In just a blink of an eye, he had brought Duan Ling Tian away from the Simplicity Celestial Sect's estate. Old Qi, since you're the sect leader's martial uncle, this means you're his master's senior brother. Since you're one of the 10 inspectors of the Profound Nether Mansion, is the sect leader's master in the Profound Nether Mansion as well? Duan Ling Tian asked curiously as Qi Tianming brought them to their destination. His master is indeed my junior brother. A hint of nostalgia flashed in the old man's eyes when he heard Duan Ling Tian's question. Back then, he went to the Profound Nether Mansion with me. However, he wasn't as lucky as me. He died in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. He didn't even get to see his only direct disciple become the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect. However, if he's in heaven and knows that little Peng has become the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, he'll definitely be happy. After all, becoming the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect was his lifelong wish. The old man sighed when he reached the end of his sentence. The middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm? Duan Ling Tian frowned. Isn't that a place where only celestial kings and below are allowed to enter? The sect leader's master died before he became a celestial king? Yes. The old man nodded. Back then, both of us were 10-direction celestial dukes. We entered the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm as disciples of the Profound Nether Mansion. I survived, but he died in there. After he died, I returned to the Simplicity Celestial Sect. After that, I joined the Profound Nether Mansion. First, I became an elder of the Profound Nether Mansion. Then, I competed with a group of people and successfully became one of the 10 inspectors of the Profound Nether Mansion. Although the old man spoke casually, it was not difficult for Duan Ling Tian to detect the sadness in the old man's voice when he mentioned his junior brother. Moreover, the old man's tone was solemn when he mentioned the competition for the position of an inspector of the Profound Nether Mansion. I see. Duan Ling Tian quickly changed the topic. Old Qi, you told me there's a huge difference between the middle realm and the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. What's the difference between the middle realm and the lower realm? In the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, a group of peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials enter to search for fortuitous encounters. Only those who are strong can come out alive. The middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, on the other hand, is a place where grade 6 celestial mansions compete openly and covertly. The representatives of the various mansions are the celestial dukes sent by their respective mansions. The celestial dukes of the various mansions will fight for a place in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. The ranking of the celestial dukes in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm will affect the rewards they'll receive from the 10 major clans. For example, if a celestial duke from the Profound Nether Mansion ranks first in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, he'll be rewarded handsomely by the 10 major clans. The Profound Nether Mansion celestial duke who ranks first will also be rewarded handsomely by the Profound Nether Mansion. The higher the ranking, the better the reward. After the old man finished speaking, he continued to explain the details to Duan Ling Tian so that Duan Ling Tian could learn more about the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. With this, Duan Ling Tian learned about the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. The middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm was like a platform for elimination. After all, the grade 6 celestial mansions in the Southern Heaven territory would send their celestial dukes to compete in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. After all, the ranking would affect the benefits that grade 6 celestial mansions would receive from the 10 major clans. Therefore, every grade 6 celestial mansion would have to pay a huge amount of celestial crystals to the clan behind it every month. If a celestial duke from a grade 6 celestial mansion ranked in the top 20 until the end of the month, the grade 6 celestial mansion would no longer have to pay celestial crystals. If a grade 6 celestial mansion ranked in the top 10, not only would they not have to pay celestial crystals, but they would also be rewarded handsomely by the 10 major clans. Apart from that, there were many other rules. Gasp! Duan Ling Tian inhaled sharply when he learned about the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. He had thought the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm would be a secret realm filled with fortuitous encounters like the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. He did not expect the middle realm of the Southern Heaven territory to be a stage for celestial kings and below to fight to the death. In order to avoid paying celestial crystals, the grade 6 celestial mansions would send their most powerful celestial dukes to the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm to compete for a place in the top 20. The scoreboard in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm will be valid for a month. The rankings will be confirmed on the last day of the month. On the first day of the next month, the scoreboard will be cleared, and the rankings will be reset. The old man's voice continued to enter Duan Lingtian's ears, allowing him to gain a deeper understanding of the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Old Qi. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath before he looked at the old man and asked curiously, celestial dukes from the various mansions will enter the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm to compete for a place in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Although Duan Lingtian possessed royal-grade celestial weapons and Devata artifacts, they could not be exposed to the public. Otherwise, it would be a disaster for him. As the saying went, a man's wealth is his own ruin. However, if he could obtain a royal-grade celestial weapon through normal means, he would not have to worry about being targeted. After all, ordinary people would not even think about obtaining a royal-grade celestial weapon from the profound nether mansion. Yes. The old man nodded. When Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up, the old man continued to say, however, it's very difficult to obtain one. How difficult is it? Duan Lingtian asked again. I've told you earlier that the scoreboard in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm will be reset at the beginning of each month. In other words, even if you were ranked first last month, you'll have to regain first place this month if you want to continue being ranked first this month. The old man continued to say, the 10 major clans have an agreement that if someone from one of the 10 major clans manages to rank first for 12 months, they'll be rewarded with a royal-grade celestial weapon from one of the 10 major clans. Naturally, it's only an offensive royal-grade celestial weapon. If you're ranked first for 24 months, you'll be rewarded with a purely defensive royal-grade celestial weapon from one of the 10 major clans. At the same time, the person who obtains first place in the rankings for 24 months can choose to enter any of the 10 great clans and become an inner disciple of that clan with a different surname. They can enjoy rich cultivation resources and also have the opportunity to compete with the direct descendants of that clan for better cultivation resources. The old man looked at Duan Lingtian when he finished speaking. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up immediately. To him, this was undoubtedly a way to quickly become stronger. 24 months was equivalent to 2 years. 2 years later, he would join one of the top 10 clans in the Southern Heaven territory and fight for better cultivation resources. He would improve his strength as quickly as possible. Chapter 31:19. After learning more about the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm from the profound Nether Mansion's Inspector Qi Tianming, Duan Lingtian was eager to join the profound Nether Mansion as soon as possible so that he could enter the middle realm as a disciple of the profound Nether Mansion. According to Qi Tianming, the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm was always open so one could enter it at any time. Naturally, only those below the Celestial King realm were allowed to enter the middle realm. In other words, the highest cultivation base among those who entered the middle realm was a 10-direction celestial duke. In the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, each person is only allowed to enter for 10 days every month. The duration of the 10 days is precise to the hour and 15 minutes. You can stay in the middle realm for 10 days at a time, or you can enter multiple times until the total time is 10 days. Qi Tianming continued to introduce the middle realm to Duan Lingtian. After 10 days, you'll be forcefully sent out of the middle realm and won't be able to enter again until the next month. You'll only be able to enter again once your ranking is cleared. Qi Tianming did not say anything else since he had basically told Duan Lingtian everything he knew about the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Oh, right. Qi Tianming suddenly recalled something and said to Duan Lingtian, in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, the only way to obtain points from one's accumulative point jade is to kill one's opponent. However, if one's opponent crushes his accumulative point jade, he'll be able to transfer the points to the accumulative point jade that's closest to his accumulative point jade. At the same time, he'll be teleported out of the middle realm by the one-time transportation formation in his accumulative point jade. At this point, Qi Tianming paused for a moment to catch his breath. When he was about to speak again, Duan Lingtian beat him to it and said, in other words, if I encounter an opponent I know I can't defeat, I can crush the accumulative point jade in my hand and give the points to my opponent. At the same time, I can escape with the help of the transportation formation. That's right. Qi Tianming nodded. As the saying goes, a wise man submits to circumstances. When the Lord Southern Heaven Celestial Lord created the middle realm back then, he didn't intend to force those who entered the middle realm to fight to the death. He left them some leeway. Of course, even if you crush the accumulative point jade in your hand, you'll still need some time for the teleportation formation to send you out. Therefore, if you're much weaker than the person who wants to kill you, you won't be able to escape death even if you crush the accumulative point jade if you insist on killing you. Qi Tianming replied. That's quite humane. At the very least, it won't scare people away from entering the middle realm because they think they're weak. Qi Tianming said Qi Tianming could. However, at this moment, Duan Lingtian suddenly thought of a problem. Is it possible to enter the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm after crushing one's accumulative point jade and teleporting out of the middle realm with the help of the one-time transportation formation? Before the scoreboard is cleared, those who crushed their accumulative jade to death and escaped from the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm won't be able to obtain a new accumulative jade. Naturally, they won't be able to enter the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm during that month unless the scoreboard is cleared. Qi Tianming explained. Realization dawned on Duan Lingtian. If that was the case, it would prevent people from entering and leaving the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm as many times as they wanted. If they could enter the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm as many times as they wanted, they would definitely pick on the weak ones and crush their accumulative point jades to leave the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm and start all over again. In this way, there would always be times when his luck was good, and the soft persimmon might be able to send him to the top of the rankings. Duan Lingtian. Qi Tianming seemed to have recalled something as he looked at Duan Lingtian and solemnly said, you don't have to tell others that you've consumed the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Although fortuitous encounters play a part in one's strength, if they think you've achieved so much at such a young age because of your innate talent and comprehension ability, they'll think highly of you. Moreover, if they find out you've consumed the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, they'll definitely investigate the matter of the reincarnated celestial emperor. They'll start to wonder if you've killed the reincarnated celestial emperor since you managed to escape from the reincarnated celestial emperor and obtained the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. If you killed the reincarnated celestial emperor, did you obtain an emperor-grade celestial weapon from the reincarnated celestial emperor? Although celestial emperors don't necessarily have emperor-grade celestial weapons, they'll at least have royal-grade celestial weapons. Even an ordinary celestial emperor would have a purely defensive royal-grade celestial weapon. A purely defensive royal-grade celestial weapon that has been nurtured by a celestial emperor is much more valuable than an ordinary purely defensive royal-grade celestial weapon. I'm sure you're aware of this as well. After all, there's a huge difference between an ordinary royal-grade celestial weapon and a royal-grade celestial weapon that has been nurtured by a celestial emperor. Let alone an ordinary royal-grade celestial weapon that has been nurtured by a celestial emperor. A solemn expression appeared on Qi Tianming's face as he spoke. Elder Qi, I understand. Qi Tianming's expression finally eased up when Duan Lingtian nodded. Qi Tianming remained silent throughout the journey. Duan Lingtian did not say anything as well. With Qi Tianming leading the way, Duan Lingtian completely focused on comprehending the law of space's transportation profundity. Initially, he wanted to break through and become a celestial king as soon as possible. However, now that he knew about the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, he was not in a hurry to improve his cultivation base. After all, he still had to rely on his cultivation base as a 10-direction celestial duke to compete for a spot in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Elder Qi. After a long time, Duan Lingtian suddenly thought of something and asked Qi Tianming, the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm is located in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Since the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm is related to the benefits of the grade 6 celestial mansions, is it possible that some grade 6 celestial mansions would nurture a group of 10-direction celestial dukes to comprehend profundities from the law of space in order to compete for a spot in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm? Qi Tianming had thought of this earlier. After all, 10-direction celestial dukes who had lived for a long time would have comprehended many profundities from the law of space. After all, no matter how bad one's comprehension was, one would still be enlightened after a long time. That's a good question. Qi Tianming replied, back then, the southern heaven celestial lord, who created the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, had thought of this as well. For this reason, there's a restriction on the age of those who enter the middle realm. They can't be older than 1,000 years old. However, even if they're younger than 1,000 years old, there are still many 10-direction celestial dukes in grade 6 celestial mansions who have comprehended many profundities from the law of space. Qi Tianming looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully before he continued to say, there are many 10-direction celestial dukes who have comprehended 6 profundities from a law of space. There are even a few who have comprehended 7 profundities from a law of space. For example, there are a few 10-direction celestial dukes in the profound nether mansion who have comprehended 6 profundities from a law of space. There's also a 10-direction celestial duke who has comprehended 7 profundities from the law of wood. They're specially nurtured by the profound nether mansion to compete for a spot in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. The 10-direction celestial duke who has comprehended 7 profundities from the law of wood is over 980 years old. He won't be able to enter the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm anytime soon. After all, those who were older than 1,000 years old were not allowed to enter the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. A 10-direction celestial duke who has comprehended 8 profundities from a law of space? Duan Lingtian inhaled sharply. Such a person's strength was comparable to Ling Jueyun after he consumed the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Naturally, that was only if Ling Jueyun did not use his trump cards. Even among the celestial kings from the Blood Skull Gang, I'm afraid only the 2 Nine Palaces celestial kings have comprehended 7 profundities of a law. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Duan Lingtian was well aware of this. The reason the grade 6 celestial mansions had 10-direction celestial dukes who had comprehended multiple profundities from a law of space was because the grade 6 celestial mansions did not allow them to improve their cultivation bases. Otherwise, these 10-direction celestial dukes would have broken through and become celestial kings long ago. Moreover, the grade 6 celestial mansions must have spent a lot of resources on these 10-direction celestial dukes to help them comprehend multiple profundities from a law of space. With the wealth and foundation of the grade 6 celestial mansions, it was only natural that they would be able to obtain many cultivation resources that could help their 10-direction celestial dukes to comprehend profundities from a law of space. I can't believe I thought I'd be able to dominate the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm with my current strength. No wonder Elder Qi told me I'll be able to rank first in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, but he didn't say I'll be able to rank first. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. As it turns out, the grade 6 celestial mansions have nurtured so many powerful 10-direction celestial dukes. They remained silent throughout the journey. 2 days passed in just a blink of an eye. At this time, Duan Lingtian finally arrived at the profound Nether Mansion's estate. The estate of the profound Nether Mansion was located above a lofty mountain range. There were huge islands hovering in the air above the clouds. The islands were lush and green. It was a feast for the eyes when one looked at them from afar. However, these floating islands were divided into many layers. The further outside the layer, the more islands there were, and the further outside the layer, the lower the level of the floating islands. It was as though the stars were surrounding the moon. Lord Inspector. Lord Inspector. As soon as Duan Ling Tian entered the profound Nether Mansion's estate, he saw many patrolling disciples saluting Qi Tianming as they passed by. Senior Uncle Qi, did you just come back? A figure flew toward Duan Ling Tian and Qi Tianming from afar. It's him. Duan Ling Tian raised an eyebrow. Chapter 31-20. Although they were both inspectors of the profound Nether Mansion, Bihai Mingfeng's seniority was lower than Qi Tianming's. After all, Qi Tianming was of the same seniority as Bihai Mingfeng's seniors in the coupling celestial sect. For this reason, Bihai Mingfeng had addressed Qi Tianming as senior uncle when they were in the profound Nether Mansion. Moreover, Qi Tianming's strength was ranked in the top 3 among the 10 inspectors of the profound Nether Mansion. Thus, Bihai Mingfeng was very willing to address him as martial uncle. It was not only because of seniority. Yes. Qi Tianming nodded at Bihai Mingfeng. Then, he turned to Duan Ling Tian and said, "This is the 3rd sect leader of the coupling celestial sect. He's also one of the 10 inspectors of the profound Nether Mansion. He's not even 1,000 years old, but he's already a peak celestial king. He has the highest chance of becoming a celestial lord in the profound Nether Mansion. He was the one who led the way to the coupling celestial sect when the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm opened. You must have met him before, right?" Qi Tianming asked. "Yes, old Qi. I've met the Blue Sea Inspector at the entrance of the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm." Duan Ling Tian nodded. Then, he looked at Bihai Mingfeng and nodded with a smile as a form of greeting. "That's why I thought you looked familiar. You're Duan Ling Tian who ranked 2nd during the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm." Bihai Mingfeng looked at Duan Ling Tian in surprise. It was clear he recognized Duan Ling Tian. "That's me." Duan Ling Tian nodded. "Since you're old acquaintances, I won't introduce myself. Inspector, I still have some matters to attend to with Duan Ling Tian, so I won't chat with you any longer. If you have time, come over to my place for a drink." After bidding farewell to Bihai Mingfeng, Qi Tianming left with Duan Ling Tian. Although Bihai Mingfeng was his junior and was weaker than him, Bihai Mingfeng was much younger than him. Moreover, Bihai Mingfeng's innate talent and comprehension ability far surpassed him. It was only a matter of time before Bihai Mingfeng surpassed him. Thus, before Bihai Mingfeng, he did not dare to flaunt his seniority, and completely treated Bihai Mingfeng as an equal. "All right." A frown appeared on Bihai Mingfeng's face as he looked at Duan Ling Tian and Qi Tianming. Why did Inspector Qi bring Duan Ling Tian to the profound Nether Mansion? Could it be that he has taken a fancy to Duan Ling Tian's talent and perception, and wants to take him in as his personal disciple? However, isn't this a little against the rules? Although the profound Nether Mansion did not restrict the inspectors from accepting direct disciples, they were not allowed to bring them back to the profound Nether Mansion unless the direct disciple passed the test and joined the profound Nether Mansion. Every once in a while, the profound Nether Mansion would recruit disciples from the 3 sects and 2 clans. If an inspector recruited a direct disciple from outside the mansion, he or she would be allowed to join the 3 sects and 2 clans in the assessment. As long as one passed the test, one would be able to join the profound Nether Mansion. There's still some time until the next round of recruitment for the 3 sects and 2 clans, right? Why did Inspector Qi bring Duan Ling Tian to the profound Nether Mansion now? Bihai Mingfeng could not come up with an answer even after thinking about it for a long time. In the end, he decided not to dwell on it and left to tend to his own matters. He was unaware that Duan Ling Tian would bring Duan Ling Tian to the profound Nether Mansion. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was being led by Qi Tianming to a secluded palace in the profound Nether Mansion's estate. It was the Imperial Tudor Pavilion, a place that had been forgotten by many. Not many of the younger generation in the profound Nether Mansion knew about the Imperial Tudor Pavilion. Even the elites among the younger generation would not be able to join the Imperial Tudor Pavilion due to their current age. For this reason, none of the seniors in the profound Nether Mansion had mentioned the Imperial Tudor Pavilion to them. The Imperial Tudor Pavilion was an unknown existence to the younger generation in the profound Nether Mansion. Even among the older generation in the profound Nether Mansion, not all of them knew about the Imperial Tudor Pavilion. Some of them had never heard of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion since they were young, so they were unaware of its existence. The profound Nether Mansion's estate was made up of floating islands. There were many floating islands in the outer perimeter of the estate. They were located at a lower level and surrounded by a few floating islands at a higher level. There were 3 layers of floating islands in the profound Nether Mansion's estate. There were 3 floating islands in the innermost layer. It was the main island of the profound Nether Mansion's estate. Swoosh! Swoosh! At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was led by Qi Tianming to one of the 3 floating islands in the innermost layer. This was also Duan Ling Tian's first time entering one of the floating islands in the profound Nether Mansion's estate. Previously, he had been looking from the outside, and all he could see was a patch of greenery. He couldn't see the scene inside clearly because above the greenery were patches of fog-like clouds and mist, completely blocking his line of sight. Naturally, he could use his divine consciousness to investigate, but where was he? How could he use his divine consciousness to probe the profound Nether Mansion's estate? He was afraid the patrolling elders and disciples of the profound Nether Mansion would retaliate with their divine consciousness as soon as he sent his divine consciousness out. Duan Ling Tian followed Qi Tianming and entered the floating island. After passing through the clouds, majestic palaces entered Duan Ling Tian's eyes. Some of the palaces did not seem tall, but they looked like prehistoric beasts. They exuded a dangerous aura. Old Qi, some of the palaces look majestic at first glance, but why do they seem so dangerous when I take a closer look? Am I imagining things? Duan Ling Tian asked Qi Tianming. It's not your imagination. It's normal for you to feel this way. Let alone you, even I feel the same way. Qi Tianming shook his head and said, there are ancient formations in the palaces that have been passed down since ancient times in the profound Nether Mansion. Most of them are killing formations. Once the killing formations are activated, anyone below the level of a celestial lord will die. In other words, even I would die if I'm targeted by the killing formations. Qi Tianming gasped when he reached the end of his sentence. So powerful? Duan Ling Tian was surprised, and then he asked, since those killing formations are so terrifying, who's in control of them? The palace masters of the various palaces, Qi Tianming replied. Qi Tianming said, of course, there are only 10 palaces with such terrifying killing formations in the profound Nether Mansion's estate. There are 4 palaces here and 3 palaces on the other 2 main islands. The extra palace here is the Imperial Tudor Pavilion. The 10 palaces with killing formations that can kill me are known as the profound Nether 10 Saint Palaces in the profound Nether Mansion. Naturally, most people think the profound Nether Mansion only has 9 Saint Palaces and the Imperial Tudor Pavilion is excluded. This is because the Imperial Tudor Pavilion is shrouded by a fog formation. Unless one knows where the Imperial Tudor Pavilion is, it's impossible for anyone below the level of a celestial lord to find the Imperial Tudor Pavilion. Among the palaces you see, only 3 of them gave you that sense of danger, right? Qi Tianming asked as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian studied the palaces carefully. Indeed, only 3 of them gave him that feeling. That's right. Let's go. I'll bring you to the Imperial Tudor Pavilion now. Qi Tianming brought Duan Ling Tian with him as they flew toward the depths of the main island. Old Qi, as far as I know, the Mansion Master has the highest position in the profound Nether Mansion, followed by the Vice Mansion Masters. After them are the Inspectors. Although the Palace Masters of the profound Nether 10 Saint Palaces control 10 palaces with terrifying killing formations, they shouldn't be as strong as all of you, right? Duan Ling Tian asked as they made their way there. That's where you're wrong. There's no doubt that the Mansion Master has the highest position in the profound Nether Mansion. However, the Vice Mansion Master is just a title. Their strength is, at most, on par with the 10 inspectors. They're only Vice Mansion Masters because they're direct descendants of the profound Nether Mansion. Qi Tianming shook his head. As for the Palace Masters of the profound Nether Mansion, they're basically Lord Mansion Masters seniors. The weakest among them is a one basic celestial lord. Do you think they're weaker than us? Duan Lingtian inhaled sharply upon hearing Qi Tianming's words. The weakest among the palace masters of the profound Nether Mansion's 10 Saint Palaces was a one basic celestial lord? Of course, although the 10 great sacred palaces' palace masters are Lord Mansion Masters seniors, there are only a handful of them who can compare to Lord Mansion Master in terms of strength. As for someone stronger than Lord Mansion Master, there is only one person. Qi Tianming paused for a moment before he looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully. Who do you think that person is? Don't tell me it's the Palace Master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion? Since Qi Tianming had asked Duan Lingtian to make a guess, Duan Lingtian could only come up with a guess. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was not certain if he was right. That's right. It's the Palace Master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion. Qi Tianming nodded. Rumor has it that the Palace Master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion is the longest living person in the profound Nether Mansion. Nobody has seen him fight before, but even Lord Mansion Master treats him with respect. Someone once asked Lord Mansion Master if he would win if he fought the Palace Master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion. Do you know what Lord Mansion Master said? Lord Mansion Master said he wouldn't dare to fight the Palace Master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion. Even if the Palace Master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion wanted to kill him, he would only be able to do nothing. Qi Tianming paused for a moment as a hint of respect flashed in his eyes. For this reason, even though the Palace Master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion has never shown himself before, those who know of his existence still respect him. Old Qi, you've never seen the Palace Master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion? Duan Lingtian was surprised. No. Chapter 31-21. The 2 Vice Mansion Masters and the 10 Inspectors of the Profound Nether Mansion held high positions in the Profound Nether Mansion, but they had never met the Pavilion Master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion before. Upon hearing Qi Tianming's words, Duan Lingtian could not help but marvel at how mysterious the Pavilion Master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion was. About 15 minutes later, under Qi Tianming's lead, Duan Lingtian arrived at a vast valley. The valley was filled with beautiful scenery and lush greenery. Qi Tianming brought Duan Lingtian to a waterfall at the side of the valley and stood on a large pebble in front of the waterfall. Inspector Qi Tianming of the Profound Nether Mansion would like to enter the Imperial Tudor Pavilion to meet the Pavilion Master. Qi Tianming stood on the large pebble and bowed slightly toward the waterfall. His voice that contained his celestial origin energy entered the waterfall. However, there was no response from the inside even after the sound was transmitted. Duan Lingtian frowned slightly. Was the Imperial Tudor Pavilion really behind the waterfall? If that was the case, then the waterfall must be an illusion formed by an illusory formation. No one's there. After about 10 breaths, there was still no response. Duan Lingtian looked at Qi Tianming, thinking there was no one inside. However, Qi Tianming was still as calm as ever. Qi Tianming looked at the waterfall and continued to say, "Lord Pavilion Master, I brought this young man here to participate in the Imperial Tudor Pavilion's assessment. I think he's capable of becoming the first Imperial Tutor in the Profound Nether Mansion in the past 30,000 years." There was still no response. Qi Tianming continued to say, "He's called Duan Lingtian. He's a peerless genius recruited by Sun Liangpeng, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect. He's not even 100 years old, but he's already a 10-direction Celestial Duke. Not only that, but he's also comprehended 6 profundities from the law of space." As soon as Qi Tianming finished speaking, Duan Lingtian saw the waterfall in the waterfall suddenly ripple. The waterfall in front of him, which had been flowing at a steady rate, suddenly shook strangely. Although the fluctuation was not big, Duan Lingtian could still see it clearly. At the same time, Duan Lingtian did not feel anything approaching him. However, he felt as though his entire body was being seen through. There was only one possibility for this feeling. Behind the waterfall, someone was spying on him with their divine sense, but because the other party's divine sense was too strong, he couldn't detect it at all. He'll stay. You can leave. Just as Duan Lingtian felt that he had been seen through from head to toe, leaving no secrets behind, a low and hoarse voice came from behind the waterfall. The sound seemed to come from all directions, reverberating in Duan Lingtian and Qi Tianming's ears. When Qi Tianming heard this voice, he felt as if his soul was being cleansed. It was as if this voice had an endless amount of magic. At the same time, it made his heart tremble. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian's reaction was not as great as Qi Tianming's. Clearly, the higher one's cultivation was, the greater one's perception would be. Lord Palace Master. Qi Tianming's eyes lit up when he heard the voice. Not only had he never seen the pavilion master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion, but he had also never heard the pavilion master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion speak. Now that he heard the voice of the pavilion master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion, he could not help but feel excited. It took him a long time to regain his senses. As soon as he heard the voice, he felt as though his soul was being cleansed. At this moment, Qi Tianming was 100% certain the voice belonged to the pavilion master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion. Even the mansion master of the profound nether mansion might not be able to do such a thing. After all, he was a 10 directions celestial king, a 10 directions celestial king. Humph. Qi Tianming was still in a daze when a cold snort rang from behind the waterfall. At the same time, the water above the waterfall trembled and turned into countless water droplets that shot toward Qi Tianming. Swoosh. 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 The water droplets whistled through the air like scattered pearls, heading straight for Qi Tianming. The pearl-like water droplet cut across the sky for a short distance. When it was still a distance away from Qi Tianming, it strangely disappeared into thin air. It was as if it had never appeared. However, although the water droplets had disappeared, there was still a gust of wind in the air. A gust of wind blew in the direction of the water droplets, hitting Qi Tianming's body. When this wind blew onto Duan Lingtian's body, the violet robe on Duan Lingtian's body fluttered, and there was a feeling of a light breeze caressing his face. On the other hand, Qi Tianming, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian, felt a gust of wind. The moment the gust of wind hit Qi Tianming, it felt as though thousands of soldiers and horses were galloping towards Qi Tianming. Bang! Although Qi Tianming tried his best to block the gust of wind, he was still sent flying like a puppet. Boom! Rumble! Qi Tianming, who was sent flying, slammed into the mountain wall on the other side of the valley, causing the entire valley to tremble. When the dust settled, Qi Tianming's body reappeared. He was covered in dust and looked battered. Traces of blood could be seen at the corner of his mouth. Thank you, Palace Master, for showing mercy. Qi Tianming wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and bowed in the direction of the waterfall. Then, he stepped into the air and left the valley. Duan Lingtian, don't worry and stay here. With your achievements at such a young age, the Palace Master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion won't make things difficult for you. I'll look for you again after you pass the test here. Before leaving, Qi Tianming sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. All right. Duan Lingtian only regained his senses when he heard Qi Tianming's voice transmission. Earlier, when Qi Tianming was sent flying without being able to fight back, Duan Lingtian, who was standing at the side, was shocked. When the wind blew at him, it only caused his robes to flutter. Qi Tianming, a 10 directions celestial king, was sent flying like a puppet. Senior. The person who sent a 10-direction celestial king flying without even showing himself was very powerful. Duan Ling Tian inhaled sharply before he bowed slightly in the direction of the waterfall. Currently, the waterfall had disappeared and was replaced by a world filled with birds and flowers. It was a perfect fit with the valley beneath Duan Ling Tian's feet. Of course, even the waterfall just now was connected to the valley, so there was nothing wrong with it. However, the waterfall was an illusion formed by an illusory formation. The world with a simple and unadorned palace in front of him was obviously the real scene after the illusion condensed by the illusory array. The plaque with the words Imperial Tudor Palace, hanging above the gate was enough to explain everything. Swoosh! After Duan Ling Tian bowed and stood up, he discovered his surroundings had changed drastically. Strangely, he appeared on a vast stone platform. The stone platform stretched as far as the eye could see, no matter which direction it was. Is this an illusion? Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes as he tried to remain calm. He remembered he was in a valley and not on a stone platform that stretched as far as the eye could see. Swoosh! All of a sudden, a figure appeared at the side of the stone platform and entered Duan Ling Tian's eyes. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian felt as though he was looking into a mirror. The reason for that was because the figure that appeared before him was none other than himself. Regardless of whether it was his height, appearance, or even the clothes he wore, they were all exactly the same. There was not the slightest difference between him and himself. If there was any difference between him and the figure, it would be the figure's soulless eyes. The eyes were the windows to one's soul. Although the person who looked exactly like Duan Ling Tian was standing in front of Duan Ling Tian, there were no signs of life or light in his eyes. They were lifeless as though he was a walking corpse. It seems like the pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion wants to test me. Perhaps, this is a test set by the Imperial Tudor Pavilion? If I pass the test, I'll become the Imperial Tutor of the profound Nether Mansion? Duan Lingtian's eyes brightened when he thought of this. At the same time, his 99 heavenly veins began to vibrate as a vast and majestic celestial origin energy flowed through his heavenly veins and into his body. Duan Ling Tian, who was focused on his task, immediately tensed up when the figure who looked exactly like him made a move. Bang! The other party raised his right foot and stomped on the ground. Instantly, the ground trembled as if there was a small earthquake. At the same time, green thorns extended from the ground and intertwined with each other. They grew rapidly and carried the other party toward him. The law of wood? At the instant Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes, the other party had already been thrown over by a thick and strong vine that had wrapped around his waist. At the same time, wooden spikes shot out of the figure's hand. They were so fast that even though Duan Ling Tian had prepared his celestial origin energy, he could not react in time. Teleportation profundity. With just a thought, Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy merged with the space elemental profundity as he cast the law of space's teleportation profundity. He vanished into thin air as the wooden spikes rained down from the sky. The teleportation profundity? When Duan Ling Tian teleported 100 meters to the left, the purple-clad young man who looked exactly like him smirked at him with a disdainful smirk on his face. In the next moment, before Duan Ling Tian regained his senses, he saw his opponent's hands moving rapidly again. Vines covered in thorns shot out into the distance and surrounded him. Swoosh! 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 At first glance, the vines in the air looked like ferocious pythons. This is bad. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.